What's up, people? Give me 1 second. Pretty good. You able to hear me? Great. I Give me 1 second to keep setting a few more things up on my side. But I'm new to TikTok streaming. You just been on other people's, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I was in right now I'm lame. I just go to community college. I should actually be done with it relatively soon. And then I'll transfer, hopefully, to go to somewhere for economics. But all right, okay,
Cool.
I'm ready finally.
No problem.
So I just wanna first of all say, like, I'm not gonna die in the hill of like parental leave or like family leave or whatever. I'm not like done an insane amount of research into the policy. On balance, I think it is bad from the things I've seen. But you seem to be under the impression that, like, merely because I said all else equal, and I remember qualifying it with all else equal. Obviously, all else is not equal. More than 50% of women prefer to spend more time with their children. You seem to be under the impression that that somehow means it is necessarily a net benefit. And I think that just, like, straight up does not logically follow. Like, that just straight up does not follow at all.
No, you actually agree that the majority of women would want to spend more time with their kids rather than go back to work sooner. Essentially,
I qualify that with all else equal, right? You remember that?
yeah. Why do you keep saying that? Like, it doesn't really mean anything.
Because I think women's revealed preferences are contrary to that. So
So, sorry, you don't think a majority of women would want more time with their newborn child?
yeah. So when you say, like, would want more, all else equal, I think they would want more, but all else isn't equal, which is why the revealed preference is not to do that. It is to instead go back to work,
According to who? According to what?
according to the fact that women do go back to work. Also thinks LLM
Yeah,
degraded for the roses. I appreciate it. Anyways,
it depends on the country we're talking about, though.
yeah, okay. So
Like
I know
you're
other
kind
countries
of doing
have
it backwards.
mandated family
Like,
leave, but do you understand
yes,
when you ask me, do you think, like, women want to spend more time at home or whatever? I think that,
yeah,
like, everyone, there's a lot of things that all else equal people like want to do. I want to play video games tonight, but all else isn't equal. I have to give up. There's an opportunity cost. I have to give up going to work. I have to give up wages in order to do that. And my revealed preference
no.
is to,
So you don't, because maternity leave is paid. That's the whole point.
yeah.
Uh,
So
so then you wouldn't
currently,
have to give up an income.
yeah. Okay. So currently it isn't, right. But even then, so I still think there's some opportunity cost. It's not like
What's the
literally
opportunity
free for
cost?
women in that they could be doing anything else with their time other than spending it at home. There's
Yeah,
probably
but they
some
they just had
experience that they lose.
a newborn child. So what? That's the most important thing in their life.
Yeah, which is why many women do take maternity leave, and that's why a lot of companies offer paid maternity leave and such, right? And I think so.
Yeah,
Here's the point again.
particularly in the US, they offer quite a low amount compared to, say, Europe, for example,
Yeah,
where we, again, as I said previously, we see countless studies that show, like, particularly it's incredibly important for the child to be around their parents, especially at the first couple of years, one, two, three, whatever. while they're an infant. So, um,
Hmm.
if they're gone after like a month and they barely see, they only see them, they go to a crash or like a daycare, whatever you call them, during the day, and then they only see them in the evening. That's bad for the development of the kid.
Yeah. So my point with respect to that is that, as I stated before, I think employers want to generally lower the total cost of employing people. And if they can meet employees' preferences, if they can hire someone for less, because instead of offering them wages, they offer them some amount of paid maternity leave, some guaranteed family leave, they are going to do that. And I don't have good reason for thinking like there's been a systemic failure of employers to sort of match people's preferences with regards to that. That would mandate or that would require the government to intervene and institute whatever requirements you want them to.
Yeah, so let's just have a look here. Um, so healthy. Okay, so there was just looking at different surveys and polls. Like for example, here we have, yes, data strongly shows that U.S. women want more maternity leave.
Oh
So
my
for example,
God.
this one, what?
Okay. So again, all else equal, I think there are a lot of women who do want more time with their children, but all else isn't equal. And I
no,
think
no, no,
employers have
can you
a
please
incentive to
saying
match
can
their
you please stop
preferences.
saying all else equal? It's a completely meaningless buzzword that doesn't add anything
That's a
to
meaningless buzzword.
the
Okay, good to know.
conversation. Yeah, it's a meaningless. So just don't say it because it's completely
And
meaningless. So
yeah,
again,
hold on. Do we
sure.
also agree that just because the majority of women say that, it doesn't necessarily follow, like it just straight up does not logically follow that it is a net benefit if the government were to mandate it?
No, because again, how exactly is a woman having more time with their kid, or those early stages of development, a bad thing?
Yeah. So I just want to get, first of all, I just want to speak like logically first. Like, I just want to get agreement on the fact that it does not logically follow. So I'm going to do that with a insane hypothetical that I know you don't like, but I think
Yeah, no, so we're
understanding
not. That's
that the
no, no,
principle, I
no.
think
The
understanding that the
hypothetical is
principle
it's a
is
non
false is
it's a
going to get
non
you to,
sequitur.
is a non
No, it's a non
sequitur.
sequitur.
What's a
Complete
non
non
sequitur?
sequitur because there's nothing. Because basically your argument about if there was like a life saving vaccine. So basically this is basically you could do this with any, like say if you had a policy that the government was going to implement, and then you say yeah, but what if this leads
No, you're
somehow
not understanding my
indirectly
point.
to I
Because
am
you seem
understanding
to
your
be
point.
claiming
It's
that it necessarily follows that because the majority of women report that they want more time with their children or they want more
yeah.
maternity leave, that it therefore makes maternity leave a net benefit. I'm trying to get you to understand that you have to consider the other cost, right? So in the real world, what I think the costs are probably some costs in terms of employment. It seems like we do have some amount of evidence from Sweden that it makes firms like more hesitant to hire people, and probably some costs in terms of people's
Because
preferences not
that's
being met in the
sexism.
labor
That's
market.
sexism. Do you realize that's
Okay.
sexism?
Wait, so even if I
Yes.
granted that, which I don't, but even if I granted that, I still think that is, I think you should analyze policies about whether their effects are good or bad, not whether or not they like are not whether or not the reason they have costs is because of like sexism or whatever. Like if a
Yeah.
policy
Again.
gets
So
people to engage in more sexist action, I'm gonna think that's bad, right? But like you shouldn't do the policy then.
sorry, how is that doesn't make any sense. No, to alleviate that policy, you would have it so that maternity leave is standardized and that there's a minimum, so that they can't basically look at a woman that says, "Oh, we're looking to have a baby soon, so." If I join this job, maybe in 6 months' time, whatever, I could have a baby, etc. And then they won't be like, how are we going to accommodate this woman who's pregnant? A natural thing that we should be supporting in society. They're not going to be saying that because they know, okay, well, we have it down that she has her
No,
mandated
but
three
you
months. If she
agree
wants 2 months,
you agree that given mandated paid maternity leave, firms have to pay more than they otherwise would in the event of a woman going on family leave, right?
yes,
Correct?
yes, I don't
Do you
care. I
agree,
don't
yes or
care
no, that
what.
generally that's going to make them more
Yes, they
hesitant
have
to
to pay
hire
more. I
people?
don't care. I don't care what a $1 billion corporation if they have to pay more, treating
Wait,
their
but I'm
staff
saying,
like actually well.
do you think that generally might make firms more hesitant to hire people?
Yeah, because of sexism. Yes.
How is that? It could be. It'd be. How is that sexism?
Because again, only women
Again,
can
even
get
if I grant
pregnant.
it.
So because it's like that. It's this idea that women are a burden then, and that like again, you should be promoting
No. But you
women
agree
having
the
children,
policy,
etc.
is going to make firms pay more in the event of a woman having a child, correct? And paid
Yeah, I
maternity.
don't care.
I think I could be wrong, but probably a lot of the places that have paid maternity leave also mandate some amount of just paid paternal leave period for fathers as well. But regardless of that, so but when you say like
Yeah.
I don't care, the firms have to pay more. My point is like
Yes.
the fact that firms have to pay more probably makes them more hesitant to hire people.
Yeah, again, that's the whole point is that if there's legislation around it, then it's built into their costs, so then it's not an issue at all. That's literally
No, it
the
is
whole
an
point.
issue.
And
So the
again,
fact that I don't
it's
know
not
how you're not. I
compared
don't know if you
to
just not. I don't know if
it's
you're not understanding this. So when
yeah.
when you
So it's
say
not
the
sorry.
legislation,
Are you like a representative for like Fortune 500 companies or something like? I don't
yeah,
care
absolutely. Yeah,
that.
thanks for appealing to that. Yeah, absolutely. But
No.
so
But my point
if
is like I don't care that a company actually has to treat their female employees like women that can have babies, and that there might be a period of time that they might need off. I don't care that that's a cost. So again, the
wait,
benefit
so I'm not saying the cost. So I'm saying that because the firm has to pay more cost, they therefore have to, or they're therefore going to hurt other workers by hiring them less often, right? So the cost that I care about is with respect to workers. It's not with respect to only the Fortune 500 companies.
What workers are you talking about here?
As in the workers who will lose out on a job or be stuck searching for a job longer because firms have to pay more for other workers, right?
What? That doesn't follow at all. How exactly is it going to leave people longer if they have to pay more? Like all it is
Yeah.
is
So here's
covering the cost
here's
of,
like the intuition behind it, right? So there are like
yeah.
models that you could look at, but if you had to like marry everyone you went on a date with, right? Even a first date, you'd probably go on a lot less first dates, right? Because marrying someone is very serious. There's a lot of like cost involved in terms of like your social relational capital, tied up in that person. So the similar intuition applies to employment. If firms know that they have to
because
provide,
not every woman. Yeah, so again, you're not really understanding the point. As I said, if there's legislation around, then it's baked in, so it's a non-issue. It's a complete non-issue.
no, okay. When you say it's baked in, the fact that it's baked in is what is raising the cost of employment, right? Like that's what I'm.
Yeah, and what? It's not like raising like again to accommodate like there's so much stuff that companies have to do, say when it comes to health and safety, etc.
Yeah.
Like that again is already baked in for the costs.
Can
And
I
I
have a
think-
crack at this? Let me try. I don't want to have a 2v1, but let's first agree that there are trade.
Oh, was that his internet or was it mine?
Yeah, I think his.
To having this policy. It's not just a free lunch. It's not just like a magic wand and suddenly like women have more free time and nothing else.
Repeat the your internet
Even
cut out
ignoring
for a
the
second,
company,
sample.
like, let's
Repeat
say
like the
Fox
last.
Corporation.
Repeat the last sentence. Start with. Can we
Yeah,
agree
yeah,
that there
you
are
can do that.
there are
That's the start of
trade-offs?
it you could off. Oh, he's paused. Yeah, and again,
Okay,
a trade-off
wait.
doesn't mean
Okay,
it's
okay,
not a
right.
net benefit. A trade-off
claim
doesn't
that.
mean it's
No,
not a net
no, I
benefit.
agree. I agree. So I want to first, so we all have a concept of what the trade-off is.
Yeah.
Here's a question. I know that's not what you're proposing, but if someone said, let's have 3 years maternal leave, you would not support that, right? That would be too much, right?
No, because that's not maternity leave. That's like a career break or something.
Well, I'm just asking, why would it be bad, right? Why would that be bad? If we
Because
said,
then it's not maternity
if
leave.
mother-
The kid is like, so the whole point is that for maternity
So anything
leave
called-
is that
Maternity
Well,
leave
it's
is
the
good.
same
It's
thing.
only
I
bad
just
by
bumped
nature,
up
but
the
not being
number. It's the
maternity
same-
leave.
no,
Yeah, wait,
the whole
wait, not
point
for
of
now,
maternity
one
leave
second,
is
one
that
second.
the kid is very vulnerable
Yeah,
at
sorry,
that
go
point
ahead,
in their
Samuel.
life when they're
Yes,
like a
but,
very,
but I'm just changing the number. Okay, yeah, I agree. The child benefits. I agree. Okay,
Yes.
I agree. There are positive externalities. We can't have some of it. But I'm asking about a 3-year one.
Yeah,
Just like
that's not
you know,
maternity
you know,
leave.
obviously, wait. You don't think the benefit of having a mother present disappears once you're 3, right? Surely you think there is some benefits
Yeah,
there.
again,
So,
that's work-life balance. Yes, work-life balance.
okay, wait. I'm just asking you. In the event that we did 3 years, I know you don't. That's not what you're proposing. You think it's different. I'm asking you. In the event we did that, why would it be bad?
Yeah.
What would be the harms? I'm asking you, but because there would be. But what would they be? I want to know that you know it.
It would be excessive because again it wouldn't really be backed up by much studies, like, because again, especially if you do have two parents, one of them could do that, so again it's excessive too, because again the whole point is that you're giving maternity leave for a child that's very vulnerable, like compared to other animals. Children are much more vulnerable.
I'm not hearing.
At a
I'm
very
not.
young
Okay,
age.
I heard like 3 things. None of them were elaborated on. I want to hear like there's a very easy answer. You said excessive, which is just another way of saying it would be bad, right? But I'm asking you,
No,
why
not
would it be
bad.
bad?
No, it's
Well, obviously,
it
anything
doesn't.
excessive is bad. You cannot have something good if it's
Yeah.
excessive. That's what excessive means. It's too much. It becomes bad. So when you say it's excessive, why would it be excessive? Why would 3 years be excessive? I will tell you, there's an easy answer. It starts with trade-offs, and then we elaborate on that. One of the trade-offs is that it makes employers more reluctant to hire these women, which causes more unemployment. Right? That's plausible, right? If I hire a woman now and I have to pay for 3 years of maternal leave, that's going to make me say, I don't want to hire you. It's too much. Right? Not because I'm sexist or something, just because cost-benefit analysis says that's too much. Nothing against women. Right?
Yeah. So then, if we bring it back to the whole three, like whatever it is, 3 months, for example, so it's a reality that we live in a world where only women can give birth to children. And again, as a company, surely you want to encourage women to have children and to, the flourishing
Why?
system.
Once.
You don't want women to give
Why,
birth?
why would I say, okay, I didn't say you don't. I just said I don't know why you would. Like, I don't want to encourage you to drink lemonade, but I don't want to discourage you either. I just don't know why I would encourage you. Okay, it makes sense, right? I don't know
I'm
why
sure they
you
want.
would
I'm sure
encourage it.
I'm sure they want their employee to have. Can you stop talking? I'm sure they want their employees to have a fruitful, happy life. And if, for example, the woman in this case has always wanted a child,
Right.
This would be part of that fruitful, thriving life that they
Right.
want.
And this is great. And I think what makes life good differs from person to person. So the best way to determine it is by their own preferences. For example, some mothers would say, no, I super value time with my child. Very legitimate. And these types of mothers would have a contract with their employer where they say, okay, I want more paid leave and I'm fine with less work. But some mothers would say, well, it's not as important to me. My wage is super important. And that's also a legitimate choice. I don't want to tell people how to live their lives. And so these mothers will have less paid leave, but a higher wage. Employers want to minimize the total cost they have to pay for their employees. And so they would be naturally incentivized to have in the contract whatever appeals to the preferences of that worker. That's what non-fund has been trying to tell you 10 times over. Okay? And so I think my system, where you let people choose, maximizes what they value because they choose it. But if I'm a mother who says, I don't think my lifestyle, which I understand better than the government, I don't think my lifestyle fits this better, but nonetheless, I'm forced now to take more of this paid leave, which I don't value as much. Why is that a good thing?
Yeah. So, do you agree that the majority of American women, for example, want more maternity leave?
Yeah, you'll have to show me the question. Was the question just about, in the abstract, would more time off be good? Obviously, anyone would answer yes to that. Is the answer, would you rather it at the expense of a lower wage?
Okay,
I
so
would
then,
imagine no.
You did no.
No.
Stop. You
This is
agreed
just,
then.
by the way,
You agreed with what non-fan
just-
said.
I know.
Just,
I know. Yeah.
on
So
this
what all else
point,
equal
there is like polling that says 60% of women would oppose paid maternal leave if it comes at the cost of smaller pay raises in the future. which there probably
Whoa,
is.
who could have guessed?
That's a
I
separate
didn't know
question.
that.
That's a
wait,
separate question.
I should just mention.
Separate question.
It counts. Wait, it counts in favor of my theory if I can get this poll right without having ever heard of it. Okay, it counts in favor.
Yeah,
of my-
again, but I've a poll that showed 90% of American women want more maternity leave. So
Yeah.
again,
Okay. Amazing.
Wow.
Amazing.
Yes.
Okay.
So one poll is valid. Apparently, one poll isn't. Apparently.
Hey,
That's-
No,
I would
you're
love
not.
it.
You're not
I
understanding
would
the
love
point.
it. Yeah, I would love it if my employer could just give me a dog and nothing changes. I would like a puppy, but I would not like a puppy more than lower wages. I would rather having the higher wages than the puppy. And in life, there are trade-offs. You cannot just ask people about the benefit while excluding the cost, because both happen at once when you do something. That's why non-fun is asking you about all else equal. When you ask about all else equal, it just means just having the benefit, keeping the costs equal. That's not what happens in real life. You're an adult. You know this. There are trade-offs to everything. Doing something
Yes, and
means that you cannot do
again,
another thing. And so
for example-
therefore, I'll let you finish. You should let me finish.
Yeah.
When you should ask people about this, you should ask them about having the good thing, but also about having the bad consequences that result. That's what I started this conversation with. I asked you, do we recognize that there are trade-offs? But you're only
and
asking about the benefits.
I didn't say there wasn't trade-offs. I didn't say
Well,
that.
but,
I
but
said,
you're appealing to polls that only cite the benefits.
no.
not the
I said it's
trade-offs.
I said it's a net benefit. You know what a net benefit means?
I
Oh my
think I know
God.
what a net benefit is.
Right.
I don't think you know
I
what a
think I
net
have a big
benefit
idea.
means. I don't think he does.
I do. It means that there's more positives than negatives.
Yeah, okay.
And-
So derive, please, by if we just ask people about the benefit and not about the cost, how do we know that it's a net benefit? Because non-fun just cited a poll at you that showed that wouldn't be a net benefit, because once you ask them about the consequences, most say no. Right? Look, I would rather, let's say, I don't know, take anything like
No, but why do you agree with his poll and not mine?
Well, because
Oh my
his
God.
poll also asks about the costs. Realistically, look, would I like a TV? Yes. Would I like to pay, $500 for a TV? Well, now it's not. But when I go to the store, it's not just a free TV. I have to give up $500. So a poll that asks me both about the benefit, the TV, and about the cost, the price, that would be the best poll to measure if I should do something.
Yeah, but
If
the
I
cost
like
here is
something-
to the employer, right?
It's
Not
also to the
only to the
mother in
employer.
the form of a lower wage. That's what non-fun explains to you. Do you think studies
No.
don't show that it comes at the cost of a lower wage? They do.
No, so why would you? Isn't that an
Wait,
issue?
but by the way,
paying,
I want to flag. I started this conversation telling you that it's not just about the employer.
talking too
I
much.
started this conversation telling you this.
You're talking too much here.
I'll
So
shut up.
again, the issue, like, are you saying they should be a mother who has a child should be paid less because they have to?
Oh my
No.
God.
Incur that cost.
I'm not
How did
saying
you get that from what he
anyone
said?
should
Leave,
be-
etc.
Here. It's very simple. I think you should let people choose. I don't know what you should live your life as. I don't know what I should live my life as. I think people know best how their life should be lived. And employers want to pay workers as little as possible. You should agree with that. Therefore, they would compensate them in the ways they most
Which is an
value.
issue.
I'm telling
That's
you
irrelevant,
how.
tangential.
Wait, you can think it's an issue or not. I'm telling you how
It's
that
it's
gets
not
sorted.
irrelevant.
Well, you cannot just pass a law saying employers now must want to pay as much as possible or something. I'm just telling you
No,
what
it's about
the
giving
reality
like
is.
it's about
Wait,
giving like
I know you think about everything
minimum.
normatively. I know you think about everything in moralistic terms. I'm just explaining to you the consequences of policy, trade-offs. Okay, I'm not telling you what you should do.
Yes.
I'm just telling you about what will happen. So what will happen is that employers are incentivized naturally to pay as little as possible. That means if there's an employer right now, if there's an employee right now that would be completely fine with me paying him very little wages as long as he can have a lot of vacation days, for example, as an employer would pay him very little, but have him give him a lot of vacation days, right? Whatever maximizes my profit. Therefore, that structure makes workers get the type of compensation they most value. If you change that, you're not just creating free benefits with no costs. What you're doing is shifting people's compensation from wages that they really value into paid days off, which they don't value as much. So you just harm them.
No, you're sorry. Again, you're assuming you're coming from the point of view where this woman doesn't value the days with her kid. So again, that's kind of a
Where did he
But
assume that?
if
I
they
would
did
like.
value
I
it, that's in the employee contract.
yeah.
Again, non-fun. Here's an illustration. Non-fun. I have a
What's up?
PlayStation. It costs, I don't know, $1,000. I have a PlayStation. It costs $100. Would you want to have the PlayStation? That's it, without the cost.
I mean, well, obviously, I want the PlayStation.
Right. Don't even
I
say
love
that
gaming.
word. It's Pavlovian. Don't even say
It's
these words.
yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. It's
So yeah, right. Yeah, okay.
I'll say
Yeah.
certus
Now,
paribus.
would you rather? Now, therefore, I'm going to propose a law that says we give you the I said PlayStation, right? But you got to give us $1,000, right? And now you're forced to because I asked you. You said you wanted the PlayStation. Well, hold on. In the poll, you said just the PlayStation, not the cost. Realistically, to know if something should be a net benefit, you should ask me about the benefit and the cost. When we ask people if they would rather more maternal days off, but at the cost of less pay raises in the future, now most people say no. By your logic,
But
it's
that's
a net
kind of
benefit.
isn't that an issue though that you hang that over their head and say that, oh well, if you do take more maternity leave, you won't be
I'm just
eligible for pay
telling you what will
raises.
happen. I'm just telling you the consequences of the policy you so support without having read anything about it.
Yeah. So do you think it's better for women to have more time with their children or not? When they're new.
What do you think my question will be in response? The clarifying question. What do you after hearing me talk for like 10 minutes? What do you think my clarifying question will be now?
No, I don't care. Just answer yes or no.
Well, I'm gonna tell you it depends. If we're talking all else equal, yes. If we're talking after taking account of the negatives, then it seems like no, based on the poll not fun-sided.
No.
Okay,
Because again,
amazing.
women clearly in the US still want more, like, because there's no like, what do you call it, federally mandated paid leave in the US. It's
I know there
again
is no
basically
federally mandated paid leave, but it still exists in people's contracts.
Oh yeah,
How
for
do you
sure,
not
yeah.
get this?
And
How do you
yeah,
not get this? How do you not get this?
but
I've
we
like told
still,
you a
like,
million
for
times.
example, in Europe we have much more maternity leave and paternity leave. For example,
I know
that is
this,
mandated.
and
Yeah, that is
Americans have
guaranteed.
less of it. Americans have less of it, not because they have the same wage but less maternal days off. It's because they have higher wages at the expense of less maternal days off, and that's what they chose. And usually, when someone
No,
chooses
they didn't.
something and it's
Sorry,
not
no.
forced by
Excuse
law,
me.
that's
Sorry.
something
When did
better
they
for
vote
them.
on this? When did they vote on this? Like,
They signed into a contract. What do you
yeah.
think
Again, they have
contracts
no
are?
other choice. They have no
Wait,
other
of course
choice.
you have a choice. You can work
No, you
somewhere else.
don't.
You can work somewhere else. I'll tell you.
But
I know you're
see,
Europol. I know
this
you're
is the kind
Europol.
of this is the
I know
problem,
you're
right?
Europol. Probably there's like a 10%
Oh
unemployment in your
yeah,
country.
look,
I
guys,
know.
Look at the
There's probably a
classic.
10%.
Yeah,
There's probably a
guys, look at the
10% unemployment in your
classic
country.
deflection.
Here in the
You have
U.S.
to
Here in the
insult because
U.S.
you know you're getting
Here in the
wrecked. By the
Here
way,
in the U.S. You have plenty of jobs you can work. We have way lower unemployment. Maybe in your poor country. Maybe that's
no,
like
we're actually much better off. Like this was a
not true.
conversation we were having, by the way, because we were
I
talking
know.
about
I was listening.
Yeah. Oh, were you listening? Yes, sir. So,
Listening.
so we were talking about GDP, but the interesting thing is we didn't actually bring up GDP.
Wait,
per
here's a
capita.
question. Can you define GDP real quick?
GDP per capita is
Yeah.
still way higher in the U.S., but regardless.
Yeah, we're all. Wait, by the way, when we're
It's
appealing
not.
to GDP, we're always appealing to GDP per capita PPP. That's like just to be clear, me and non-fun. That's what we always do. But can you real quick define GDP? Do you
Well,
know,
he said it was the
do you even
highest
know?
in the US.
Okay, wait. Cool.
I said
Can
disposable
you define
income, which is
GDP
true
real
as
quick?
well.
Wait, non-fun.
But yeah.
That's a different thing.
No,
I
you
know.
said GDP.
But can this guy define GDP real quick? I want to know that he knows what he opposes.
No, I didn't say I didn't say I oppose. using
Okay,
GDP.
whatever you have strong opinions on, can you define it?
Yeah, gross domestic product is what it is.
That's the acronym. What does it
Yes.
What does it mean? What does it mean? What does the actual number represent?
Yeah, so it's like a monetary measure of the total market value of final goods and services, which
Right,
produce-
which is
Okay.
the total income, right? It's the total
Yeah.
income in a country,
Mhm.
right? So that's something valuable, right? The average income in a country, that's something valuable, right?
Yes.
Right.
Oh yeah, for sure. I didn't say it wasn't
And what do
valuable.
you
It's
think?
not the only measure.
And what do you think the flaws of it might be?
Yeah, well, the main flaw would be like particularly the numbers get skewed by
Outliers, right?
richer
Could not agree more.
individuals,
You know what?
etc.,
I'll tell you
etc.
that. I'll tell you, I could not agree more. That's
Yes.
why we should not look at average. We should look at median. Now, there's another problem. Some countries have an artificially high GDP just because they're tax havens, right? Like Ireland, for example. It's just a tax haven. It has an artificially. So what we should actually look at is people's disposable income. It's their income minus what they pay to the government plus what they get back from the government in benefits. That's called the disposable income. And actually, we should look at the household level, not just the personal level, because people live in households. And we can then equivalize based on how many people are in that household. That's a very important thing as well. Once we look at median, i.e., not out influenced by outliers, disposable, i.e., taking into account the tax and benefit system, and household level, which is more broad, we see that the US still leads Europe. It mugs it to death.
Yeah, in terms of money and exactly,
Which is
but not in quality
yes,
of
Which
life.
is what
Very
you
good.
appeal to
But
too,
not in quality
right?
of life. But not in quality of life.
What?
I don't,
Okay,
I don't
so
know by what.
other
Wait,
things-
Because
I
don't
know
know
money
there are
doesn't
other
equal
things.
quality of life.
Yeah, okay. So we can look at other things. For example, life expectancy. It's not because, first of all, maternal leave would have nothing to do with life expectancy.
No,
But
I never
even
said
then,
no. That wasn't
yeah,
the
okay.
conversation.
Well,
that we
but
were
it has to
having.
do with people's income, right? But I'm just saying, one reason the U.S. has a lower life expectancy is just because they have less safe streets. It has nothing to do with like maternal leave and workers' rights.
Did you say less safe streets? So yeah, higher crime.
Less safe roads. I mean, people die more in car accidents.
Yeah, and also much more higher violent crime as well. Correct.
Right.
Yeah, so you have a
Right.
crime problem in the US.
So we should probably look at it. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So
we should-
your
should adjust
streets are
demographically,
crime
but, yeah.
infested, like American crime
But yeah,
infested
we
streets.
should compare like with like, right? So if Danish people who move to the United States fare off a lot better than people who stay in Denmark, right? You got to compare. Countries are composed of different demographics. You got to compare the same people moving. Like you got to control for the same factors in both groups, right? If you compare people moving to Europe, moving from Europe to the United States, their families and their children
Simple
tend to
text
be way
doing race
better off.
realism.
And you can
Unbelievable.
kind of proxy this. People are not moving from Europe from the U.S. to Europe. People are moving from Europe to the United States.
Incorrect.
Absolutely correct.
No, do you realize there's been a huge uptake in people moving to Ireland from the US since
To
Trump got
Ireland.
into office? Yes.
To Ireland, I would like to
Yes.
see the data on that. I'd like to see the data.
Yeah,
on that.
there's been recent
And
reports
also,
about yeah,
you think if I
also
could
just
ask
not
people
just
in
not just
Ireland-
Ireland, but just Europe in general.
I'm not sure that's true. My
it is
impression
true.
is
It
that
is true.
in Western Europe, more people are moving to the United States than moving from
No,
the United States.
like also, have you seen the tourism levels recently? Have you seen the tourism levels?
Tourism
like,
is not moving. Tourism is in the United States.
No
yeah,
one
I
wants
don't
to
like
go
Trump.
to your
I don't
shithole
like Trump. I
country.
don't like Trump.
Literally,
I don't like Trump. I don't like Trump. I don't like Trump.
Yeah, we
But-
know.
but-
Yeah. So
Yeah.
again, without the World Cup, like U.S. tourism would be like it's pretty shit anyway. But like without that bump, US
Yeah,
tourism
that's
would
another.
be
That's
a
another
huge shitter.
problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, the World Cup is another problem. I agree. Yeah, I don't like Trump either. So I'm not advocating Trump, but my impression is just like take Obama for example, because Biden had COVID. Take Obama, I think just like it mogged Europe to death.
In terms of what?
Net migration. Pretty sure that's right.
migration. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah,
No,
migration.
like obviously it depends on what you're talking about. But again, like the whole point is that on the world stage, the US has completely, gone to the shitter, especially in Europe. Like no one gives a shit about the US anymore.
This is just not true. What?
Yeah, it's absolutely true. Yeah.
That's not true. Where do most medical innovations come from?
Oh, look at the hyper specific thing you have to do as opposed to like general healthcare
saving
outcomes.
people's lives, saving
No,
countless
General-
lives.
we
saving
talked about
people
general
with
healthcare
medical
outcomes last time.
bankruptcy in the US.
Oh my God.
Medical bankruptcy in the US, guys.
But we can talk
Wow.
about what healthcare
Really
policy would be
saving
best.
people's lives
we
there.
could talk
worst
about-
healthcare outcomes, by the way, as well.
That's not
Most
true.
Americans are
Worst
more
healthcare outcomes by what
unhealthy.
measure?
Overall healthcare outcomes.
I think
Yeah, so I
cancer
think
rates
I
are
think the
low,
issue I think the issue with that is that, like example
Yeah,
said
see,
earlier,
this-
there's a lot of
but
other
this is-
factors
okay,
as
this is the
opposed to like as
issue-
opposed
no,
to just like the
stop. So
healthcare
this is the
system
issue-
that affect that, like obesity
So
rates and car crashes,
this
right?
is the issue with your arguments, 'cause
demographics,
you're
yeah.
getting
And demographics,
destroyed here.
yeah.
So, for example, you just said you specifically, when I say healthcare, I didn't say medical innovation. That's one specific part. I'm talking about healthcare outcomes, and then he goes, "Well, if we magnify in on cancer, like again, you have to pivot
Well,
around."
I'm saying-
the
I'm saying-
main
I'm saying-
point
Depends what
because I know
that's.
Wait.
you're
It
getting
depends what
dog barked
that's.
here.
Because if we want to talk at the overall life expectancy, we already explained how that's influenced by a bunch of things that are basically irrelevant.
So, do you say they're basically irrelevant?
Well, that you just didn't listen at all.
As into
That's
the
amazing.
performance of
That's
the
like
healthcare
amazing.
system, right? You can conceptually,
But
can you at
car
least conceptually
crashes are
imagine?
not car crashes are basically irrelevant in terms of comparing the U.S. like which country we should mimic more, right? That's like
Yeah.
just the way you build streets, roads, right? That's just like that's irrelevant when we're talking about like should we be more free market or like have Ireland or something, right? It's just like different.
No,
And
so again, why do you think that the US has worse healthcare outcomes overall than
I
many
told
Western
you,
European countries?
American,
I think it's
Americans
obesity and
prefer
car
worse
crashes
diets.
primarily.
Yeah, Americans have worse diets,
Mm-hmm.
and car crashes, and it's just like different groups live in the U.S. So you should expect different like types of
What do you mean
medicine.
different groups? What do you mean by that?
I told you, when you compare, countries are composed of like people from like more people might be more migrants. Some people might have more educated people. Some country might have more. I don't know. It's just like totally different groups. We should compare countries that or groups that is that are composed of the same demographic. Danish people moving from Denmark to the United States have better life outcomes. I'm sorry, moving from Denmark to the United States. Yeah, have better life outcomes. That should tell you more than just comparing the U.S. as a whole, which has a bunch of people from many different backgrounds that are completely different.
You don't think Europe
Denmark,
has a bunch of people from loads of different backgrounds?
way less than the U.S.
Not
you can
yeah.
test that. You can test that at all. Like even if you think it's like they're about equally diverse, it's still they're composed of different groups. Right? I'm just not even talking about ethnicities. That's like a weird people thing. I'm talking about like education levels. I'm
what's your
talking about
point
like
then?
migration.
And if you said
background.
that they're generally no, like I wouldn't say generally Europe is as diverse, but there's still diversity
It has
in Europe.
different. It has
like-
different groups living in it. It's just like people
Yes.
learn different things. People are come from different
So,
backgrounds.
so
people are more
why
immigrants.
isn't Europe plagued by the
that
same issues?
influences the metric we're looking at without having anything to do with policy.
So why exactly isn't Europe not having the same problems when it comes to healthcare, etc.?
I think I just
I think-
explained that. Not just
Yeah.
You
explain.
didn't. You're just kind of like gesturing to things, saying, "Oh, we have different demographics, etc." That doesn't really explain why you have higher obesity and etc. Like, wouldn't that be more to do with like?
We can talk.
Wait,
about
but you
why
agree that's not
people eat
because
worse food in
just to
the
be clear, you agree Americans aren't obese because like hospitals are privately owned, right? Like that's probably not the primary thing affecting it.
No, but it doesn't like it doesn't.
Yeah,
help
what do you
that
think? That's a good question. What do you think the explanation is? Because like whatever system you're
well,
proposing,
there's no one factor for anything. There's always multiple different factors.
what do you
but
think is the most important thing? Like you could get rid of one thing and have the most influence. What would you choose?
in terms of the US, yeah, like I think
I think in the U.S. people just have worse preferences. People prefer shitty diets, and we have studies on this. People
like I
prefer
just don't see the fact that like private insurers and private healthcare has so much power in the US seems like a major issue. Like denying people healthcare and stuff,
They deny them because they're obese. They don't become obese because they were denied healthcare. That's reverse causation there, buddy.
So obese people shouldn't get healthcare?
Oh, thank
Yeah,
you for
that's
listening
exactly
to
what
what
he
I said.
said.
Very careful. That's what I said. Amazing listening skills. Amazing.
Yeah.
I just learned something about myself. No, I'm just talking about the reverse
No,
causation
my
there.
point is, why should anyone be denied healthcare?
What you
Because
understand? Wait,
it's
you
a
live in
scarce
Ireland
resource.
or the UK? Wait. You understand? In your country, people are denied healthcare too, right? It's not like you just approve everything, right? You don't know how
Denied
healthcare works,
for
right?
what?
Like
Not
not
for
every
private.
request to the NHS is approved.
We don't
right?
have the
Like a
NHS.
quarter-
I'm talking about private healthcare. Who gets denied
yeah,
private healthcare?
about a quarter of claims in the NHS, the most famed
I'm
beverage model.
not in the UK,
Get
so
rejected.
I don't care about the NHS.
Okay, well, that's more
Okay, you've been
socialized
appealing
than
to
Ireland,
Europe
right?
broadly almost this whole time, but
Yes,
all right.
but I'm just saying people. Okay, there are scarce goods. We don't have an infinite amount of everything, so we gotta find out what do we allocate to who. If I want to claim right now cancer medicine, I'm not a cancer patient. I would say you would tell me no. Some catastrophic care, we can talk about that. That's a different policy set of issues. But we just have scarce healthcare resources, and so we got to allocate them. That means saying yes to some and no to
Yeah, like
others.
triage, for example.
That's just like an adult thing you need to understand about the world, right? Food costs money because we don't have an infinite amount of it. And so we just say yes to some people and we say no to some other people. Healthcare is the same thing. We sometimes get rejected either because you're too risky to cover or because these resources should not be optimally allocated to you. It's like very simple.
You
Very
said
simple.
optimally allocated. No, you just mean allocated generally.
Optimally allocated. I care about optimal allocation. Anyone can allocate anything however they want. I care about what allocation has better outcomes.
And so then when that person goes into, medical debt, etc., bankruptcy, is that a good thing?
No.
Okay. Does
And
that happen in Europe?
when people don't get care,
Does that happen in
because some
Europe?
when people don't get care because some other resources were allocated to people who needed that less, that's also bad, right?
Yeah, it's not what we're talking about here.
Well,
like,
it
is
is, it
medical.
is exactly what we're talking about, because when you say yes to someone, you're giving them resources that cannot go to other people. It's called scarcity.
Hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
So-
Again, I asked, was medical debt a good thing?
Oh my
Thank
god.
you. They're amazing. I think I answered. I think I already answered, so I don't need
So it's a no then. So you think medical debt is not a good thing? Yes, correct.
all else equal, yes, it's a bad thing.
Yes, it's a bad thing. Great. So why does the US have so many people with medical bankruptcies?
Did I not explain that? No, it's like looping. It's like
No,
some
do
people.
you
I
not
guess
feel
some
like you did
people-
explain
do you
it.
not think that's a
I guess.
problem?
And I
guess
also think
there's
that
just
like
a
that needs
thing-
to be
I guess
fixed.
there's just a thing
Do you
called
not think
like
that's a problem that needs to be fixed?
I guess there's a thing called understanding trade-offs gene. It's like I just have the
Yeah.
understanding trade-offs gene and you don't, and it's like there's nothing we can do. It's like over.
No, but do you think that should be something that should be solved? Particularly like with how much the US pay for healthcare in general, like paying for ambulances, etc.
I don't think the U.S. pays.
idea?
I don't think the U.S. pays abnormally high for healthcare once you look at their income. The U.S. earns more money,
No,
so they
when-
spend more.
No, as in paying for stuff that you shouldn't, like, for example.
How do you know
for
what you should and
example,
shouldn't spend on?
Like, why should you pay for an ambulance?
Because it's a scarce resource. We cannot give it for everyone for free. Because look, let's say we have 5 ambulances, and one guy like got shot, another guy got like, I don't know. Well, catastrophic care is different. I think there are different settings there.
Oh, sure.
But like, let's say one guy, I don't know, broke his leg or something. Not something totally 100% urgent, but something really bad. And some other people, like, I don't know, got scratched or something. And we have one ambulance. Well, we got to find who to allocate that ambulance to. And a price system does that, right? When you take resources, you cost other people these resources. When we give you an ambulance for free, that means that ambulance cannot treat other people who might need it more. The way we do it is by rationing, and that's called prices. Okay, it's like a one-on-one thing. That's the reason why PlayStations are not free. Now, there are problems with the healthcare market. I'm not a free market
excellent.
healthcare guy.
Do you
I'm
not
a free
think
market
healthcare, for
guy.
example, is something
I'm not a
that's
free.
like? Do you think? Sorry.
I'm not a free market healthcare guy. I think there are market failures with
Repeat
healthcare.
that, sorry?
But you just
Okay, great. So you think it should be changed?
but it does not.
Oh my
it does
God.
not mean.
Okay, no. So expand on that. Okay, expand on that.
Oh, I think when I was
Expand on that.
talking, I was about to expand on that. But now that you told me to expand on that, I know for sure I will. Okay, thank you for interrupting me to say that. So I'm
Great.
not a free market healthcare
ahead.
guy.
Go
I think there are market failures, but none of them end up with nothing should cost anything at all, and no one should get rejected ever. These are not adult positions. These are not serious positions. This is why no country does them. No country just
said
accepts
that?
everyone's claims. You asked me why should
Yeah, I
anyone ever
didn't.
get
Did I
rejected?
say that? Like, I
You
know
did.
that.
You asked me.
health-
Wait. Did you or did you? Yes or no? Did you or did you not ask me why should anyone get
Yeah.
rejected?
Yeah, I did. Yes.
Okay, and by that, it's safe to assume you think.
No, but again,
no
you're
one
not
should
really
get rejected,
expanding
right?
on what you actually want in the US when it comes to healthcare.
I can tell you what I would change some things. So I think one reason hospitals cost a lot is because they're like really regulated away from expanding. Certificate of need laws, you can look them up. Basically, every study shows that they are just terrible for patients, right? They just make everything costlier because they cost the hospitals like any expansion, right? So certificate of need laws have to go. No one talks about that enough. Another thing is I would let people freely trade medicine. I don't know why you should be disbarred from buying medicine from abroad, or like you need excruciating approval. That seems really evil to me. I don't know if someone has some medicine and it costs cheaper in Europe. I think they should be allowed to buy it. That's another thing, and it's a consent thing. I don't think people know what's best for them. That's another thing. Insofar as healthcare goes, I would have a public option like Germany, not Switzerland, but Czechia, Israel. These countries have great healthcare systems. I would not do single payer. I would not do like government-owned hospitals or something. Yeah, we can talk about that all day.
Yeah.
But we first need to understand the adult concepts of some people. The scarcity exists. That means not everyone can get anything for free. And there are opportunity costs to everything, which are handled well by a market system.
Yeah,
of
well,
prices.
the funny thing is, you just completely agree with me anyway. So you just completely agree with me anyway. So.
Well, we can. Well, you understand that the U.S. doesn't have universal healthcare, but it's not.
Yeah.
I don't want to say it's close, but it's like there are not that many people that
I
cannot
know
get
there's
healthcare.
Medicare
somewhere.
Yeah,
I
the
know.
majority of the
Yes.
population's insured, and if you it's
And
hard.
at least,
Yes.
yeah.
There are also models
Like at
without a
least
public
in
option that I
certain
think would be
states,
probably better but harder to pass. So there's that.
yeah,
I think
isn't
single payer is pretty bad.
what's the country? Is it Switzerland that has mandated private
Yeah, Switzerland
insurance?
has
Is
it's
Switzerland,
mandated
is
to
that the
cover,
one
but
I'm
everything's
thinking of,
private.
or
Yes,
what's the
Switzerland. You think of it, Switzerland, but yeah, I think even some other things.
like I think that's fine. Like
No,
again,
I think
'cause it's,
also just like
it's money.
giving money to the people who are poor might be like a better way to handle this. Like, oh, insurance is costly. Okay, you're poor or maybe sicker, you get more money. I think that's fine as well. But yeah, so there are ways you
Yeah,
can
okay,
handle
so
this, but
ultimately then
you
you can
first
make
need
sure
to.
yeah.
Well, but it's not. Well, no. You're lucky. You got your positions because you lucked into them. I understand why I support the propositions I support because I understand the economics behind of it. You just got lucky, right? If you don't understand scarcity, if you ask me basic questions like why should people ever get rejected, that betrays an ignorance. So maybe you have the right positions, but I care about thought process. I would much prefer to talk to someone who thinks all healthcare should be nationalized or all healthcare should be privatized, but they understand why people need to get rejected sometimes from healthcare claims. I care about thought process.
And I care about thought process too, but I think a lot of the claims you make are just like descriptively wrong, like with regards to healthcare outcomes in Europe versus the US. Like I think we talked about that a bit, but it just like is the case that if you look at kind of more granular healthcare outcomes, they are better in the US. Our cancer survival rates are better. We consume more like drugs
but
per
see
capita.
The way you hyper focus on only the one that actually go with your argument as opposed to general healthcare outcomes.
No, so the reason I'm doing that is because
you always just mention cancer treatment as if that's the only way you can measure healthcare outcomes in the country.
No, that's just one where I think the U.S. is like we're like kind of clearly better in. But so the reason I'm doing that, and I feel like we've said this several times, is because if we were comparing the performance of different countries' healthcare systems, you want to try to isolate for the performance of their actual healthcare system and not just like some broader like cultural norms or like other things that affect it. So like if there's a country, like conceptually, can you imagine that like two countries have equal healthcare systems, like everything is equally as efficient, but like one country there's just like a cultural norm of like smoking, so like they on paper have worse healthcare outcomes, but if you just looked at things like cancer survival rates and things of that nature, probably they would be equal. Can you conceptually imagine that?
No, like so this is what I'm saying. I'm not saying that like the.
Can you answer that question? Like, can you conceptually imagine two equal healthcare systems?
Yeah, no. Again, I completely no, but again, I'm
okay.
not saying that
So in that world,
the reason
hold on. In that world, it would be kind of silly for someone to say, look at how you're focusing on specific things instead of like the overall healthcare outcomes. It'd be silly to do that because we're trying to isolate for precisely what the effects of the healthcare systems are. And in order to do that, you have to look at the more granular healthcare outcomes, and they would be equal in the two.
Yeah. Also, we have studies. Okay, wait. We have studies. So you know how in studies they have like the word randomized controlled trial? That means that precisely what Nanfan said, you should not just look at groups based on like other outcomes. You should basically have random assignment. That way it cannot be explained by any other variable than the thing you're treating them. And we have that with Medicare and insurance in the United States. And lo and behold, when you expand insurance in the United States and give it to people based on random assignments, so it can only be explained by the coverage, you see basically no change in health outcomes. You see basically none of it. Okay? Insurance in the United States, believe it or not, is pretty efficient. And expanding it would not change much.
Yeah, I didn't say that. So yeah, but like literally all I said was in the original thing was that the US has worse healthcare outcomes overall, and if that's mainly contributed by obesity and as you said, like unsafe streets, etc. That's fine. That doesn't change the fact of the reality that the US has worse healthcare outcomes than most of Western Europe. Like it's just a fact.
Okay, but like what's
but
so
it
first
doesn't
of all,
tell you about the policy.
Yeah, exactly. First of all, like you criticized several times when I brought up the more granular like healthcare outcomes by like just the like effect of the treatment themselves.
But
like you criticized that, right? Like you were saying you have to appeal to these things to like support your argument. And second of all, you can repeat that like overall we have worse healthcare outcomes. I just don't know what's the inference from that. Like what's the like so what?
Well, that's what we were talking about. So
if you want to do a nationalism thing, I'm not even sure that would fly. I care about countries' institutions, or I guess Europe is not a country, but I care about a place's institutions and that means I only care about the effects of their policies. So even if we're just talking about the nationalist thing, I think all that matters is the outcome of your policies. Now, if a country has a culture where they smoke more, but they have a worse healthcare system, but it nets out that they have better outcomes, I don't think that means we should adopt their institutions.
Yeah.
Well, then couldn't you use this for the whole Second Amendment debate? Like, isn't that a culture issue?
I'm not a gun guy. I'm not.
No. But what I mean is like that. Isn't some people would argue that it's a gun culture issue? Like others would say you need stuff like red flag laws, etc., whatever. But then couldn't you just say that America's gun culture is like specifically around like the culture of the U.S. and guns, as opposed to policies, etc.
I think it'd be an empirical question as to what like percentage of gun deaths are just due to like culture issues as opposed to like just explained by the presence of more guns, right? I think that'd just be an empirical question.
How would you like determine that?
You would try to look at, there's a variety of research methods you could use, but you would try to get some natural experiment where there's some like random variation in the amount of guns, or some random variation in like the cultural attitudes of people.
Policy that was sudden, or some policy that was suddenly adopted or something. But yeah, we have research on this. I'll tell you, from my impression on the research on gun control, it's mostly like 5 researchers going back and forth, and none of the studies are particularly great. So I just don't have a strong opinion on guns. But it's just, yeah, basically.
But it seems like we do have like good, like better evidence here. Where it's like, we have like Sample Text mentioned certain states have like randomly expanded Medicaid. We have like seniors who like randomly dropped out from like the Medicare that they were on and went on to Medicare Advantage, which is like a private alternative, or like privately administered alternative, and like we don't see any difference in healthcare outcomes there. So
yeah,
just
it just seems like when you rent, like when if I wanted to know the effect of let's say seatbelts on mortality, the best way to do it is to just have cars, and people randomly get assigned cars, and randomly, in these cars there are seatbelts or not, and see their effect. Obviously, that would be unethical, and then we randomly see which group dies more. Right? We shouldn't let people naturally choose the seatbelts. Let's say some people are afraid of the color red, so when they see a seatbelt, they're like, oh, it's like has the red button. Or maybe some people are just naturally riskier. They make worse decisions, so they don't want to use the seatbelt, and they'll die more. That will give us a warped picture. We should just let people. We should choose for them randomly and see the effects. And when you do that with insurance, you see that it doesn't affect much. And it's not because insurance doesn't matter. It's because the U.S. already does it near optimally. I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree that like the particular insurance isn't the main reason for healthcare. You kind of seem to keep like trying to justify why the US has worse healthcare outcomes, as opposed to just accepting it.
No, I agree. Okay, if you just look at across countries, they have worse. Same way that you just agree the Europors are poor, right? You agree that's
we're not poor. No, Europe is. Europe is not poor. No,
of course you are. So if you're going to deny this basic fact, I'm going to deny.
It's not. No, it's not. No, Europe.
Okay,
is not poor.
Under what measure are they richer?
No, I didn't say they're richer. It doesn't mean they're. You know what poor means, correct?
Poor means they have less.
No, he just said poor in general. Like Europe.
I'm pretty sure he said poorer.
I'm talking about income. When I say poor, I don't mean they're like more, poor as like, oh, poor little baby. When I say poor little baby, I don't mean like baby with no income. Okay, but when I say a country is poor than another country, I mean they're median or average or whatever income measure is lower.
You didn't say poor compared to another country. You just said poor generally.
Poorer.
No, you said poor just generally.
I said poorer. I said Europors are poorer.
No, you said poor.
Europors are poorer.
No, you just said poor.
Okay, well, we'll just agree. Okay, let's say
absolutely, I agree.
Let's say I said that. Let's now say I changed my mind.
Yeah, no, I agree. I never deny that. So again.
Okay, great.
Yeah, again, like it's a very different cultural mindset. Like in terms of the US and Europe, like. Money isn't as big a thing over here because again we don't really care about like fucking making billions and millions of dollars, etc. It's not really. We'd rather have a better family life balance, etc. Than I don't know, making millions and billions of dollars, etc. Which is fine. You can do that if you want. You do whatever you want. I don't mind. You can make as much money as you want. It's just a values thing, I think.
Yeah, right. Which is why you have way higher unemployment as well.
Because what?
Way more.
You have way higher unemployment
Because
less like R&D intensity.
because less R&D and women work less.
and
I think it's great that women work. I think women should not be unemployed.
yeah, they can also take care of kids, etc.
Yeah, women in the United States can do that too. We allow that. We allow that. That's illegal in the United States, believe it or not.
Yeah, of course it's legal. Yeah, I'm just
Yep.
saying it's not necessarily a bad thing that a woman is unemployed.
I didn't say. Well, I think unemployment overall is bad. I think I would rather less
Well, it
unemployment.
depends on what level. Like, because obviously the whole point is you want to have a certain level of unemployment, so there's growth and job opportunities there, as opposed to zero.
Yeah,
Well,
you
that's
want
frictional,
like
but why
creative
would I
destruction
expect
and you want mobility, but like Europe doesn't have
Yeah, but-
the unemployment because they
Not
have
only
high
does
labor
Europe not
mobility.
have
I think
that-
they have lower labor mobility. So
Yeah, but why should I expect like frictional unemployment to be higher in Ireland?
yeah,
Like Ireland's unemployment is 5%. The US is lower than that. Seems like
I don't know. What's the most recent one?
for what
Yeah.
unemployment in the U.S. I think it's at 4.1% right now.
Yeah.
yeah, and I don't like cross country comparisons, but I'm just saying it's not informative. Like it just shouldn't tell you. I want to say basically anything. It's just like a very bad heuristic. What you should look at is the effects of specific policies, and the policies that the U.S. has are on average way better, way better.
Like what, for example?
I told you.
You didn't.
Okay, well, I think labor markets are less rigid. They have more friction in the United States. I think that's great. It's easier to fire and hire.
Why
That's
is
what
that a
people.
good thing?
Well, because otherwise you just create more unemployment.
No,
I think it also
unemployment
affects
pretty bad.
growth.
Why should
Because it affects
for
like companies'
example-
new investment
It
and
also
companies'
affects
ability to
growth.
enter the market.
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
and
Well,
And that's
I
bad.
think growth matters. I know. Yeah, Europeans explaining growth to Europors, it's a task.
no, it's basically about like prioritizing the worker over what a company can do in terms of.
Okay,
I
but
don't
growth
think-
doesn't
I
only
don't
help
think
companies,
making the
right? It also
worker
helps other workers.
I don't think making the worker unemployed benefits them. But call me a radical.
Yeah, I'm talking about in terms of what their actual
Yeah.
like their statutory ways of if
Here.
they can be fired, etc.
Let's say this. You're someone I'm willing to hire. I'm your boss. Okay.
Mm.
You want to say I'll work for you for like $100 an hour or something, and now the government tells me it's way harder to fire this guy now. Well, I'm gonna say, I'm not gonna hire him now, and now all the government did is not protect you. They made you unemployed. Why would I want that? Yeah, put aside the boss. I don't give a fuck about the boss, right?
No,
Well, I
but
do,
so
but
for
you don't.
example, like, so you're going to say for example, if federally it was changed that you need to give, I don't know, a
I
certain
think
amount
there's
of
evidence that the policies you support and the labor policies in Europe cause more unemployment. Whether it's government policies of more rigid labor markets or higher unionization.
Yeah. So again, why do you care more about the balance
You just
sheet of
explained you
a
didn't.
corporation?
Did I appeal once to the profitability of companies, or did I
Actually,
literally
that's
appeal to
not, that's
unemployment?
what non-fun was talking about.
Well, I thought my name is Sam.
No.
Yeah.
My bad. I didn't know my name was not funny.
And
My
that's
bad,
also
my bad.
not. I explicitly said too in the context of like
course, of course.
family leave and all that stuff that I only care about like firm profitability because it has other effects than just firm profitability. If it was just like all
Yeah,
else
but
equal,
let's
firm
say I
profitability goes
didn't.
down. I don't care that much, but like it affects other workers.
Yeah,
I'm appealing to the people
I
you
care
care
about
about.
business interests as well. I care about the thing I care most about is not consumers. It's not workers or employers. I care about consumers.
yeah.
The most. I'll tell you. I'll be honest. But either way, let's put that aside. My position. Let's just say I care about the employees only. Okay. Why would a policy that causes more unemployment? Should we not acknowledge that these people who are now unemployed, we harmed them, and probably
No,
I'll
because
tell
you
you.
can
I'll
get
tell you
another
also.
job.
I'll tell you also.
You can get another
the-
job.
the-
Like they're
what-
not they're not long term
I thought you literally can't get another job, right? I thought
Why?
we had
Why?
that.
Why can't you get another job?
No, that's what you told
You
me when I
said, yeah,
said
you
people
said
could
earlier
just
you
have
can't
another
choose
job.
where to work. You said,
What? When did I say
in
this?
the context of
Wait,
family
wait,
leave, when we were talking about how people are gonna like try to select for firms that match their
Yeah.
preferences on like
That's right.
pay time off, you said no, they can't do that.
No,
Yes.
that's not what I was saying. I was saying that because there's no legal framework, they're kind of forced to choose. Like they could get another
Well,
job,
you
but
can
if
tell
there's no
your
legal
employer-
framework for like a standard is what I meant, then
Yeah,
they're
you
kind
can-
of like in a rock and a hard place.
Well, but we know that's false because pretty much almost all women have some paid maternal leave.
Yes,
right?
some.
But either way,
Yes, that wasn't the argument. It wasn't whether they have
Yeah.
some.
yeah.
It wasn't
Okay.
about some. It was whether they should have more.
Okay, and I think okay. Well, let's
Well, it's
not
about whether you
rehash
should
that. I
mandate.
think everyone knows. Wait, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and
Yeah, okay. Wait, I think we
Fine.
already hashed that. Let's not rehash it. I'm just explaining to you the way it works. You cause more unemployment on the margin by passing more rigid labor markets, right? If I just say now you should never fire someone,
Yeah, but
right?
that's
I know that's not what
I'm
you're
talking
proposing.
about.
I know. Oh my. I know that's not what you're proposing. I know. I'm saying I'm just giving you an example to demonstrate the principle. If I said no one can ever be fired, obviously we're going to hire way less people, more unemployment. Okay? I know that's not what you're proposing, but a similar effect happens. Obviously, it would be less unemployment that gets created.
In
but
the
there will be
US, I don't
some.
believe it is.
I think creating.
That's unpaid,
I think
yeah.
when you the harm you do to
It
someone
might be
by
in
making
some.
them
It might be in
unemployed
certain
is
states, like
far
California,
greater
probably
than the benefit
mandates
you give them
some amount of
by
paid
making it
maternity leave.
slightly
But
less
in the
hard-
US overall,
slightly
it's not.
harder to fire them. I think, the
But
reason
again,
why we wanna-
wouldn't that be also down to the preference of the person?
Yes. So don't. Yes. That's how it works in the United States.
Yeah, but that's what I mean in terms of like some people would actually prefer that they'd have notice so that they could,
Yeah.
you know,
And you can
if they move,
hash it
if
out
they
with your
move
employer.
somewhere, etc., you know, etc.
Oh my God, he lucked into my position. Exactly right. And
Yeah.
so people can go to their employer and say, I want to have in my contract that I get noticed before I get fired.
And what if
And
they say
people
no?
who don't really care about that,
What if they say no?
well, you find another job, right?
Yeah, that's kind of my point. That doesn't seem like a very efficient system. It seems like you're having to go from job to job, and you're just getting
Well,
handed like really
but
shitty
the reason,
outcomes, and you
crucially,
have to pick the
if they
least
say-
worst as opposed
if
to
Seems to be
they
an
having.
easy
say,
way
if
to
they
meet on
say no,
TikTok.
they lose on profit.
When I'm
Firms
streaming.
care about profit. They care about paying you less and getting more in profit. And so if they say no to you while you would have still made them money, then they lose out on a worker that would make them money.
Yeah, because the worker said no. I'd rather actually have more notice. You know, have more like autonomy around.
Yes, the firm
being
gets harmed
fired
as well
quickly.
when the firm gets harmed as well. But you should acknowledge your policy creates more unemployment. Like that's, by the way, this is not disputed. Like the empirical literature is very clear. But like I want an
Yeah,
acknowledgement
but it's
of
not
it.
like again. I said unemployment in itself isn't necessarily a bad thing, especially if it's like still fairly low. 4 or
Would
5%.
you like to be unemployed?
I've been unemployed plenty of times.
Okay,
Well,
how about
I
right
don't
now?
know, Sample. All else equal.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, no, I mean, come on. There is a reason why we think unemployment should be avoided. Like we tell our central banks to avoid it.
Oh yeah,
Obviously-
for sure, it should be avoided. Yeah, absolutely. But again, I think actually having like
Well,
as
you don't
anything,
think that.
it's a trade. No, like anything, it's a trade off. And I think
Oh, really?
like actually not upending someone's life so quickly. You know, just you know, is again, it can be a better thing as well. I think that's fine.
Also, in the United States, people have natural contracts where they.
This is
I actually
true,
don't know
Catrix.
the notice
So many
laws in the United
non-wage
States or something.
benefits
But
at my job that I
in
don't
states
get.
where it's like you don't they don't have laws about firing and
Catrix
hiring
is
and
a-
rigidity. There are a lot of people who
I
have
don't know
it
if
in
he has
their
a
contract
degree or
as well. It's
anything,
not
but
like
he's
some
like an econ
far-fetched thing,
guy.
right?
Yeah,
But-
for sure. And then other people then just get
Hold on,
fired
quick time
the way.
event.
And so
in
I
the
just
places.
think, a policy that creates more unemployment, which is the people it harms, but the people it benefits is like, it protects them somewhat. I think the harm done to the people who are now unemployed when they don't want to be, right? Because otherwise these people would have a job. That means they want to get employed, right? That's kind of in the definition of unemployment, by the way. But either way, these people, right? Actually, I had another idea. Okay, whatever. But these people want to have a job, and now they're unemployed. That's a lot of income they don't have now. That's, I think, far worse than the people who have some more security now and somehow didn't get fired, or still got hired. Right? I think just
Yeah, well, that's your view on it, absolutely.
and I think that it's pretty intuitive. I think most people would intuit it.
Oh no, most Americans would believe that. This is again the kind of schism between the U.S. thinking and European thinking.
Well, I think the average person, if you just ask them about the policy,
I could, bro. I think I made like $6
but that's
on
because most
TikTok
people are
so
kind
far.
of economically illiterate, or they cannot
Not this
think of
stream,
trade-offs.
just from everything overall.
Yeah, but again, like if you put it to
Like
a
most
vote
people
about-
in the United States support price controls, right?
yes, do they have studies for that or surveys?
Yes, there was a recent poll.
Yeah. Well, see, yeah, that's obviously an issue because, like, in terms of they just assume that, oh, great, it means prices won't go up, but obviously they don't understand, what it would actually mean if you were actually controlling prices.
Yeah, but if I ask people what's better, having a lesser chance of being suddenly fired or being unemployed, right? Obviously, we're talking about different groups here. The group that gets more protection is not the group that now is unemployed, but still, they both equally matter. If I ask someone what's better, like causing a person
Just
to be unemployed, but
To be clear,
it
guys,
means another person has a lesser chance of being
recognize
fired. I think most
each
people will be like,
individual
no, you should-
employee is not
no,
going
that's
to
bad. You harmed the guy.
literally
way more
make a
than
contract with their
specific study that
employer
shows,
matching their exact preferences.
I'm on my
But
phone,
I think
but I can link you
employers
on the images
overall
stuff later, yeah.
Yeah,
have
just
some
that's your-
incentive to match
specifically
sort of the
what's my
median or
what?
average preferences of
Okay, I
employees.
saw your account.
Yeah, but
I'll
I can't.
continue.
The same way, like,
No, but specifically that
it's not like literally the case that Monster Energy is like making a contract with me every time I buy their goods to like meet my preferences or whatever, but they engage in market research. They try to figure out what people want, right? Things of that nature.
It was supposed to be a 1v1, turned into a 2v1, which I apologize.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay. Non-fun. Are you just going to stream and talk to people, or are you going to try to join other people's lives? Also,
I
think
might
you
join
should
other
not.
fields too, but
I think when you say when your stream shows like you fell for fake graphs, you should show the corrected graphs and then maybe like a debunked sticker
that's a
on the
good
fake
point.
ones.
Yeah.
On the
Because
fake ones.
what are the graphs, by the
Mhm.
way? I can't see them. They're kind of too
Yeah,
small.
that's
Well,
yeah,
another
they're
thing.
kind of.
Yes.
I don't know.
What are
I
they?
made it hastily. I made it like literally 10 minutes before I went live. But yeah,
Okay. I think you should like have. Oh, okay. So one of them is the famous productivity pay gap,
Yeah.
supposed pay gap. Right. There's this institute funded by unions called the Economic Policy Institute. They one day woke up and decided let's widely mislead everyone for the next decade, and they created a graph that supposedly shows that the U.S. has gone way more productive since the 70s, but pay has stagnated. And there are so
Yeah, I
many
think I've
issues
seen
with
that.
this graph. There are a ton of issues with this graph. Every person who's into politics has seen this graph at least once. It gets cited in every video that talks about Reagan ever. Okay, but this graph is like kind of completely bullshit. Once you do the correct adjustments, you see that they continued on track almost perfectly.
What, the
Yeah.
wages, you mean, continued on track
On track
Yeah.
on productivity, yep.
with productivity?
Yep. Once you compare like
that-
with like, yeah.
Yeah. What's the second one?
I think it's like
that's the
the
top
marginal
federal
tax rate?
tax bracket. Yeah.
I can tell the graphs by
Oh, as
looking
in like,
at them.
yeah. Is that to do with the 1950s tax?
Yeah.
That's another talking point. Yeah, people say, "Oh, we had a 93% tax rate on
Yeah.
the rich." They don't realize it's a marginal rate. And actually, if you look at effective
Exactly.
rates,
So it's no, it wasn't exactly. It wasn't an effective rate on.
the effective
exactly.
rates were like basically the same, and you can include other things.
Yeah, what, like
The US
40?
has become more
What is it?
predictable over
What is
time.
it? 30, 40? I can't really remember. Whatever it is.
Yeah.
The highest estimates
Um,
placed the top effective rate at like 45%, and those are the highest estimates that probably are not
45.
very fair.
Yeah. No, and there are other fake graphs or something, but the biggest one is the EPI productivity pay gap. I've had probably more than 50 conversations about it with people over the years. It's everywhere. I've had people who are now committed communist Marxists tell me that's what radicalized them. So, and it's a fake graph, and so it's like really bad. I think it has done a lot of damage to people's economic epistemology. But I'm gonna go now for real. Have fun. Good talking. Sorry for the heated moments. Okay, bye.
Okay, see ya. Thanks.
Isn't that a real? Well, I don't know if he used it, but isn't that kind of a Bernie graph that won the productivity? Or am I thinking of someone else?
What the
Bernie used that graph.
pay versus productivity thing?
The productivity one. Yeah, the productivity one.
I mean, both are kind of Bernie graphs, but yeah, Bernie. I don't know if Bernie's literally like tweeted the graph before, but Bernie uses the rhetoric all the time. It is like, unfortunately, just like it's a thing that like both kind of, or like anyone anti-establishment will use. So a lot of times it is like lefty Bernie bro socialist people that use it, but you also do see like libertarians use it, and they're like, we got off the gold standard, and this is what happened, even though it's not. Yeah, like I said, it's a fake graph. So
yeah, I think it'd be good if, like, I wonder, is there a graph that's more accurate then that you could put beside? Because that'd be because then, you know,
not very
you could
easily
kind of,
right now,
like,
but yeah, there are
actually show people.
better.
Let's see. Like, I don't know, for the US, isn't it?
Yeah, if you look up AEI, there's an
The first
AEI
one?
paper on it, American Enterprise Institute. If you look up AEI wages productivity, you should be able to find the paper. And they have a paper. It's a couple pages long that goes over yeah, it's like
Is
12
this
pages
from
long.
the one you have is from the EPI, isn't it?
Yeah.
The one you have is from the EPI, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So no, I found that one. I was just wondering. So
Yeah,
you-
EPI
Bureau of
funded by
Labor
Big
Statistics.
Union. It's horrible.
And what we're saying exactly is wrong with the graph or study, whatever.
Yeah, there's a lot of things. So initially it used two different deflators. So it was deflating productivity with GDP deflator, and it was deflating wages with CPI, which are like, you know, it's deflating productivity with the lowest measure of inflation and wages with the highest measure of inflation. Secondly, also initially, I think they have an updated version that addresses this one as well. It was only looking at wages and not all compensation. So there's a lot of non-wage compensation nowadays, like health insurance and like 401k contributions, things of that nature that aren't included
Yeah, so it doesn't
oftentimes.
take-
And then the biggest one, though, there's a few other ones. There's a few other ones, but the biggest one is that it's comparing all productivity compared to a subset of workers' wages. If you look at it, it'll say it's comparing the productivity of everyone, like total factor productivity, compared to production and non-supervisory employees, which is not fair to compare the productivity of everyone to the wages of only a subset of people, because you wouldn't expect the wages of everyone to go up exactly with the productivity of you wouldn't expect the wages of a subset of people to go up with the productivity of everyone, because there are differences in productivity between you know, segments of the population. So
Let's see.
at best it just shows wage inequality, even though it's overly high measure of wage inequality as well. But
Yeah, there's an interesting one here. This is just a New York Times piece, but it shows two graphs. And one is much more closer. So it's like American Enterprise Institute chart showing pay keeping up with productivity. So it says real hourly compensation of employees in non-farm businesses and real net productivity. So that's an example where it was basically kept up with it. Obviously, that's only one sector.
what do you mean that's only one
Yeah,
sector?
it'd
It
be
said all
interesting to get
it said all
more.
non-farm, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, economists just hate farmers. Most measures are like non-farm, just because farming is very like cyclical, and it's only like 3% of employment anyways. So it's better just to
Yeah.
not have farming in a lot of the measures we use. Like employment is usually all like non-farm payrolls. Yeah.
Okay.
It's also probably very.
Yeah, like,
I can't imagine
I'm
as
trying
much
to-
productivity growth in agriculture nowadays, but maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. And the second one you said was what was the second graph again?
It's a top federal effective, or sorry, marginal tax bracket. if you just look up like top
Oh yeah,
federal tax bracket by year, it'll probably come up. Like I said, I made it in like 10 minutes before we started. That's why it took me a second to get the live set up. Yeah. Other people can come up. I don't think there's how many people watching a TikTok. I think there's 5 people. But other people can come up. By the way,
Are you friends with Renault?
Yeah, I know Renault. We're buddies.
You do? Oh, okay, yeah, no, I watch him. He's pretty good.
That's
Good
true.
dude.
That's true.
Yeah, I'm trying to...
Farms are very
Well,
government
what's
subsidized too in the US. It's true.
What's the years of that one?
I don't know exactly. It's
What's
going to be
the,
like the
the years from that one?
1950s. I can look at it in a
Yeah.
second. It's somewhere around the 1950s until
2000s.
basically modern day. I just typed in top federal tax rates by year, and for me, it's the second result on Google. It's this Forbes marginal tax bracket list. It goes from 1913
Statista, isn't it, or
until
something?
2020.
Yeah, I found it. Yeah, it doesn't really. Well, it does. Doesn't it not say marginal tax on that actual graph?
Yeah, so this one, like, it's like technically true in a way. Like, I don't think the EPI chart is. Like, I think the EPI chart is just like straight up like a lie. This chart is like, technically this is a accurate chart of the top marginal tax bracket, but people use it all the time.
Yeah.
And I've had many conversations where this has happened. There's many examples of politicians using this rhetoric. There's many examples of people, talking heads, commentators using it. They use it as some justification for like raising taxes back to that level, or they use it to say like we used to tax rich people a ton. Basically, they treat it as if it was an effective tax rate when it was only the top marginal tax rate, and it also didn't raise that much.
Yeah,
revenue.
I've heard some people saying that, like saying stuff like, do you not know that there was like 90% tax? And it's like, no, that's not. It's I have heard people that do couch it and say that, well, even the marginal tax rate was that, but people who don't qualify, that's very misleading if they don't qualify that it's not.
Yeah.
Your
There's
average
even,
tax
I
rate,
mean,
it's
knowing so about you might even, no offense, fall into some of this category, but there's like a line on it, or like one of the little boxes says Ronald Reagan gets elected, and it has it shows it going down afterwards, and that's another like very common like talking point that people use. It's just, oh, Ronald Reagan got elected and everything went horrible. He made everything so bad for the workers and gave evil corporations a bajillion trillion unlimited money. So yeah, I think it's in that sense misleading, but it's not outright fake in the way the EPI chart I think basically is.
Yeah, well, usually when people bring up Reagan, they more talk about like neoliberalist policies as opposed to, like, I don't think he did anything.
Well, they say that
that's,
like I think that is
specifically
fairly
targeted.
characterized as like a neoliberal policy. It's like tax cuts for the
Yeah.
evil wealthy. I'm a neoliberal,
well, it's
by the way.
more like
I mean,
kind of
I call
the
myself a
whole,
neoliberal. Like,
Yeah.
yuck.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's more to do with like financial markets and like, decreasing regulation, etc. Like, I assume, do like trickle down economics. Do you think that's a good policy?
I don't know what that. I don't think trickle down economics is a policy. I don't know what that means. I think it's just a word that people use to refer to like basically like any policy that they think might be distributionally negative, and it doesn't actually have much meaning beyond that.
Yeah, it's mainly like a broader idea that, if you deregulate the market, etc., and you give, maybe tax cuts to billionaires, etc., that somehow, it's going to trickle down. That wealth is going to trickle down to your average person. Well, that's what it's meant to mean, but
Yeah, Yeah, I just don't take that.
think it really
It's just like not
exists
very,
further.
I don't know, like that coherent to me. Very few people will define themselves by actually calling themselves a trickle down economics person. Like I said, I think it's just used for the label policies that are like potentially distributionally negative in a derogatory way. But I think like on more like granular or like in principle, I wouldn't call it trickle down or whatever. I just think that like certain things can have net good effects. And even if you're like removing taxes on the wealthy, the reason that those or some of those policies can have like net good effects is because it does change incentives in such a way that benefits at the end of the day everyone or like the country collectively, including workers as well. I think like do you understand that in principle the corporate tax rate can have like some incidence on workers?
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely, yeah. Because we've in Ireland we've a fairly low corporate tax rate.
Yeah.
We've always had it like what 12%. Now we have the isn't the what was the thing that they decided like a minimum of 15% or whatever.
Yeah. I don't know if that ever
But yeah, absolutely.
got through, but yeah, I know some of the Irish
Yeah.
like loopholes are close or whatever. But like so I think people like often just like are like, you know, cutting corporate tax rates is triggered on economics, and they think that the claim is something like if we like just give corporations tax breaks, the mechanism by which it like helps workers or something, it's just like the companies are going to be extremely generous and give people raises or whatever. I don't think that's ever been the claim people make. I think it's that like the corporate tax rate affects like corporate investment, and on net, corporate investment is oftentimes like good for workers overall. And there's some like capital flight is maybe not the best term, but when capital is mobile, it will be relatively responsive to like corporate tax rates, and that will have effects on workers as well if capital is able to move once corporate tax rates go up or down.
Yeah, absolutely. It's gonna if the corporation tax is quite high, it is gonna have an impact on investment, etc. And that's why obviously you go to countries that have a lower corporate tax rate or whatever. Um, do you mainly like? I haven't actually seen any of your lives. Have you debated any leftists or anything?
Yeah, I debated a fair amount of leftist socialist people.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting though, because like I think have I seen Reynolds debating leftists? I don't know. They're very funny leftists because they're so like they're basically pissed off that everyone isn't a leftist, and that's like their only argument. And I don't know. They're quite like pedantic and childish. When it comes down to it.
True. Yeah, I think, you know, I don't talk that much about the kind of what I think Renil probably talks more about, the sort of like, you know, electability of certain leftists and stuff of that nature. But I do like talking to people about like policy stuff.
Yeah, but you know, leftists want to. The thing I always say to leftists is just like, when's the revolution coming, guys? And they always get pretty pissed off.
Well, it's inevitable
'cause, like,
from the contradictions of capitalism. It follows that
yes, exactly.
eventually class conflict.
But they don't
will-
realize, they don't realize that, you know, it's going to actually have to take them, you know, arming themselves, actually. And oh, by the way, they think community organizing is the same as organizing for a revolution. They literally, you know, say, well, I'm working in my community. It's like, that's not revolution organizing. Sorry, honey. That's like a completely different thing. So they think like magically the community is going to take over, just by their friendship and, you know, their good vibes, as opposed to a violent revolution, etc. So they're these are not the people that are going to stage a violent revolution. These terminal online leftists. It's quite funny.
Well, speaking of terminal online leftists, I'm gonna go try to talk to some of them because I have to go to work relatively soon. So I want to
Cool.
talk to you. But we can
Any
talk
in
again
here?
later. Thanks for coming
cool.
on. I might start
No problem.
my own
Thanks for
stream
having
again.
Come on up,
So-
leftists. Come on, guys. Don't be scared. Start the
See you later.
revolution. See you, man.
Oh, fucking money. Let's go. 18. It's 7 cents. Let's fucking go. I didn't know it did that. Oh my god, I'm thinking about going to work. What am I doing? I made 7 cents. Oh my god. Estimated this week 1 cent. Hell yeah. I have more diamonds than 89% of live creators with a similar following. That's all I think due to LLM degrader. Let's go. Jesus. Okay, guys.
Made specifically
Round
to
2, guys.
exclude people. And I have to harken back. I know that we don't like
See if you're gonna
personal experiences.
accept me, do you think?
But when
Also,
I
these
was
quotes,
young,
I think,
I had to take a
Ding
lot of IQ
is based
tests
incorrect
for
and truth
whatever
built.
reason. I don't really know why. Like through elementary school, through middle school, through high school, even into like my freshman year of college, I had to take all these IQ tests. And
IQ test.
the last IQ test I took had IQ tests are a lot of it is about sequencing.
It's just pattern recognition.
Yeah, like pattern recognition. And one of the questions that they had centered around golf and the scoring system around golf. So if someone hits their ball from the tee box and it lands here, and they, get a hole in one or something to that measure.
Okay, let's see.
What I was talking about.
Have I talked to this girl before? I have, right? 7 viewers are requesting. Oh my god.
Moid.
Guys, see this cool ass game I'm playing? John Gleep. This game's fucking awesome.
Oh, come up. Zion, can you come up real quick?
Oh, Lefties were talking to me.
Are you able to? Hi.
Hey, what's up?
Hey. Do you wanna? Can everybody follow Zion, please?
Chat in the
And
chat.
I'll let you announce.
Oh yeah.
Let me up
yeah,
too.
yeah, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to say
I lost.
I plan on in a bit hosting a fundraising live at like
Listening.
I had the wrong button.
As well, everybody, please follow Zion and please boost their live and donate if you can and
Guys, can we get some TikTok roses in here? Can we get some YouTube jewels?
Thank you. I'm gonna drop down because I have to set up the live and everything. But thank you.
Okay, sorry, thanks
Actually,
for
let
letting
me
me
follow
steal you
this
for a second.
Of
Bye.
course, thank you.
This person before, but I can't remember.
What's up?
Hi, can I have your age?
I'm 21.
Okay, do you have an argument?
I mean, yes. I think have been up here before, but my exact criticism is going to be dependent on the exact model. But generally, I think we have reasons for believing that private ownership and markets align incentives in such a way that it leads to overall positive outcomes for people. But I guess I'd be curious what your exact model of communism is. Are we talking worker co-ops or sovereign wealth fund or?
Do you support capitalism?
Yeah.
So give me your argument for capitalism. Oh.
Yeah, okay. So I think I kind of just did. But once again, I think generally we have reasons for believing in empirical evidence that supports that private ownership and markets align incentives in such a way that people and firms behave in ways that promote general flourishing of humans that lead to good outcomes in terms of quality of life. But I think I'm also interested in your exact model of
we haven't seen that private ownership has provided a better quality of life though.
Yeah, okay. So it seems like there are natural experiments that we can observe that
now
it has
I
happened.
remember.
So
Now I remember.
yeah,
That was a really silly argument.
what was silly about it?
Can you show me that private ownership provides a better outcome for?
Yeah, I think there are. So there were that example of the study from Japanese islands that I know for some reason you think is a really silly argument you don't like. But there's also studies that look at that was what?
It was wrong.
What was wrong?
The thing that you brought up was not like comparable. They didn't abolish private property.
Okay. I never claimed they did. Think about how unfair it would be, right? If you want to know the effects of private property or of like they were looking at essentially the protection of like property rights. It's not, you don't really want to compare just countries that like have property rights to those that like don't or whatever, because that's not a very like clean comparison. There's going to be a lot of different factors that differ between capitalist and socialist countries generally, right? Like you don't think it's fair for me to say something like capitalism is better because like the quality of life in like Cuba is lower than America, right?
Quality of life in Cuba. I mean, I could argue for Cuba all day against the U.S. You're right that it's not comparable, right? I could still argue for it and make my point. Cuba is better than the United States. Better
in terms
healthcare
of
system.
quality of life.
Yeah, they have a
I
higher
don't think
life
that's
expectancy.
well established. Yeah, but life expectancy is not the only thing that, or it's not going to be.
Can I speak? Or are you gonna
Sure.
like
Go ahead.
be annoying? Okay, higher life expectancy. They subsidize their food, first of all, free education, and they have a higher home ownership rate. So even despite like the illegal sanctions and embargoes that are imposed on them by the United States, even though the United States is starving them out and trying to literally fucking genocide them, they still beat us at these like particular metrics. So like, how is it that like, while they are under the boot of US imperialism, they're still beating us when it comes to education, healthcare, and housing?
Well, I'm not sure. So when it comes to healthcare, I don't think they beat us overall in healthcare. They have a higher life expectancy, but probably not due to things that are the result of the healthcare system itself. I mean, the one thing that arguably is the result of the healthcare system is there is some evidence that that women are much more likely to get abortions in Cuba if their baby is expected to have like birth defects, and that is part of the reason, or some like long-term disease. That is part of the reason.
Do you have
because part of the
actual thing? Is that an actual thing, or are you making that up?
That is an actual. I would have to dig through my notes to find the source.
So your argument is that there's a higher life expectancy in Cuba because they have more access to abortion?
Well, because probably what's happening is that women are pressured into abortions, and they're like. They're late-term abortions. Okay, I'm muted. Okay,
W Dave Legend Raiders, we appreciate you guys. Thank you for coming in. Okay, so we can add that to the metric where Cuba is beating the United States. So they have more access to abortion. They have more rights when it comes to abortion. Go ahead.
Yeah. So what I mean by this is, it is likely the case that women in Cuba are not just like freely choosing abortion, but are oftentimes pressured into abortions because their baby is likely to have.
This is a different argument, and it doesn't do anything for your point, like at all. Like people getting abortions doesn't increase life expect. Well, I mean, I guess technically it could.
It does. It does if they're selecting for abortion or for babies that likely wouldn't live to a normal length, right?
Well, I mean, like people do that
as
in the
in
US too,
if you have.
But people get abortions for that in the U.S. also, right?
Yeah, but I don't think they're pressured into it in the same way it seems like they probably are in Cuba.
Why does Cuba have a higher life expectancy than the United States?
Yeah, so I think that's one reason. But I think the other reasons are probably not because Cuba just has a better healthcare system. I think it's probably things like their diet is probably better. They probably get in less car crashes, things of that nature.
Maybe. But it does have to do with the healthcare system though. Absolutely. Like if you have like, more access to healthcare, and also like preventative healthcare, which like many millions of people in the United States do not have healthcare access at all. Like literally not at all. Like their
That's
entire
not-
healthcare desert. That is true.
There are a couple million uninsured people in the U.S., but uninsured people still have access to health care. They just have to pay more for it.
Millions.
And
If you can't afford healthcare insurance, how are you just going to pay out of pocket for healthcare?
so I
actually
wouldn't say they don't have access. So a
By the
lot of the
way,
people, I would have to
first
look
of all,
up.
by the way, I don't have health insurance. Like I'm one of those people.
Sure.
Right?
So there are things like, for
I
example,
can't go to the doctor.
yeah. So there are things like, for example, emergency care that is, like subsidized, like Medicare pays on the back end for hospitals to treat uninsured patients. So
I said preventative care. You're trying to
you
pivot.
you appeal to access to healthcare in general. Okay, I don't think it's fair to say that millions of Americans don't have like any access to healthcare. They do have a decent amount of access to healthcare, even uninsured individuals.
To move
But
off topic. No, you're actually insufferable. Don't speak while I speak.
okay.
I said specifically in Cuba that they have more access to healthcare. And then right after that, I said because of preventative care. Hi, Dede.
Okay, I still think it's unfair to say that millions of Americans don't have access to healthcare. I think that's a overly broad statement at the very least. But I also think that we can just appeal to number one, the fact that we have evidence from relatively randomized experiment.
Over 120 million Americans live in healthcare deserts, with rural counties and certain urban areas facing the most severe access gaps.
Okay, that is not very meaningful, but regardless. So I think we could also appeal to.
It's not meaningful that 120 million Americans live in healthcare deserts.
Yeah, so I don't know what it is. First of all, I doubt that the healthcare desert is a very meaningful standard, but at the very least, it is. I don't think it's fair to say millions of Americans don't have access to health insurance, and the metric for that is merely living.
As of 2025, roughly 81% of U.S. counties are considered healthcare deserts in at least one category, affecting over 120 million people, or about a third of the U.S. population. Nearly 60% of these counties experience multiple types of healthcare shortages, compounding the challenges for residents.
Yeah, okay. So what I imagine the standard for that is something like they have to drive, an hour away or some meaningful amount of distance in order to get a specific type of treatment or whatever. That's not the impression I get when someone says someone lacks access to healthcare. The impression I get is that the healthcare resources are essentially not available to them. That they, more than just like
81%. 81% of counties across the U.S. are a healthcare desert.
In at least one area.
Yeah.
Because probably.
But why isn't that happening in Cuba?
I don't know whether it is happening in Cuba or not. I mean, Cuba might have a denser population, so that might be part of it as well. But
no, much of Cuba is rural.
I would guess that if you just looked at the population density of the U.S. versus Cuba, Cuba is probably denser.
But that doesn't have anything to do with it.
Okay, when you say healthcare desert, right? If you're asking why isn't it happening in Cuba that there are healthcare deserts, you agree that a potential explanation is population density, correct? It would explain partly why there are less healthcare deserts in Cuba if the population is denser there.
Doesn't have to do with population density.
What do you think a healthcare desert is?
Do you understand the terrain of Cuba?
I have seen a topographical map of Cuba before, but that's kind of tangential.
Difficult to get to. Like that was one of the major things that Cuba fixed.
Okay, wait. I just want to know in principle. Wait, in principle.
It was one of their major projects that they did.
Great. Okay. Do we agree that in principle?
This is like it's different. Like in the U.S., right? Like I don't know how. Oh, yeah, of course. Of course.
Oh my God.
Hi, Jeff. Why'd you say, oh my God?
I told Sean.
Just me and Jeff are best buddies.
Is
I'm
it
just
because Jeff always wins? Is that why?
no.
I
I'm
have
just
only
look.
spoken
I'm
to
not
him
even.
once.
I and it was memorable. That's. I'm flattered. I just want to know why we're using our imagination so much.
Wait, because she said that, first of all, I could appeal to studies, right? So I can appeal to empirical evidence that the U.S. has, for example, better like 5-year cancer survival rates. I can appeal to studies that like it doesn't seem like mortality
question-
changes at
what
all.
question do
It
you
doesn't
think
seem
you're
like, can I
answering?
finish my sentence? It doesn't seem like mortality changes at
question
all
do you think,
or
hey,
changes
hey,
meaningfully.
what question do you think you're answering right now?
Why the healthcare outcomes. Yeah, the relative performance of like America versus Cuba's healthcare outcomes is probably what we're speaking
I
about.
think that was the question
So-
I asked you.
You asked why are we using our imagination so much, and I'm saying I
Okay,
can
so-
also
so
appeal
then-
to empirical
hold on.
evidence.
Well, in what sense am I saying you're using your imagination?
Okay, I'm assuming the reason you're talking about that is because I have asked her if in principle it could explain the healthcare deserts, the relative amount of healthcare deserts between the U.S. and Cuba, whether population density could be a potential explanation for that. Because I want to know if in principle she agrees that could be the case, because it sounds like she didn't, even though I think it is obvious that that could be.
Okay, so let me clear that up. That's my fault. Sometimes I'm unclear. So the reason I said you're using your imagination is because you literally said, I imagine a healthcare desert would be when you have to drive a long way to get to healthcare. You do remember saying that, right?
Yeah, so I can give you the reason I'm
Okay.
doing that is because I'm not familiar off the top of my head with the source she is citing and how exactly they define healthcare deserts. Because
so
healthcare.
there's the confusion. So now I'm going to regenerate the question now that we have a background. Why, when the data could be available to you via an inquiry or a lookup, would you use your imagination?
Why would I take a educated guess as to what it is?
No, it's not an educate. Look, we're going to
It's not.
demonstrate.
I think it is an educated guess based on the things.
Cool. Let's just rent an educated guess. I take an educated guess to be one where you have like some background information from which you can draw an inference. Can you demonstrate that inference for us?
Yeah. So I have read about stuff before, for example, food deserts, where the concern with food deserts is that Americans like live too far away from places where there are nutritious food. She mentioned that like 80% of counties are a healthcare desert or whatever, or a healthcare desert in at least one area. From those, I think it's reasonable to conclude that probably what they are talking about is some just measure distance between how close someone is to healthcare.
This is the absolute weakest of inferences, and now I see where your folly is. So I just want to make clear, do you think that the considerations for healthcare are identical to the considerations for the acquisition of food?
No.
Do you think they're in any way similar?
Yes.
No, they wouldn't be. Like, in what way are they similar?
I imagine both are going to be indexed somewhat to location.
Well, not just location. That would mean that, okay, so that would mean that everything is similar in some way. That would mean that like the availability of healthcare is similar to the availability of tires for your car. Are you saying that?
When people are measuring availability, like location, it's almost always going to be related to that.
But that wasn't my question. Hold on, that wasn't my question.
Then maybe
We're
I
examining
misunderstood
the
your question,
inference right
because
now.
what I
Yeah,
interpreted your
so
question as,
what
do
I'm
you think the
saying-
metrics they're using to measure availability are going to be similar between like food and
No,
healthcare?
that would be the conclusion. I'm saying, are the things that they're considering when are the considerations for the access to healthcare identical, or even
They're not
similar?
identical, but the considerations the considerations that who are making, sorry, like
Anybody who's going to define a health desert versus a food desert.
yeah, I think they would both probably include location. That's a reasonable inference, I think, especially from the fact that food. I know food desert is indexed to location.
Listen, you're not answering the question, and what you did was just restate the weak inference, right? What do you think the considerations are when thinking about healthcare acquisition, or the availability of healthcare and the availability of food?
I imagine. So I know with food deserts, it's primarily how far you have to drive for somewhere that has access to typically like nutritious food.
That's not. Listen, that's not the consideration. That's the conclusion.
These kinds of interactions are
define
just
what
a
you mean by
preview,
consideration,
a
though.
sample of what it is going to be like if
factors
you
that
Thanks for
guys
defining.
keep on letting the
So
day
here, I'll give you
essay
one.
hang out in
$5
your
a date,
face.
ladies. This is true.
Like, here's a question: do you think the frequency with which somebody has to acquire food is similar to the frequency with which somebody has to engage in healthcare?
No.
Okay, so that's one consideration that's not similar. Do you have any other considerations?
I don't believe. Okay, maybe I misdefine exactly what you mean by consideration, because once again, I don't think that
The
when
factors
people are
that
making
lead to the factors that lead to the conclusion.
yeah, okay. So this is not so when I hear consideration, what I am thinking of is that usually when
Any
authors
answer
are
you
making
give
something
that's
like
not the one I gave. Hey, any answer that you give that's not the one I gave is immediately an equivocation. I told you
Yeah,
how
okay.
I'm using the term. So
great.
if you want to equivocate, that's fine. But I'm saying there are factors that people use to get to the conclusion of what they would consider a food desert. So, for example,
Mhm.
it would be reasonable to say that it's an undue burden if somebody has to acquire food every day to require them to travel far for it. I don't think it's as much of a burden if somebody has to go get healthcare to make them travel a distance for that. Like the tolerable distance would be longer, right?
I agree, and I imagine that's why I imagine that's accounted for in
Okay.
the reports. But I think both of them probably do consider distance, right? It seems like you had an objection to me thinking that
They
healthcare
do
deserts
not.
probably has something to do with locations as well.
They do not.
They don't.
No.
You're saying healthcare deserts don't have to do with how far you are located, at least partly how far you are located from healthcare.
You know what's hilarious?
Can you answer
to
that
me?
question?
There
Can you
are
answer that
five-
question? When the authors say
I did
healthcare
it.
desert,
That was hold on. That was asked and answered. I don't know why I have to answer it again.
no, you didn't
So
answer it. When someone says
I
when the
answered it
authors
the
say
first time.
healthcare
Hold on.
deserts, do you think that part of the thing they're measuring is how far someone is from healthcare?
No.
No.
Okay.
So if I look up
Here's what's funny.
120
When I
million
said-
Americans, healthcare desert
what's
is
funny
not
to
going
me
to have
is-
location in there?
What's funny to me is that there are 5 different factors, right, Ash? There's 5 different factors.
I don't think she knows.
I only know this. You know how I know this? Non-fun.
No.
And mind you, we're not even debating like the actual substance right now. We're debating your epistemology, which is shit. Your epistemology shit. Your epistemology is literally the same as Willy Wonka's. But the reason I know that it's 5, do you know how I know that, Non-fun?
Probably because you read whatever she's written.
No. I don't know what Ash is reading. I have no idea.
Oh, okay.
Care to wait? Do you think Ash kind of signed it to me by blinking at the camera? Like what?
No, I think that there are a lot of these memes that originate from similar places that have similar definitions. Like people often rely when people make the same claim, they're often relying on the same underlying source. That's not controversial at all.
Okay, so if it was mimetic and you have these conversations, I would assume often, then wouldn't you have come across this same information? All I did was a Google search.
Wow.
I did a Google search, man.
Mm-hmm.
I looked at 3 different things and they all said the same thing. They said there's 5
Yeah.
different considerations. Like a food desert and a healthcare desert, those are like standard terms, man. Like people just agree on these are the things. And you're here saying,
by the way, one of these
hey,
things, I'm looking at like when it has percent of county's population living over 15 minutes from the 3 closest pharmacies. Doesn't that have to do with location?
Wait, what are you reading?
I'm looking at GoodRx right now. I'm looking at some of their measures
Wait,
of
there's
people
GoodRx?
living in pharmaceutical deserts, people living in primary care deserts, people living in hospital deserts, people living in hospital bed deserts, people living in trauma center
Here's the 5
deserts.
that I have. You ready?
All of these things are
The 5
to do with location.
The 5 that I have are insufficient human resources in health, facilities, long waiting time, disproportionate high costs of services, and other socio-cultural barriers. Those are the 5 that I have.
Is it okay real quick? I have his source pulled up. He's wrong.
I'm wrong.
To be clear. Yeah, it says the way that I'm on your source, GoodRx, they said that they identified healthcare deserts in the US where people lack adequate access to 6 key healthcare services. Pharmacies,
Wait,
primary
yeah,
care providers.
that's what I'm looking at, and all 6 of them are defined by location.
Stop. No, it's not. No, it isn't.
Yes, the 6 are pharmacy, primary care, hospital beds, trauma center, and health center. Correct?
I'm gonna read it.
Are those
he's lying?
Okay.
We did this by identifying healthcare deserts or areas across the U.S. where people lack adequate access to 6 key healthcare services: pharmacies, primary care providers, hospitals, hospital beds, trauma centers, and low-cost health centers. We then looked at how personal and financial barriers can make it even harder to access care in a healthcare desert and perpetuate health disparities. It doesn't say anything about location.
The 6 types that you listed are all defined by location. Okay.
So remember when you said,
wait, no, hold on. I'm not moving off of this quite yet. Okay. When it says, so you just listed the same 6. I'm talking right now, buddy. You just listed the same 6. I want to ask her a question. Okay. We can talk. We can talk right after, Jeff. I promise. I promise.
So really quickly,
we just listed the same 6 things, right?
The thing that you said is a trivial truth. Obviously, the location that you get the service is a location. That's not even saying anything. Your objection wasn't that it's a location, because I would have agreed with that. Ash, do you agree that a hospital is a location?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so this troglodyte here thinks that that's what the disagreement was.
No, I don't. I don't think you disagree that the hospital is a location.
Of course you don't, but I don't either. But that's not the claim that you were making. You were making a claim of distance, a claim of proximity. And that
percent of county's population living over 15 minutes from 3 closest pharmacies. Isn't that a measure of proximity and distance?
It says, I just read it to
percent
you.
of county's population living over 30 minutes from the closest hospital. That's a measure of proximity and distance, correct?
It says, this is how we identified a healthcare desert. And then it went on to talk about
6 types.
lack of access.
There are 6 types of healthcare deserts they talk about, correct?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, how individually are each of the 6 types defined?
Why don't you, let's see, individually, I mean, it's talking about lack of adequate access, right?
Uh-huh.
So if you don't have access to a pharmacy, correct?
Yeah. And how are they defining like access? It seems to be based primarily on location.
Defining access? Are you serious? They said, first of all, personal and financial barriers are part of this as well.
Uh-huh.
Like you could have like a pharmacy that you live next door to that you don't have access to.
So when it says at the county level, a county is considered I'm just reading. A county is considered a healthcare desert if more than 50% of the county population lives in healthcare desert census tracts. That's a measure of, that's what I'm saying, they're defining healthcare deserts based on population, right? Or based on proximity and distance.
They're not basing it just on how far away something is. They're saying like you don't have access to it. Like Sean just brought up in the comments, like hospital beds. Or like health
for pharmacies, a census tract is considered if the average driving time of the 3 closest pharmacies exceeds 15 minutes. For hospital, low-cost health and trauma centers, a census tract is considered if a desert driving time exceeds 30, 20, or 60 minutes. For hospital beds, we define a county desert as if there are fewer 2 beds. Wait, I'll give you this. This one is not based on distance. This one of them is not based on distance. The hospital beds one.
Also, healthcare providers is not a location, correct?
No.
Lack of healthcare
for primary care provider deserts, we define a county as a desert if more than 50% of the population lives in primary care geographic HPSAs. That's also based on location.
You can live next door to a hospital and still not have access to that hospital. Do you understand that?
Okay. Yeah, but it's not how they're defining it.
There's more barriers. Well, first of all, I was looking at your source, which is like Good RX.
I'm looking at your source.
But do you understand what I'm saying? You can physically be close to something. You could stand inside of a fucking hospital. But if they can't serve you, you don't have access to the hospital. Do you understand?
I agree. Yes.
Well, great. Go ahead. Go ahead, Jeff.
Okay, that's not how they're defining healthcare deserts, correct? Wait, hold on, just to be clear, that's not how they're defining healthcare deserts, correct?
Look, it seems like
answer that question. No, I want her to answer. I want her to answer. That's not how they're defining healthcare deserts, correct?
It seems like you're confused.
She won't answer because the answer's no.
Well, you didn't answer my initial question. Hey.
Yeah, what's up, Jeff?
You didn't answer my initial question, which is, see how you did all of this just now, and you now have looked it up. Now that you've looked it up, right?
To be clear, my inference was correct, right?
No, it wasn't. But again, now that you've looked it up, and even the what you call an educated guess was incorrect, and now you've been corrected.
Wait, what was incorrect about it?
Because there's different types of. Well, you said, I imagine that they would have to drive over an hour, and that was incorrect.
I don't know if I ever specified a time, but I said I imagine it's based on like driving times, right?
The only reason that I'm up here is because you specified a time. And I said, well, how did he specify that time? And then when I parsed the sentence, I said he started that sentence with, I imagine. And so that means it's your imagination. So that's the only reason I'm up here. Like, I was literally on the phone with Sean, and I said, this motherfucker just said it's the power of his imagination. And so I hung up with my sister to come ask you about your imagination.
Sorry, I shouldn't have used imagination. I should have said, based on what I've read about food deserts and what other academic stuff I read before and what I understand the term desert to mean, I think the most logical conclusion is that it has something to do with distance. And lo and behold, it does.
The most logical conclusion is look it the fuck up. Like, that's it. So
that's not a logical conclusion. That's just you telling me to do something.
Yes, it is. The logical conclusion is you ought look it up if you want the information. That's the logical conclusion. So now that we've gotten that out the way, and now that you have the information, right? What is your contention? No, you were not. But irrespective of that, what is your contention now?
Yeah, so I think a lot of things
used to identify. I don't know why you're talking. What is your contention with the metrics used to identify a healthcare desert?
So I don't necessarily have an issue with just the metric itself, but I have an issue with using the term to imply that millions of Americans lack access to healthcare, because I think that is way overly broad, especially when our health outcomes are good on a lot of, other outcomes.
Let me tell you what I just heard.
Okay.
What I heard is, I don't have an issue with any of the underlying data. I just don't like the conclusion because I don't like it.
No, I think the conclusion, which is her saying millions of Americans lack access to healthcare, the thing people get from that is not, a meaningful portion of Americans, 120 million Americans or whatever, live 60 minutes away from the closest trauma center. I think the thing people get from that is that like they can't get healthcare. And that's just doesn't seem to be true. So I don't have a notion of like how healthcare desert itself ought to be defined.
Data? Hey, what is the countervailing data that you have that shows that that's not true?
Yeah, so the majority of Americans are insured. We perform really well on things like cancer survival rates. We perform really well on like cancer screening rates.
Pause there.
Okay.
Pause there. How are cancer survival rates measured?
Typically 5-year cancer survival rates from the time you get cancer until the percentage of people that survive 5 years after the diagnosis, I believe.
From the time you what?
From the time you get diagnosed to the time that you die, what percentage of that group survives is my understanding.
Great. And so you think that they measure the people without access in the control group of diagnosed people?
So I think probably very few people die of cancer without knowing they have cancer. I'm sure that it's happened above 0 times.
Again? Are we using our imagination again? It sounds like we're using our imagination.
Do you disagree with it? Do you think that's the most reasonable conclusion?
That sounds like a question. I'm asking you if you're using your imagination again.
I'm not using my imagination. I am using my...
So that means, look, either you're using your imagination or you have some source.
Yeah, I don't think those are... So I think I can draw from background knowledge. I think I can draw from my understanding of...
The options I've given you... Look, do you know what a no-see inference is?
No.
So a no-see-um inference is where somebody says that the absence of evidence of something, when expected, is evidence of its absence, right?
Yes, I
And
don't believe
so,
that's what
like,
I'm
for
doing.
example, well, no, I'm not saying that's what you're doing. For example, like if I said that I expected, if somebody says they have an elephant and I walk into their house and I expect to see an elephant and I don't see an elephant, that would be an inference I can draw that there's not an elephant in here, right? But if I was to have possession of like, or have access to say information that could form direct access to data, and I close my eyes and I walk out of the room and I cover my ears and I go, la, 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 that no-see-um inference is now not available to me because I haven't made a good faith effort to gather data that's available to me. You see what I'm saying? You're doing something similar to that. You're doing, hey, there's information that I could look up. This information is actually gathered and collated. For example, I could tell you just from my job that about 3% of people with atrial fibrillation know they have it and get diagnosed. It's a terrible epidemic that so many people are walking around with time bombs in their hearts. And that's something that number is slowly creeping up with a lot of the stuff that I do, right? Like software as a medical device. Those rings that people wear and watches that people wear that measure their heart rate and says, hey, you have AFib. Those are moving the number up, right? But you can look up that information. You can just look it up. I'm not guessing at that. I'm actually seeing what the industry says when they measure it. And they also measure it like when somebody dies and they check them and they go, holy shit, this person was walking around for 2 years with an explosive device in their chest called a heart that was pumping irregularly and then caused them to die. Now, they're not guessing. This information is available to anyone. And you can just do it with a Google search. And instead, what you're doing is like these weak inferences and terrible like leaps in logic. Why wouldn't you just look it up?
Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head if there's good data on what % of people die of cancer without knowing they have cancer.
Have you looked?
I'm about to.
Oncology is one of the like biggest fields on the planet. Like oncologists get to drive cars whose names I can't pronounce.
Mm-hmm.
You are aware of that, right?
Yeah.
All right. So if there's data to be had about anything, I would say cancer is at the top of the list of the shit that they gather data about. Epidemiology is another one. Like these are the big ones.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm looking. Doesn't seem like we actually have good data on this. There's estimates of it globally, but doesn't seem to be any estimates of it in the US.
And you found that after a 5-second search?
Well, I didn't really find an answer, did I?
In a 5-second search? Why are you so intellectually lazy? I think that's the overall theme of the question that I want to.
Wait, hold on. Wait, to be clear, it doesn't seem like there is a good answer, right? There doesn't seem like there is a good data answer, correct? At least from the search that I've done so far.
From the 5 seconds of searching you did?
Uh-huh.
Like, I'm missing my keys, and I haven't gotten up from the spot. I'm missing my keys, and I said go look, but I'm missing my keys. I haven't gotten up from this spot. And I turn my head to the right and left, and I'm like, my keys are gone. They vanished. The magic.
So I mean,
key stealing gnome took them.
Yeah, it seems like, I mean, like the Google AI overview says that there's no official answer. There's no statistics on it. I'm not seeing any statistics on it from the US. I can only see it globally from the other results.
We got them.
And it seems like it'd be.
You got it from here. I don't know I can't help them anymore.
What?
Yeah.
Wait, what do you mean?
I'm
what
sorry,
the fuck?
I got distracted because I'm
Right. Hold on. I want Jeff to agree. I want Jeff to agree that I did a Google search. It doesn't seem like that's a good answer on it. Probably though, using our basic reasoning skills, probably it seems like that most people, it's unlikely that many people would die of cancer without knowing.
I'm sorry, Jeff, I got distracted.
That most people would die of cancer without knowing they had cancer. That seems That
He's
seems likely,
streaming
right, based on the things.
on YouTube, but he only has 8 viewers, and like it's mostly communists now,
Wow.
which is a little bit funny. What do you want to talk about? What's your deal?
Me still?
What?
You're talking to me, right?
Talking to Yeah, I'm talking to you.
Yeah, okay. I didn't know because it sounded like you started a whole new thing. I was just confused. Yeah, I think probably, it's based on our understanding of cancer, based on our understanding of how healthcare works in the U.S. The most reasonable conclusion is that very few people die of cancer without knowing that they had cancer. I don't think that's controversial to say.
Can you show me that?
Okay. What you just said was incredibly stupid. So it doesn't seem like good, precise data exists on it. And in the absence of the good, precise data, it seems like we should draw on our understanding.
I don't know. First of all, I don't know why you're claiming this at all. But the other thing is you just claimed it, and then I asked if you could show it to me. You said that was a stupid thing to ask because there's no data on it.
Because I didn't. So the claim I made was, given that we don't have good data on it, we're going to have to draw from our understandings of just how the world works, how healthcare works, how cancer works, and it seems most likely that very few people
doing
die.
The imagination thing again? Is that?
Yep.
Yeah, that's exactly
Okay.
what I'm doing.
I don't really want to play pretend with you.
Can I get a just yes or no answer from Jeff? Do you think that a meaningful percentage of the people that die from cancer in the U.S. don't have or don't know they have cancer? Don't have they kicked me, didn't they?
Yeah, that would be another blunder and a burden shift. Like,
true.
In the absence of like the evidence, turning it around on me is like just a basic blunder. That's bonkers.
Jeff.
He won't answer the question. Incredible.
We'll be back in this one, okay?
You're conceding.
No, I'm not.
Want to do that is their and cool, and some people love that. It's not for me. I don't want to do that, right? Because people have different levels of aspirations. They have different wants. They have different.
You're getting
needs.
nervous. It's
it
okay.
Doesn't mean
why do you talk in pauses? I don't know.
Have a
what you mean by
business
that
is predicated.
I pause when I
on
speak
not
sometimes
paying
to think
living
about what I
wages.
say,
If your
or maybe it's
business,
just.
if the whole argument for your business is like, if I have to pay them enough to survive, then I can have my business. You're a shitty businessman. Like, you have a shitty business. Your business model is garbage, and you should fucking fail.
Avoid all comments. True.
Well, working in the oil field, I work for somebody.
I don't care if you work in a fucking oil field. If you want to work in an oil field and you make $100,000 a year, that's fucking fine. It doesn't mean that you should look down upon somebody because you still go to McDonald's, which means that there's a demand for the product.
We decided more the DSA stuff. I could have seen just pondering for Fisco, bro. I don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry. With your large oil salary, you can't afford a fucking hamburger, dude.
I don't have a strong opinion on some of the.
It's not being able to afford the hamburger. It's the cost of the hamburger. It's walking.
The cost has gone up regardless across the board, regardless of where.
Some of the like more specifics of like who should you vote for, the DSA candidate in this case or the MAGA candidate, or like how exactly the Democrats should treat the DSA more broadly. So I honestly I haven't watched that much Destiny. I've watched a bit of Pisco talking to people about it, but I've seen a few clips of Destiny on Twitter, but that's it. But probably, I don't know, probably, obviously, I'm going to agree with Destiny more on like to the extent they talk about policy stuff, and I'm going to like agree, or I don't know what Destiny position is exactly, but I probably more agree with Pisco on just like how much the DSA should be like tolerated. Probably.
Advocate for capitalism. It doesn't make you a capitalist. You're not playing the same game. You're not even playing the same fucking.
Being at school again? I don't know. What is this?
You want the ones that have to support.
Oh, this alright guy or whatever. Maybe I want to talk to this guy because we talked before.
That's called a society, bro. Let me ask you something. Do you agree that we should have libraries, fire departments, K through 12 education, Social Security, SNAP, WIC? Do you think we should have access to these things?
Not SNAP and WIC.
That's all you have to say.
Fuck that. Fuck welfare.
Okay. So fire department.
Peace Code's lenient, I
They,
think
they
it's saying.
provide a service.
Yeah, but like I
Oh,
think you
so
would say I am
brother,
too
that's
to some extent,
okay.
Easy Buddy,
That's
right?
what we're talking about. Okay, that's called a social program. All right, cool. Glad we're on the same page. All right. So why the fuck would I pay for your shitty house to catch on fire? How is that my problem?
What to pay? Now I didn't say to.
Okay, well.
No, he was in my live and got angry when I said I don't care about Lithuanians.
Yeah, I was like kind of ready to like kick him at this point because he couldn't pull up. He like was yelling at me when I was trying to ask him for a source.
Yeah. Oh, I stand on that too. I don't. Ugh.
Yeah, no, literally. He was annoyed. I could tell he was too.
Non-fawn.
What's up?
Yeah, this dude. Yeah, I noticed you followed me, and I was so confused. But whatever. What's up?
Oh, and I saw
can
you on
get
the
your,
I don't remember her name, but the other the live of the girl that you were on earlier.
Ash.
Yeah.
You don't remember Ash, the person who just ripped you to shreds?
I don't
Also,
remember her
hi,
name.
8 viewers.
Also, I don't think I don't know. The impression I got was not that she ripped me to shreds, but you know,
You use
seems
Google
like
AI overview, bro.
Okay,
You
yeah.
fact-checked
So,
it.
so I know
after
he's- I know
being
he's
told to Google something, I Googled it, and one of the things Google does is show you the AI overview, and I reported to him that I did, in fact, see the AI overview, and it said there's not good data on it. And I also did not only look at the AI overview thing, to be clear. I clicked on most of the links that came up, but they're mostly about like globally cancer deaths and not specific to the U.S.
Okay, before we get into this, I do want to make an announcement real quick. By the way, not fun. What pronouns do you use? So just so I can know. I know you're. I
I'm
already
he,
know you're
him.
over 18, but okay, yeah. Thanks for everyone that's joining in. This is a fundraiser live for Haitian families that are at risk right now with TPS status being revoked. This organization, it's called Creo Resources. I placed the link in the chat. I'm gonna place it again. They are a great organization. They provide things like legal assistance. They use these funds to provide like legal assistance towards citizens who need it. They also provide emergency funds to help with like housing, rent, food, other resources that they may need. So yeah, if you can't donate, please donate. If you can't donate, that's fine. Just please share it around. I really, really do want to help this organization out. What's up, not fun? Which prompt do you disagree with?
I mean, obviously the communism is better than capitalism, and Democrats are right wing.
Which one do you want to start with?
I don't know. We can do. Well, what's the basis for thinking Democrats are right wing? I guess just that they are not socialist.
Well, sorry, Zion, you go. This is your live.
Okay. Do Democrats believe in liberalism?
Yeah, I'd say broadly.
Is liberalism right wing or left wing?
I think it's not necessarily one or the other. I think that like many conservatives in the U.S., at least pre Trump, are also like liberals in the like classical liberal sense. And I think many libertarians are liberal in like the classical liberal sense, but those people are understood to be right wing in ordinary like cadence, you know, ordinary language.
So if they
whereas social democrats are understood to be left wing, even though they are still liberal.
So if all of those folks believe in liberalism and they're right wing, why are like establishment Democrats and social democrats also not considered right wing if they also support liberalism and believe in liberal institutions?
Yeah, because I think liberalism is a pretty broad ideology that it's understood like both left and right wing parts can be a part of. And I think people typically understand policies that the Democrats support in the US and that even, you know, people like Bernie and AOC who are like Democrats, but progressive Democrats support, social Democrats support are left wing in a sense that they are very progressive on like cultural issues, on trans issues, on gay marriage, gay rights, trans rights, all that stuff, and on economic issues favor what we typically view as left-wing policies of nationalizing some sectors and having high amounts of taxes and redistribution and high amounts of government spending.
Yeah, so that's just not related to left-wing politics. You haven't specifically defined like what makes left-wing politics actually left-wing, and you haven't defined what liberalism is.
Sure. Okay, so I don't know what a definition of liberalism is at playing this point, but I understand words to mean typically what their ordinary usage means. And the ordinary usage of the word like left wing is going to involve having some principles of like equality in like the economic sense and the amount of power in society sense, democracy, favoring like majoritarian institutions, which I think many progressive Democrats do want to do things like get rid of the electoral college, and supporting like progressive, or I don't want to say not nationalistic, but because that's the wrong term to use, but like supporting market intervention in a way that like most libertarians, right-wing people don't.
Yeah, so you're just saying things. You still haven't described how this is left wing.
Didn't I just say that I think words are typically, I understand them to mean how they're ordinarily used, and these are the principles that are typically associated with being left-wing, and these are the ways in which the Democrats embody them? Like,
yeah, so no, well, these words do have definitions. These words do have meanings. They are designed to be used in a specific way, and just because they're used in a different colloquial sense doesn't make it necessarily to be prescriptively true. So again, what is the left and what is liberalism?
okay, so if you're using the word different from how it's ordinarily used, I would just like you to define it then.
So you can't define these terms.
Well, I understand the word like left and liberalism to mean how they're ordinarily used, for which I've already provided some definition of. I think left, like being left of center, is understood to, it mean having some principles of things like supporting majoritarian institutions and democracy, supporting redistribution, supporting intervention in free markets. Things of those nature are like principles that are left-leaning principles, and they are. And like Democrats oftentimes support those things, and we say people who do have those beliefs and support those things are left wing. That is how I understand the term left wing to ordinarily be used.
That doesn't make it unique. That doesn't make it uniquely left wing. Like neoliberalism also still supports the redistribution of wealth. Free market is not a thing, and neoliberalism also supports like global intervention, and we understand that to be right wing, do we not?
I don't know. Like, I consider myself a neoliberal, but I actually consider myself like left of center. But it's just gonna be on the essentially the amount of emphasis they place on it, and how often they want to do it, and probably somewhat indexed to the modern state of the country, the context in which they're advocating it for in the first place. Because I think there are places where neoliberalism might be understood to be like left wing. Like, I think I would also index it like if there was like a feudalist country and there were a bunch of like neoliberals, like they would probably be viewed as like left-wing revolutionaries in the context of that country. But
Zion, may I step in real quick, because you talk about feudalism and we actually have a good example of this?
Yeah, go for it.
So during the French Revolution, are you familiar where the concept of left and right divide came from? Like originated?
Yeah. Based on, I think it was the people who supported a monarchy on the right and the revolutionaries on the left. Yeah.
Yeah, so the revolutionaries sat on the left. So those who wished to revolt and abolish the present system were on the left, right? Some of the most left, and actually I think some of the greatest liberals to have ever existed were known as the Jacobins, and which I hope you're aware of, right? Maximilien Robespierre. So if we understand leftism in its historical term as being the revolutionary politic of the time, right? Those who wish to abolish the present order. I think that's actually a very good way to continuously use the term. When we look at neoliberalism, or even regular, classical liberalism, neoliberalism, or even social democracy, if we see the bourgeois institutions that those produce as being the common order of the world, how could they at all be left-wing if they reaffirm the present conditions of the modern world and not seek to revolutionarily abolish it?
Yeah, so if you're defining left wing, if you think like being a revolutionary is just like a necessary condition of being left wing, I agree that most Democrats don't meet that definition. I just think that's not anywhere close to how the term left wing is ordinarily used.
Okay, great. So we already established that using the common day phrasing of any terms, right? People call Trump a fascist every day, right? I think
Mm-hmm.
fascism is commonly used incorrectly. I would hope you would agree every day to refer to anybody who is right wing. So I think we can stop with using like general usages of terms as being like immediately correct. Historically, we have precedent for where left and right wing have been used, and we understand what they mean, at least in a political sense, if we analyze the world through historical epochs and such. So I
Well, but I
would say,
think
like, I guess I don't care about how
historically,
general people use the terms.
yeah. So I think historically and academically, the terms left wing is still not used in a sense where being a revolutionary is a necessary condition of being left wing. I think there are a number of political science journals, a number of well-respected authors in the field that do not use the term left wing in that sense.
Yeah, I know he's streaming on live. I was in the comments. I mean, yes, I'm in academia, and I've spoken to people on this exact subject. You're not going to find consistent agreement on any position. I hope you would know that. But at least when
but I think the overwhelming majority of cases, people do not attribute being a revolutionary as a necessary condition.
Could you provide any data for that and where you're getting that?
I can probably look up the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy definition. I bet it doesn't have revolutionary
I was
in that,
asking
and I
for
think that's
statistics on people in academia who you just claimed a majority would use this term and what you're colloquially using to describe many different things. If you have a statistic,
I don't have statistics on that in hand, but I think that
you don't have that on hand.
So
you just made that up.
But I think if you
made that up,
because I don't know what this everyone here has some common understanding of the world. They have some understanding of the some better understanding of the fields that they.
That doesn't make it correct, right? If I
okay, but certain things are probability increasing. Right, they're evidence for a given thing. So I think if you are like me and you have read a decent amount of political science stuff, you are in debates like this fairly often. You get some understanding of what people use the term left wing to mean, and you read enough things to know that the consensus academically is also not typically that being a revolutionary is a necessary condition. So I think the fact that I'm familiar with what.
So again, you're postulating yourself to have this, sort of personal experience in these debate circles, which gives you an immediate understanding of these things better than anybody else. You would still have to.
I just think it's probability. I think
you have to prove this probability. You can't just say it's more probably more probably likely without any understanding or argument for that beyond, I talk about this a lot.
Do you agree? Hold on. Do you agree that all else equal, okay, let's just say you get one new piece of information. That information is at a well-respected academic source, we'll just say Stanford or Oxford Dictionary of left wing does not contain revolutionary as a necessary condition. Do you think that raises the probability?
As far as I'm aware, Oxford Dictionary doesn't provide prescriptive definitions.
Okay, the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy then. Let's say we get that and it doesn't have being a revolutionary as a necessary condition of being left wing. Do you think that raises the probability?
And if it doesn't, I say I would disagree based off historical precedent.
Okay, wait, I'm just asking, let's say you get that one new piece of information. Do you think that raises the probability of the academic consensus not having it be a necessary
raises
condition?
The probability of whoever wrote it and whoever signed off on it for thinking that.
Okay, but
I don't think
the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy is a semi-respected source at the very least, right? It is going to be somewhat indicative.
The Stanford, as far as I'm aware, the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy also states these aren't also says these aren't accurate definitions as well, and these definitions are heavily debated on the meaning.
Also, by the way, just real quick, Oxford does have, at least in its learner's dictionary, the term left wing as a noun, and it does not define it as being revolutionary. It says the part of a political party whose members are most in favor of social change is how it defines it.
Okay, yes. So like I said earlier, abolishing or replace, you're hammering on this term revolutionary. That was a term that I also used to describe it. But my biggest concept was changing the current system in whole or entirely, which was the case for liberalism back. And sorry, Zion, I know you're unmuted. I just want to hit this. back when the term left was originally prescribed, it was for those who wanted to upend the current order of the feudal monarchy, which it would seem like they're saying those in a political organization that wish to change the system, right? Yes, this is
It
a
would seem like what?
disagreement on
Sorry?
terms, not understanding. What?
It would seem like what? Repeat that?
I'm unaware of what I said that you're confused about.
Repeat.
Where did I lose you?
Maybe you said something about. It seems like what you were implying is that the reading of the Oxford Dictionary definition should be that being a revolutionary, in the sense that you want to change the system in whole or in part or whatever, is
read the definition for us.
the part of a political party whose members are most in favor of social change.
Okay. What does that seems to me to be a very vague definition, right? Social change
I agree.
can mean a lot of things. Social change could be going into fascism, right? Correct? Okay. Is fascism left-wing now?
No.
Social change could be reverting into monarchism. Is that left-wing now?
No.
Okay. So I think we both disagree with this definition, correct?
I would you say disagree with the I don't think definitions are truth apt. So
I prescribe the definition onto certain things that would be then considered left wing, as the definition of left wing said, and you said no, that wouldn't be left wing. You categorically
I said so. I don't think definitions are like true or false, but I think that there are definitions that are like useful or like give you better or worse understandings of things.
Okay,
and
so this
I think
definition
I think
can get
there
us to the conclusion that this definition can get us to the conclusion that monarchism is left wing, correct?
Kind of, but I think with the given context clues, the social change.
Clues. You read us the definition. I'm
What do you
applying
mean
the
there's
definition.
no context clues?
You read the definition out. I applied the definition. Definition got us to the logical conclusion that monarchism is left wing. Do you disagree with that?
So I don't think it's. So I think it's the logical conclusion would be that monarchism can be understood to be left wing by this definition, but I think given the context
Do you
clues,
disagree with that?
What
context clues? Your own inference?
So maybe context clues is the wrong word, but
probably
when it says social change here, I think probably the best understanding of what social change means is like cultural issues that left-wing people are generally like more progressive on.
Oh, hold on. This is your own prescribed definition onto this. This just says social change. We're talking about social change right now, whether that be reactionary change or progressive change. You added a qualifier of progressive. Let's not add qualifiers to definitions you wish to uphold. Either use the definition or reject it.
Okay. I think the term social change is not going to have a precise
so you reject
meaning.
The definition. Do you have a different definition?
I don't know what you mean by reject the definition.
The definition doesn't have your qualifier on it that you needed to say monarchism isn't left wing.
I don't think definitions are like truth apt. I understand words to mean what they are ordinarily used to mean, but I think in certain contexts it does make sense to like define words differently, use a more academic version of a term or whatever.
This is just rambling in circles. You can't uphold your position.
Right.
Do you have any? Do you have any other argument other than this failing definition position?
What, that Democrats are left wing?
Yes.
That's going to hinge entirely on the definition of left wing.
You haven't properly defined it though. Like you're just using like a heavily debated definition that both sources says that are not.
I have defined. I said I take words to mean what they're ordinarily used to mean. I think the ordinary usage of the term left is understood to mean supporting policies like. I think
fascist.
I think Trump in many ways is correctly characterized as a fascist.
Are the Nordic countries socialist countries?
I don't think the term socialism is like so precise as to make either answer there unreasonable, but I would say no.
That's the silliest answer.
Okay.
It's just like when you use colloquial definitions, right? As someone who claims to be in the political space, engaged in academia, you should understand the dangers of using colloquial definitions of things because they can oftentimes contradict each other. Trump is both labeled a neoliberal and a fascist. Are
Yeah, so I
received the
I agree that in a lot of contexts,
wait, what's up,
it makes
Zion?
I got a call. I was trying to say like is the I was trying to say, damn, I literally just lost my train of thought. Wait, oh yeah, I was gonna say, is the global south the third world?
I don't. Those are just two terms that I understand to broadly refer to the same thing.
Assalamu
No, it is
alaikum.
not. It's not the same thing.
Okay. I think the term third world originated for like neutral countries that were between like the U.S. and the Soviet Union and such. But I usually when someone says third world country today,
That's not even what the term third world means.
Okay, what do you think it means? Usually when people say it today, they don't mean that. They mean essentially just countries that are poor.
Well, yeah, this is kind of the issue, right? People just throw around terms and they don't know the meaning of it, and this is like kind of
Okay,
like
what's your understanding of the word third world?
third world were states from the global south that were aligned with the Soviet bloc and were receiving assistance from the Soviet bloc.
Oh, I could be wrong, but I feel like the term third world originated for countries that were not aligned with either country, but maybe I'm mistaken. Yeah, I mean, like the first line of Wikipedia, the term third world arose during the Cold War to define countries that remain non-aligned with either NATO or the Warsaw Pact. So clearly it's not just referring to countries that were receiving the help of the Soviet Union. But usually when people say third world nowadays, they just mean like poor countries. And I understand that to be mostly synonymous with the global south.
Getting that definition from Wikipedia.
Wait, we were talking about the origin of the word though, right? So I think words, like it is just true that the origin of the word came from describing this thing, and it seems like you had a misunderstanding of what that was. Because you said countries that were aligned with the Soviet Union, but it seems like it was used to describe countries that weren't aligned with either the Soviet Union or NATO.
You just said it was states that weren't aligned with NATO or the Soviet Union.
Yeah, and Wikipedia agreed with me.
Yeah, but it was also states that were aligned with the Soviet bloc. Whatever. This is besides the point.
I mean, it's just to me like the issue with your colloquial usages of these terms, right? I think we've pointed this out many times, is that you can get into a position of self-contradiction.
No. So I think it's fair to use words in a different way than are colloquially used, and I think in a lot of academic settings it makes sense to define words differently, right? And it makes sense to have authors disagree about definitions.
Hold on, no,
I don't think. Hold on, real quick. I don't think definitions are truth
ignoring the point
apt, and I think it makes sense to have different definitions for in different contexts.
The point that I was making had nothing to do with academia. The point was explicitly using only colloquial terms can lead you into contradiction. Like I was going earlier with Trump being labeled both fascist and neoliberal, generally speaking, right? Those are contradictory terms. You would agree, right?
Yeah.
Okay, right. Fascism argues for strong centralized state control. Neoliberalism argues for, lax government intervention. Those are diametrically opposed. You get into contradiction there, even though they are both generally used to describe Donald Trump, right? You see the issue?
I don't know. Okay, so I understand, unless otherwise stated, I understand terms to mean what they're ordinarily used to mean. And like I said, I think it's fine to have different definitions in different contexts. And that's why I asked you guys for a definition. But at first, you guys didn't provide a definition. You just wanted me to define it. And I just said the same thing, that I understand words to be how they're ordinarily used. And I gave how I think how the term left here is ordinarily used. But if you give a definition, I don't think definitions are truth apt. So I don't think like your definition can be like false. But I think your definitions can be contrary to the colloquial understanding and be contrary to the academic understanding, at which point it's just like not a very useful definition.
It's okay. Regardless, because this is just going to keep going in circles. Like You define you still haven't given us a definition of left, right?
Oh my
You
God.
provided one that you disagreed with. So what is your definition of what makes something left wing or not?
Yeah. I think it's supporting policies, broadly holding certain beliefs or supporting policies that are advocating for, like, what I would say this is like progressive change within a country, within a given context, typically things like a more expensive welfare state, more government regulation, more economic redistribution, things of those nature I understand to be left wing.
Fascism does a lot of that.
You're not saying what makes it uniquely left. You're just saying things.
What do you mean by what would make it uniquely left? I don't. Being a revolutionary is also not uniquely left, right? You guys agree with that? Like, you can be a revolutionary monarchist.
We'll get to that in a second.
Yeah.
But like you understand that what you just said, right? Well, a lot of what you said actually was done in fascist states, right? Like
I don't think fascism places a strong emphasis on economic redistribution. I don't think fascism places
it absolutely does. Have you not read what corporatism is?
Yeah, so I don't take that to be redistribution in the ordinary sense of the word.
Have you read what corporatism is?
Yeah.
Yes, you have.
Probably, yeah.
Okay, so you understand that what corporatism argues is for a strong, centralized, state-controlled economic system in which profits are redistributed back into social production and back into the productive forces of the country, as well into social programs. Like fascist Italy had a robust social program.
Yeah, so I understand corporatism typically not to be indexed to like redistribution for the purpose of equality, but in order to engage in like certain nationalist projects.
Well, hold on.
That
now
I think I think sometimes will have overlap with like social programs, but
Mussolini absolutely did invest in social programs for the Italian nation.
Yeah, but my understanding, like those were like a lot of like transfers to like get people to have kids, right? Like it was all for it wasn't like for poverty alleviation or something. It was like to try to get more like native Italians and like for all like nationalist reasons. It was not for what I would say are just primary redistributive purposes.
One second, I'm getting.
Like I think it's a left-wing value to favor redistribution for the purpose of redistribution. Like thinking that is, I don't want to say intrinsically good, but thinking like equality is intrinsically good.
I'm getting information on specifically this. I'm trying to get quotes, but I'm not like I'm not going to read this whole article. But I did get that Mussolini used poverty relief and social welfare tools in like in Italy, right? You're adding on this sort of like, egalitarian aspect of it of, we just want to help people.
Well,
right?
So like, almost any government policy is by a side effect, like going to have like some redistributionary axis of it or a component of it. But I don't think we would describe basically like we don't describe fire stations as like government redistribution, even though in a very technical sense they are literally redistributing resources away from people or away from some citizens and towards others, insofar as they redistribute resources to like the firemen and to those whose house is on fire.
Zion, do you want to say? I feel like I've made my point, and I don't think he's getting it.
Wait, you agree with that, right? Like any government program is going to almost necessarily be in some effect redistribution.
Not every program. No, I don't think so.
I mean, what would be one that doesn't? I can't think of any.
One government program,
The military policing, those are
those will absolutely redistribute. What do you mean? You have to take resources away from some people. The military requires resources, correct?
Yeah, but it's not research.
So you're taking away resources from some people. The government is buying steel that otherwise could have gone to other people. The government is using labor that could have otherwise gone to other productive uses of labor and using it for the military.
Can I finish a sentence? Like one sentence?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, so it's not like a redistribution of wealth that goes back to workers. It's the redistribution of wealth that is utilized to protect property in the bourgeois.
But that's exactly not exactly the distinction I'm making, but that's the distinction I'm making. When we say redistribution, ordinarily what people would mean is like some type of redistribution of wealth or income for like basically for its own sake, not as a secondary effect of like some other policy.
That is the issue. Like you're just saying redistribution. Like you're just saying redistribution
But what
of wealth is something that's inherently left wing when it's not. When we see redistribution of wealth can be also utilized to fund the military and fund the police and fund police departments. That is utilized to protect property and uphold the status quo. That's anti-left. That's not left wing at all.
True. What you just said, I think, still supports the notion that when people say redistribution, our understanding of redistribution is not that it refers to the secondary effects of any government program that sort of necessarily have to redistribute resources in some way, but it refers to a broader redistribution of income or wealth.
Am I tripping? Like, I feel like we're going in circles here.
You are. I just like you have a non-position right now. Oh, that's funny. In which you have so diminished these definitions that you're using that means I can accurately show that they apply to effectively everything. In fact, you right now are saying that your definition of redistribution is so wide that it constitutes any government activity. That's not the question.
No, that was by your standard. What?
Hold on. No, that was your standard when we were talking about you said specifically redistribution is one of the biggest things of left, right? You said redistribution was one of the biggest aspects that left wings do, correct?
Yeah, typically.
Yes, okay. So then you said basically any government action is redistribution then.
No, you said yes. Mussolini engaged in certain like corporatist activities and certain social programs, and I said that I don't think that's fairly characterized as redistribution in a sense I mean it, because these are all part of it. Oh my God!
Just coming in, I'm placing a link in the chat for a fundraiser that does help Haitian families and Haitian workers who are being affected by these CPS decisions. Everyone watching Non-Fund's Twitch stream right now, can y'all also donate to this organization? It's called Career Resources.
Donate to the Shrimp Welfare Project. Exclamation point shrimp in chat.
Anyways, so y'all can continue.
Oh
yeah. So
oh wait,
the objection that you raised for like my definition was you said, well, like these fascists or whatever also do redistribution. To which I said, yes. I think any government program necessarily is going to involve like some redistributory component, but we don't understand every single government program to be redistribution.
What do you understand to be redistribution then?
I understand redistribution to be government programs that are intentionally like in a broad sense taking wealth or taking income from disproportionately wealthy people and giving it to disproportionately poor people. That's what I understand.
Okay. Directly or in manners such as like healthcare, infrastructure, etc.
So typically either directly or if you like, it doesn't have to be direct in a sense that like it's directly income or wealth they're giving, I don't think, but it has to be, I think, direct in a sense in that is like the aim of the program. And that is like, it's distributionally positive. It's not like, it is broad. I'll say broad based and like distributionally positive. So it is in fact taking away from the rich and giving to the poor. Okay. And it is not taking away from like a bunch of citizens to give to police officers. It's taking away on the basis of and redistributing based on like income or wealth, not based on like strictly occupation and such.
Okay, so when again, this applies to Mussolini.
Pepsi, I appreciate it.
Italy did class collaboration in which they took private enterprise, right, the profits that those generated, and directed them back into a strong social welfare safety net that benefited poor Italians.
Mm-hmm. So it's my understanding of most of Mussolini's social programs, I could be mistaken, is that they're primarily aimed to like increase the birth rate of Italians. Maybe I'm mistaken in that.
That is not what that was not. Hold on. That was not what was in your question was, are they taking from the wealthy and redistributing it back so that it benefits those who make less? That was your definition.
Yeah.
Are you adding another qualifier?
I wouldn't consider that broad-based and based on the purpose of like of strictly speaking like income or wealth, because it's going to be based on, primarily whether like you're a parent or not, and it's not going to be broad-based. It's only going to apply to those who like are parents, right?
Okay, so I guess I would, yeah, exactly. What you're doing is just being very broad about it, and then when like you're called out for how broad it is, how broad your definition of left wing is, you add random qualifiers such as, well, your parents, well, if it applies to your parents or not.
You agree with the
These are
same
not in your
distinctions, though, right?
definition.
Hold on. You agree that it's not really redistribute, like the military is not like a redistribution in the sense that people mean redistribution typically.
That's not what I was talking about.
Wait, I'm just asking. You agree with that, right?
Sure, I guess.
But you also agree that literally speaking, the military does redistribute resources.
If we're using the term redistribute as taking funds from one area and put it into another, then it would be. However, you already defined redistribution for us as taking
so
funds
you have the
from
same
wealthy men. Hold on, you defined it as taking wealth from, or taking capital from the wealthy members of society and putting it into either directly or indirect social programs that benefit those who are poor. Correct?
Yeah, but it seems like you do the same thing.
That's why I brought up the example with the military, because that's not.
No, but it seems like you agree. It seems like you also think that, correct? That redistribution doesn't literally just mean taking resources from one place and going them to another. It means
we're using your definition.
What is your definition of redistribution? Do you think it? I'm asking your guys' personal definition now. Under your definition, is the military redistribution. Given your definition, is the military redistribution.
If you mean we've covered this already, I don't know why you think you have.
No, answer the question. Given your definition, is it redistribution?
If you mean redistribution as the transfer of wealth from one.
I mean your definition. Whatever your definition is.
Hold on, Jesus Christ. If one was to define it as that, then yes, any government action effectively would be redistribution. However, in this conversation, we are using your definition because we have to agree upon.
I want to know your definition. I want to know your standards.
Your definition. I don't give a shit about redistribution. I think
I want to, but in order to say that, you have to have some notion of what redistribution is. So what is it?
We're using your definition of redistribution.
I want to know your definition. I want to know by your standards, is the military redistribution or not?
My standards, as far as this conversation is concerned, is your definition. I'm using your definition of redistribution.
I want to know your standards.
My standards are your standards right now. We have to agree on a definition. I think yours is equally.
No, wait. So here's the thing. So I want to know your standards, because I don't think that by whatever your standards are, you would consider the military to be redistribution. So therefore, it can't possibly be like some unique flaw in my definition that the military isn't considered redistribution.
I think you're just really bad at this. In our definition, we have to use one definition, or in our debate, we have to use one definition. Correct?
No.
Yes, we have to agree upon a definition to know what we're talking about.
Sure, that I can agree to.
Okay, I'm agreeing to the definition you provided. Okay.
Yeah, and you raised an issue with it, though, right?
I've raised an internal contradiction in it.
Okay, but my claim now is that I think by your standards, you're also going to fall into some type of the same contradiction. So that's why I'm asking for your standards with the word redistribution, which is why I'm going to ask once again, by your standard, whatever your standard is the military redistribution or not?
Hold on, we're not switching from this. We're not pivoting. Either you will defend your definition or admit it is internally flawed. And once we have covered that, then we can move on to a different definition.
I've been defending my definition.
And hold on. Can we actually also address your behavior during Ash's live? Twice now. You have misrepresented studies and you have lied.
No, anyone that watches that conversation will know that Ash got totally blown the fuck out on the studies she mentioned.
Let's address that.
Yeah.
She did not get blown the fuck out. You consistently lied about the study.
What did I lie about? Name one thing I lied about in the study. What is one thing in the study that I got wrong or lied about?
So you said that hold on, non-fun. You said that you knew the definition of private property in the Marxist sense. And then you proceeded to frame this study it was private property for Japan in Ash's Live. Whenever it didn't address that, it was just speaking about just land.
I recall explicitly
land. So that
stating.
has proven that you were
First of all, land is a factor of production. Okay, it's still going to be in some cases private property, but regardless. So I think so I explicitly said in that conversation that the study is not going to use, strictly speaking, the Marxist term of the word private property. It's going to be using private property in a broader sense. I remember explicitly stating that. So that wasn't a lie.
You were so bad.
You just lied.
You pissed me off to the point that I saw you on Zion's huh?
What?
Excuse me?
So you just lied, right?
What? I just lied? In what way did I lie?
Because I did, in fact, explicitly say that the study was not going to be using the Marxist definition of private property.
No, absolutely not. And I can go and get Ash, and I can go get her to record everything that happened.
I recorded it.
We could bring it up here. Because you okay, all right, great. Please post it. Please post it where you specifically said that was not being used in the Marxist sense.
I said I'm familiar with the Marxist lingo there in the context.
Up until then, because
what? So I'm reading right now I'm reading right now from 8:45 in the transcript of my video. Okay, in context, yeah, I'm familiar with the Marxist lingo there. In the context here, what I mean by private property is not strictly private property in the Marxian sense. I think it just refers to broadly what we might consider like sort of the ownership of capital. And I said, and then later, 916. So personal property in the context of Marxist sense means that you can own things. Or wait, that might be her speaking. Sorry. But I think I said, yeah, I said 945. I mean, yeah, like I said, I understand the distinction between personal and private property in Marxist terms, but this paper is going to be looking at private property in a broader sense. And so, hold on, I skipped past the thing. Fuck. So I explicitly said that.
Sorry, I got to go to work and everything.
Oh,
but
of course you do.
I just
of course
really
you do.
Want to address that real quick.
Okay, so he just lied, right? Because like I'm reading what I said in the transcript, and I explicitly said that didn't. I said this paper is going to be looking at private property in a little bit broader sense than just the Marxist sense of the word.
Well, I wasn't there for Ash's Live, so this is not my issue. So I'm neither going to defend or his position or whatever. I do want you to defend your definition that you provided for redistribution.
Yeah. So I think the defense of my definition is just going to rest on how we intuitively understand the terms and how the ordinary usage of the term and how useful they are. So I don't think it's useful particularly to define redistribution in a sense that would include. So I don't think it's useful to define the word redistribution in a way that would include essentially any government activity, because that would leave us unable to speak about like the effects of redistribution, right? So I think it's better to have a definition that doesn't follow issue with that, or that excludes that.
This cannot be real. We just pointed out the contradictions in your definition that you're using, and now how it's not inherently left wing, and you're still like relying on this definition. I don't understand how we're going in circles here.
Okay, so you just asked me to defend my definition, and I feel like I did that.
Yeah, and we pointed out the contradiction. I don't know how you're qualming for that.
What's the contradiction with what I just said? What?
That like redistribution can also mean redistributing money to the military that doesn't go back to workers. That's not inherently left wing. Redistribution can also look like what Mussolini's Italy did towards literally redistributing wealth back from the wealthy to the workers. That doesn't make it inherently left wing. So how are you going to?
Yeah, I didn't disagree that. First of all, I don't think that redistribution, I don't know if I would say is inherently left wing. It's just like what left wing parties typically support. Typically, parties that support redistribution we would consider to be a left wing party in most cases. There might be other things that are sufficient to not have it be the only factor. But regardless of that. So the reason I don't understand, and it could be the case that like Mussolini's social programs were broader than I think, and therefore it is something that I might consider like redistribution in like the proper sense. And that could be, if you want to say like that is one left-leaning thing Mussolini did, that's fine, because I don't really think that makes Mussolini overall left-leaning. But irrespective of that, I'm saying, so I'm defending the use of the word redistribution that excludes.
Wait, what? No. Wait, what? No, I never said that was a left-leaning thing. I never said that was a left-leaning thing he did. I'm saying he's not left-wing at all, and just because he redistributed wealth doesn't make him left-wing.
Yeah, but you're saying, wait, but I'm saying that.
It's not
okay.
thing.
So the bullet you're trying to like make me bite is essentially that Mussolini would have, by the standard of redistribution, meaning what I said, and Mussolini doing some of that Mussolini would have done a left-leaning thing. I agree that he's not left-leaning, so that's why it would be a reductio, right? Like, it's only a reductio because he's not left-leaning.
So then why are you utilizing redistribution as a qualifier for left-wing?
Because I think we typically understand people who want to intervene in markets and redistribute wealth in order to have a more equal society to be a left-leaning principle.
There's people who believe in left-wing politics that may support that, but that doesn't make that policy left-wing. So why are you using that as a qualifier for when we're defining left-wing?
Okay. What do you think makes anything left-wing or right-wing?
So you can't defend your definition then?
I want to know your standards.
We can get to that in a second if you either want to like concede that this is a contradictory definition, or you want to actually find
no, I don't believe it's contradictory. The reason I'm asking is because I think anyone's standards is going to like necessarily rely on how the term is used. So the reason it's a qualifier for left wing is because the term left wing refers to people who support these things.
You're running away from the contradiction.
I'm not. You asked why does that make it left wing? I'm saying I think it makes it left wing because the way people use the term left wing, both in an academic context and a colloquial context, it refers to types of people who believe these things.
That doesn't mean anything. We pointed out contradictions on how this cannot be how this happens.
You did wait. Just to be clear, the question you just asked me is why is redistribution left wing? Right? That is what you just asked me. Like,
I said, why are you using that as a qualifier for left wing?
Okay, I'm answering that because I think the words left wing people use the term left wing in an academic and colloquial context to refer to parties and people who believe that we should emphasize redistribution.
Again, this still doesn't do anything for me when we pointed out the contradictions on how right wing institutions.
Okay. Oh my God. Why do you keep running back to that? Just to be clear, that is like an answer to your question, right? That is an answer to your question.
How is that an answer? What? How is that an answer to my question?
Because you asked why I'm using it, and I gave you the justification for why I'm using it.
Yeah, and I pointed, and I'm saying, how are you calming this contradiction that right wing institution also redistribute wealth? If you're using this.
Okay, so I don't believe there's a contradiction there. Spell out exactly what the contradiction is.
Right-wing institutions also redistribute wealth. So how is this a unique qualifier for left-wing?
Yeah, so it's going to be the fact that oftentimes we consider right-wing ideologies to not emphasize redistribution, and because in a technical sense, any government policy is going to redistribute resources in some way. Redistribution doesn't mean, or I don't think should be taken as to mean any redistribution of any resources ever. I think it should be understood to mean, redistribution in a broader sense that is aimed at creating like a more equal society through taking from the wealthy and giving to the poor. I think that is what, in this context, redistribution should be understood to mean.
So, like, what you think and what you consider to be left wing is not actually what defines a left wing politic. So again, you still haven't addressed this contradiction that I pointed out to you. You're just just saying not. Are you good?
What do
Jesus
you
Christ.
think defines being left wing?
I'm not letting you run away from this contradiction.
Okay, I don't believe there is a contradiction because once again, when I use the term redistribution in this context, I don't think it should be understood to mean any type of government activity that mean. Oh, they kicked me.
I can't. I literally can't anymore.
Incredible,
I'm
guys.
sorry. So everybody watching his Twitch stream, he sucks. He cannot define. Like he is going in circles. Like it just.
True.
Like, was he not just saying the same thing over and over again?
You're talking to as a moron. They are all morons. Why? I wonder why I was saying the same thing over and over again. Maybe because he was just asking the same thing over and over again.
I was trying to keep him up as long as I can because he was the only opposition that I had, but I literally can't anymore. I literally would rather rip my hair out at this point. No, because I think this. No, because I think that. Like, ugh.
I just have to stop using the word I think. I should just not qualify my terms ever. Not gonna lie, I don't think you were that productive enough on it clear. They could be, they were so much worse because they just couldn't understand what you were saying. I don't understand what I could have, like, been more clear about.
Base boosted Destiny clone, no for real.
True. Am I base boosted?
State am I in? Not answering that. I'm on the West Coast though, and I'm not in California. Refund the police? I didn't say refund the police. I said defund the police. You're talking to yourself? Yeah, I just spent 10 minutes talking to somebody, brother. Were you not here for that? Oh my god, my phone is at... What is my phone at? What are we at? Oh my god. 100%. Alright. Hand routed. Okay, you want to be the last one? I'll bring you up for 5 minutes. Everybody gets 5 minutes. But I'm going to give you a hard 5 minutes because my phone is going to die and I want to leave.
Damn. Okay.
His daughter, and he did get a stay. So just...
Anti-data guy. That guy's awesome. Crazy thing is, you talk to people 2 hours, not like productive came back because the debating style is so talking easily adversarial. Like it's literally just an attempt to get what they consider owns, bro. I don't know why they never. It's so frustrating that they can't answer. They won't like answer how they view things, because I think they know that like they are doing the same thing I'm doing. They operate like in their, probably in their day-to-day life, but also in the context of debates and stuff. You can't tell me they don't do things like, you know, they get educated guess as to what % of academics define a word in a certain way. That they don't make an educated guess as to what the term desert, or like what a similar term to another means, right? That's just like a thing humans do. That's not as a thing that is like logical to do, right? I like it's like illogical to infer that hospital desert had something to do with how far you are away from hospitals, which by the way, it did. And it's crazy that I don't think she knew what she was citing. Just to be clear, first of all, also the fact that they lied about I mean, not saying the stuff about private property. Was that generally we have reasons to believe that private ownership and markets lead to like good incentives for people that over the long run lead to economic growth, which like I think benefits human flourishing. I think just makes us all better off. And one piece of evidence for that, or dumb AF for correctly identifying the West exploits Africa. Not to mention how racist that argument is in the first place. What argument? By the way, that Kobe girl who commented on the TikTok about that honest accounts report that she cited still is not, for some reason, it's not going back to me about my offer to debate her. So, you know, with the Japanese islands. Is Pisco talking to Avi? I didn't watch it, but I saw that they were talking again last night. I watched a little bit of them talk about like Iran and Trump and stuff, but not all of it. Do these left-wing allies like? Well, I don't consider those people to be like. I mean, allies is like a weird word. Oh, thanks for the $5, Cameron.
Loving the TikTok debates.
I appreciate it, brother. Hell yeah. Why is it super chat amount is cut off there? Whatever. I saw her comment on Africa TikTok. I did not remove any comments. I don't believe TikTok removed any of them, and it's possible that she deleted them.
So this is a study.
I remember this one. You're claiming Western capitalists don't exploit the African continent. I think it's largely not the case. I remember Western capitalists don't exploit Africa. I think this is she said this, and then she said something else about like backstab. Yeah, this, and then I don't or this one. I saw the video, and your claims don't make sense. I don't think any of the. I believe these are all the comments she made, and they're all still there.
So I want to be clear here that when we're talking about private property, we're not talking about personal property. Are you clear about the communist position on that?
Okay, in the context, yeah, I'm familiar with the Marxist lingo there. In the context here, what I mean by private property is not strictly private property in the Marxian sense. I think it just refers to broadly what we might consider like sort of like the ownership of capital, yes, but also the ability of people to. I see David versus Tim Pool. I did. I say the word freely here, not. I understand you guys object to that, but to freely trade in goods and services and labor.
Yeah, so personal property in the context of the Marxist sense means that you can own things. You can certainly own things. When we talk about property, we're talking about capital as property. We're talking about property in the context of owning the means of production, right? So we're talking about not just like owning homes.
What did you think? I thought, I think Tim Pool's a very silly guy. I think he's a bit of a clown.
Just to be very clear, is that what am I getting to? What like the difference of the argument that you're making?
I don't know if I saw the full. I don't watch the full Jubilee thing. I saw that he talked to him. I saw that like Tim Pool it looked like he was on the verge of tears. I don't think I watched the full confrontation between them because then I watched the full Jubilee thing. I mean, yeah, they've got an upgraded style though. He was just bitching at Tim Pool from what I saw. Yeah, it was about, I might not have seen the full thing, but he was talking about like the Ukraine. He was like, you're spreading these narratives or whatever. There's a reason. Was it about the Russia stuff? Like there was a reason Russia found it valuable to pay you? Because was he up there for the Civil War prompt? That I understand the distinction between personal and private property in Marxist terms. But this paper is going to be looking at private property in a little bit broader sense than just the Marxist sense of the word private property.
So what?
That's crazy.
What type of private property was gotten rid of?
Was gotten rid of? So they didn't. So
Did you say that there's a natural experiment that demonstrates that there were some property rights on some parts of the island and there weren't in others? Is that also accurate?
I just want him to tell me what the private property was.
Yeah, my understanding is it was I can read through some of it to jog my memory, but my understanding of it was essentially how lands were registered and able to be traded for on some of the islands.
So land.
Here, let me read. Japan imposed a system of well-defined property rights in land. Like I said, the paper it's going to be in a broader sense than the Marxist terminology. And then this stuff. I was like right about fucking all this stuff, man. This is what she was citing. When the 80% of counties, 120 million Americans, like this is exactly what she was citing. She said that she was on GoodRx too. And they were claiming this wasn't based off location. Only one of the 6 is not based off of location. The way they define it's, I mean, I'm assuming you guys were there, but like when she was like reading off like the 6 types, and like I had already listed all of them, and like I listed them as well when I was muted while I was
that was done by a coalition of UK and African equality and development campaigners, including global.
I don't know how I unpause that. Fuck. This is all based on location, and then the way they define desert overall, except for hospital beds, is the only one not based on location. Counties where there are fewer than 2 hospital beds per 1,000 people. Okay, but then the way they define just hospital desert overall, I think it's if it meets threshold of having at least one of the, I thought there was somewhere in here where they say, because they say like 120 million Americans live in hospital desert. I think that's just any one of them. But it might be, certain threshold. At the county level, a county is considered a healthcare desert if more than 50% of the county's population lives in healthcare desert census tracts. So these are the like individual 6 things. To count the total number of deserts per county, we sum the number of healthcare desert categories where the majority of county's residents live in a desert. And then you can see for pharmacy deserts, a census tract is considered a desert. So each county is like divided into a bunch of different census tracts. And if the county, the majority of the population lives within census tracts that are considered one of the 6 deserts, 5 out of 6 of which are based on driving distance, then it's the county overall is considered a hospital desert. So it is basically all based on location. Also, Jeff said that medical desert is a term everyone agrees on, defining in such a way. And you could, I could have just looked it up, but his own source said otherwise. Incredible, yeah. It wasn't location. It is not a factor. What do you mean? This is all location, except for the hospital beds per county. It's that when looking at reasoning behind why this may occur location, it is a minimal factor as access. None of this is based on access except for the hospital beds, this is like a proxy for, well, I think they're all like proxies for access, but this is the only one not based on driving time. Is a minimal factor as access, generally speaking, doesn't mean distance from. It's all based on driving times. Not all. Except for hospital beds. Like, this is like just so... it even said geographical deserts based on driving time thresholds from each census tract. Populations, that's right. I can't highlight this, goddamn. We're talking about the idea of medical desert, not just a specific source. This is the source they use. Jeff claimed that they had a agreed upon definition. Also, how about reading something in full before react? She didn't read it in full. She didn't know what she was talking about. She just like looked up some bullshit. Jeff didn't read it in full either. I seem to have read more than them. And who cares if I've read it in full if you're making a specific claim that I have read enough of it to specifically address? I'm talking about you currently. I don't think they're the ones that told me to look it up. You are reading half of what I say, reacting, then finishing. Oh, because you made a claim in the first half of your message. I don't know if I need to... There's actually a huge problem, and why I didn't understand what they were saying in both of those lives. I just don't think that's true. What do they say that I didn't understand? They might not like the way I answer certain things. But I think I understood the things they were all saying. Throwing you a contradiction, and then, well, it's just not true, as a response, it's not a justification for ignoring the contradiction. What contradiction was I ignoring? Are you talking about with redistribution? I just don't think there's, like, a contradiction there. I don't think there's a contradiction between saying that, generally speaking, I don't even think there's a contradiction between saying something that's, like, a left-leaning principle, but, like, sometimes right-wing parties do it too, right? Like, I think... Like, I think many things are probably understood to be that. But it's just like generally something associated with left-wing parties, like a left-wing principle. But I also don't think there's like, given that by I think any reasonable standard, I just don't think. How about justifying it? Okay, I guess I have to stop saying the words I think. Okay, when I say I think, I mean I'm just expressing my beliefs to you. Okay, if you don't like that term, I guess. I don't believe it to be the case. I don't know. That's just how I indicate that like I'm expressing my own thoughts to you. Why do I comment came in exclamation point Discord, which means nothing in a context of a contradiction you were being pointed to. What's the join VC in Discord? What's the I don't know what contradiction there is. I think on any view of the word redistribution, it is not, or I shouldn't say any view, but like by any reasonable standard, I think the military is not understood to be redistribution, even though it is literally taking resources from one group of people and giving it to another. I think what that shows you is that redistribution is not taken to mean any action that takes away from someone and gives to another. It refers to a broader sense where it's like broad-based, typically done for the purpose of like trying to create a more equal society and trying to create like equal power between people, things of that nature. I paused off to join Discord or missed it. Let's just join the waiting room and I'll read it. Remember Mussolini was a socialist at one point, so he did borrow a lot from socialism. Yeah, I could be wrong too. I don't know like as a percentage or anything. But a lot of this was aimed at like increasing birth rate, but not. It's definitely possible that there were a lot of other like broader social programs. And it's possible. In fact, I think it is true that Mussolini did things that are generally considered to be left-leaning. At least, like, it's probably true of any politician anywhere, ever, that they have done at least one thing that is generally considered to be a left-leaning thing. That's fine. I mean, Julian... Let's listen to these two conversations, the whole thing, because the connection was cutting in and out. Oh, yeah. Don't worry, the hammer. What's up, buddy?
Hi. How it goes?
Good, I guess.
That's good. Yeah, I think just the when they were talking about the contradiction with regards to your
Me saying that redistribution was a left-leaning principle, right?
Yeah. Basically, what they were trying to point out there was that Mussolini also did like redistribution for the Italian people, which took away from like I guess some of the bourgeois of the area, but wasn't doing that for what we would actually like consider some sort of left-leaning or progression of the people, because it was mostly trying to pick my words here carefully as well, like a type of like nationalism that didn't actually see to lift up the workers or progress the people, right? It was more just to like almost concentrate power. So like given
Yeah, I just don't
that
see how like I agree with that. I think that's why it's like first of all, I think it's possible for like not left leaning people to do left leaning things. So even on the view that it was like redistribution, like it's possible for it to for redistribution to be a principle of the left wing parties generally, but also for right wing people to do redistribution for like right wing purposes, right? I just don't think there's any contradiction there.
Yeah.
And then secondly,
But,
I think
well,
that like you agree that like military spending, a state spending money on the military is in a literal sense redistributing certain goods, certain labor away from one sector to
I
another.
don't know. I'm a like when we're talking about like left wing redistribution, we're talking about like lifting up workers and people and providing
but
them
I
more
just mean you
power,
agree
right?
that so I just want to know, you agree in a literal sense that the military spending will take resources away from some people and give it to others.
Redistribution. Yeah, but like we're talking about like.
But if you said like no one uses the term redistribution to refer to things of that nature, right? So I don't think that redistribution should be taken as understanding any activity that takes resources away from some group of people and gives them to another. I think redistribution, probably there's some added qualifiers to it that I don't think necessarily get rid of everything that Mussolini did. I imagine Mussolini did do a number of things that are fairly characterized as redistribution, but certainly that like there are more factors than just the fact that it takes resources from one group of people to another.
I really, yeah, exactly. Because like, and that was kind of Zion's point, was that
but I was
the
saying
idea that you were wait, let me finish, man. Like, just the idea that you were proposing doesn't necessarily qualify as like a left wing activity, because as you rightfully pointed out, both sides could do that. So when we're talking about something in the left wing, we want to talk about things that point directly to the left and can only be I guess like brought about by left wing ideas.
I think both sides can do like almost anything. Like, I don't know, like what makes something like intrinsically left leaning or like impossible for the other side to do. Their standard was like being a revolutionary, but it's possible to be like a fascist revolutionary, a monarchist revolutionary.
Okay, but like when we're talking like about the left, when we're talking about like the progression, uplifting of like the people, right?
Yeah, I think it's possible for right-wing parties to uplift the people, like in principle. Like there are other things.
How do you
that
uplift the people by providing providing more power to like a king or a queen or something like that?
Yeah, depending on what your standard of uplift the people means, and unless your standard is just going to be, I think it's
people by, like you can't uplift people by employing sorry, words, I can't do them apparently. Employing like a monarch, like that doesn't. How does monarchy like lift up the workers?
like what if I don't think this is true, but like what if it just was the case that having a monarchy like increased economic growth substantially?
I would have to see the data of that, right? Like that would have to be like we're talking about like a real world thing,
but I'm saying,
right?
what if it
exactly.
was?
So monarchies.
Okay, but what if it was the case?
Revolutionary monarchies, then that would be a different world than we're living in, then wouldn't it?
Okay, but would that be like uplifting the people?
But like also, if in that case as well, unicorns might shit rainbows. But like we're not talking about that. We're talking about like real world activities and real world effects, right? So on real world monarchies, like those things, those ideas, the idea of a monarchy is not and like something that lifts up workers, correct?
I mean, typically no. I mean, there might be like uplift workers is vague, so I'm sure there are above one examples of a monarchy.
Revolution would not be a revolution to then uplift workers, therefore not left wing. So like that's how we would figure out how to qualify like a left wing versus a right wing, right? Like we would use a different
uplift workers again is just like vague because I think it probably shouldn't be viewed as left wing, even if like having a monarchy just increase economic growth substantially, even though in some sense that would uplift the worker. Like workers would be substantially richer if there was like just a ton more economic growth, but I don't think that means monarchies are
Not
left wing.
really. Like we've seen economic growth over the like real world economic growth, and like workers are actually getting worse off.
So I don't believe that's actually the case in the world now, but even if it was, we can imagine that like wasn't the case.
But sorry, you don't think current like buying power nowadays is better than buying power? Like
Buying
say in the
power of
60s,
what? Of an individual dollar or people's median income?
Yeah, just an individual dollar.
An individual dollar, the value of it has gone down, but people get a lot more individual dollars now, so they can afford to buy more real goods and services.
Yeah, but the economy's grown, right?
Yeah.
So why doesn't that correlate to the dollar getting better for everybody?
Because there's no contradiction between the economy growing and the dollar losing nominal value.
No, but you said that when the economy grows, it's better for us, like the workers, right? So
I don't think that's fine. I don't think that's necessarily the case, to be clear. But I think generally that is the case. Though. And I said, imagine a world where it was the case. And I think it is, in fact, true that economic growth tends to benefit workers as well as also owners. But so I think, although there's no, like the actual nominal value of a dollar itself just does not mean very much in terms of like growth. Like you should look in real terms. By real terms, I mean like inflation adjusted terms, adjusted for the cost of living. And it seems like people's median income, real median income has gone up, and household income. And
but we're like we have to like kind of contrast that with inflation, how much like buying power the income they have has, right? Which then correlates to like how much the dollar does, and that dollar doesn't do as much nowadays as it used to back in the day, per se. And like I'm just using kind of generally back in the day, but
like
if you want to take an actual year, we could.
When I say
like
real income
being,
or like
though,
adjusted for the cost of living, what I mean is adjusting for the fact that the dollar has lost value. So like if you would agree, just like in principle, if you get like the dollar loses like 50% of its value, but you get 10 times the amount of money in real terms, you are better off, right?
I wouldn't say so, no, because how does that correlate? Like I don't see how that like works out, because like and like
okay, so your dollar is half as valuable, right?
Real life. Well, so yeah. So I get what you're saying there. I'm just saying like I don't see how that correlates to real life, because like that's not what is going on.
I was trying to so in principle, you agree if your dollar is half as valuable, but if you get 10 times as much money, you're like 5 times better off, right?
I guess so, but like that doesn't happen to workers. That happens up at the top, I guess.
I think the evidence we have suggests that does, in fact, happen to workers. So we have ways of measuring inflation.
We currently have 5 times the buying power that we used to, say, 40 years ago.
Buying power measured by what?
I don't know, the dollar, I guess.
Of an individual dollar or people's income?
The dollar right now, can I get more or less for it than I could in the 70s?
An individual dollar? Less. But the median income has gone up more than the dollar has gone down.
Which means, though,
that in real terms, you are better off. That you can buy more real goods and services today.
I'm not, though, because I cannot. No, I couldn't. I can't. But like that's just an average. Like this doesn't actually like exist. Like yeah, sure. If we median out like billionaires into the like, we're talking about like just workers, right? Like
yeah, but the median isn't substantially affected by outliers, right? The median is just who's at the 50th
it's very much
percentile.
like you have a trillionaire in the United States. What are you talking about? Like that doesn't actually affect like people.
That affects
like how
the averages.
That is correlated.
But
exactly.
The median is not substantially affected by outliers because it's just who at the 50th percentile, who's the middle person. So someone who's the 50th percentile in earnings. So if there's a large degree of inequality, the median is not substantially affected by that unless there's like a really weird shape of income distribution where people are like really rich right at the 50th percentile. Like if you have like
I mean, that
five
kind of does
people,
happen. I think it's
if
like
you-
something like 60% of like Americans live below like what it is. I have to look up the stats again and everything like that. But yeah.
Yeah, so you wouldn't. So for median to be messed up, okay. So median is just who's at the 50th percentile, right? Who earns the 50th like percentile of income. So like some people are in the bottom 10%, right? Some people are in the top 10%. The median, it's just who is at like the 50th percent. So in order for the median to be really skewed by outliers, you would have to have like the income distribution be such that like everyone below the 50th percentile makes a very small amount of money, and everyone right at the 50th percentile makes like a ton of money. And then beyond that, you know, it just like it increases linearly or exponentially. It doesn't really matter.
So like the median,
that's just
I
that,
get
so
what you're
that's
saying.
what I mean by weird shape. So, but just to like demonstrate, like if there were 4 people in a room and they all, you know, like made 20,000, I'm gonna mess up the math. If they all made like $20,000, right? They would like the average of that income would just be 20,000. If then a really rich person walked into the room, the average of the average incomes of everyone in that room would go up. If it was like 100,000, I can't do the math in my head. If it was like 100,000, the average incomes would go up, but the median wouldn't, because the people in the middle in the room at 4 people
Or still
are
20,000.
still
Yeah,
going to
I get
be
that. But like that
the people in the middle.
$20,000 is still doing less overall. So it doesn't really help out in the overall, right? Like, sure, I might be making 20,000 now compared to 5,000 back in the 70s, but that 5,000 got me much further.
Yeah. So first, I'm just trying to demonstrate that the median is not going to be majorly affected by outliers like billionaires. Averages will be,
cool.
but median won't. So
cool.
Next.
But that median dollar still doesn't go as far as it used to.
Right. So the way that we measure
That's
that
my point.
is we have a variety of inflation indexes. So we track the price of a basket of goods. We look at what consumers are buying. We look at their individual baskets, and we measure how the price changes over time. And we measure how the what people are buying exactly changes over time, because sometimes people switch what they are buying away from, you know, people don't buy Blockbuster anymore. They get Netflix. Okay, so we have to adjust. I mean, that's both entertainment, but we have to adjust what the weight to the individual items in a basket. So we do that, and we get a measure of how many dollars it takes to buy the same basket of goods over time.
Yeah.
And that is how we can adjust for inflation. So if we look at the
I got
median
that.
income, which is not affected by billionaires, or not substantially affected, and then we take and we divide it by an inflation index, what we're left with is the real median income, which shows us in real terms how many basket of goods you can buy with the median income. And that has continued upward in the US for some time, and it's higher today than it ever has been.
Okay, so you can buy a basket of shit, and that means, like, this still doesn't, like, I'm still, you're not pointing, like, I'm trying to say that, like, let's use something real world here, like a house, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Those are in the inflation indexes.
Yeah, okay, cool. So, like, what, is it easier, is it easier to buy a house now, or less easier to buy a house now?
I think it's probably harder to buy a house now, depending on what year you're talking about.
Well, okay. Obviously, there's gonna be slight differences from year to year because of banks and blah 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 and stuff like that. But like overall, it is generally harder to afford and maintain a home currently.
Then in like the 70s, yeah, probably,
like
I believe.
Yeah.
Yes.
But even though the median income has gone up and we can buy all these baskets of goods, right?
Yeah. Homes are included in a basket of goods, right? They are about, I think, a third of the weights in the good. But just because overall you can buy more of the basket of goods doesn't mean that every individual item in a basket of goods you can buy more of individually. So although it is the case that you can't buy more housing necessarily today with the median income, you can buy more books and televisions and computers and entertainment and
Oh, yeah,
clothes
that's
and
so
all of
great.
those
Yeah. Oh, I'm so glad. Oh, that's
and
actually really good.
food,
I can buy four
food,
TVs, but I can't afford a home. Like,
food as well.
you understand what I'm saying to you then, right? Like the pricing, yeah, we understand. Like, this is actually like a lot why a boomer logic happens to, like, oh, you just gotta stop spending so much on expenses, because back in their day the basic necessities were cheap,
I
and
can't tell this man
expensive,
about
like
hedonic
expensive
adjustments.
luxury items
Brain will explode.
were more expensive. Like a TV was thousands upon thousands of
But it's
dollars,
that
like
trade benefit of Japan.
multiple paychecks. Now we can get a TV for like half of one of my paychecks, not even, right?
Mhm.
So, like, and that's what I'm kind of talking about, like the buying power of the dollar. Like, yeah, median has gone up. Yeah, we can buy a bunch of cheap fucking goods, but like that doesn't matter at the end of the day, because the dollar itself has declined in a way that we cannot purchase the things that we need and are necessities for our lives.
Yeah. So
Like, sure, yeah, okay, we can buy 4 TVs now compared to the 1 TV before. But like, I
yeah.
don't
So we
see how
weight
that
them.
is.
We weight them by spending, though. We weight them by how much of people's income they spend on that thing. Housing is like a third of the CPI weights, which is one measure of inflation. It's like 30% of CPI is like just housing inflation.
Yeah, and like housing shouldn't, like, why is housing get inflated in general?
That's a broad
Well, we can
question. I think it
modify it.
has something to do with land use regulations. I think it has something to do with regulations on who can get mortgages post the 2008 crisis. But it doesn't really matter why, because I think your claim is more broadly that like our lives are worse off, and I don't think that's the case, because even once you adjust for the overall cost of living, we can buy more things with the median income today.
Okay, yeah, sure, we can buy more TVs than we could back in the day, but our basic necessities are not
No,
available.
so food has gone down too, and so have clothes.
Okay.
And it also
Well,
doesn't.
I really didn't see this. I don't believe that just off the top of your head. But I
You
would
could
want-
open right now. You can calculate it right now. You can-
Okay, go ahead. I'm
Yeah,
on
no, go ahead. Do that. Yeah. Go ahead. Like, look up, nominal personal median income, and then just divide that by the PCE index for food. And I'll bet half my net worth it's going to be higher.
All right, I'm looking at personal income. And actually, hold on. This is probably not
2 minutes. Be right back.
what I want. Okay, never mind. I might have to do it this way. It doesn't have. I don't know if it has real median personal income in nominal terms.
What real
sorry.
is?
Sorry.
Real means not.
No, I didn't mean. Yeah, I didn't mean to say real.
It's just called personal median personal income.
No, they do have it. Never mind. Yeah. Median personal income. Yeah.
I know Fred better than anyone.
I saw it just in like billions, like in total, billions of dollars, but that's not really what I wanted to do.
No.
Add the line.
Don't be confused with disposable income. I'm not sure they have median disposable income. That's an OECD thing. But yeah. No, but either way, I want to ask the guy a question. When you say the purchasing power of the dollar, what do you imagine? Like, how do you imagine it's calculated?
What do you mean? Sorry, had to do a bit of my job.
Yeah, that's fine. You've seen a graph online of the purchasing power of the dollar going down. How do you think they calculated that? Like, what do you think? How do you think that graph was produced? Like, how did they get the numbers and present the graph?
I know like the most layman version of how that happened, and I probably could not.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Recite
There's
it
like
in any meaningful way. Like
that's fine. That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
There are like inflation indices, like the CPI. You probably heard of it. There's also the PCE, which is better. And what you do is just like, let's say a banana costs $10. Now it costs 20. That means that the ability of the dollar to purchase bananas has gone down by half. You just take the index and you do 1 over the index. That's your purchasing power of the dollar because it's how much $1 can buy of that basket of goods. So it's 1 over the index, and that's it. That's it. So by saying when we say adjusted for inflation, we literally mean you take your how many dollars you have and you do divide it by the index. You multiply by the purchasing power of the dollar. You take that into account. Every time you do that, it's still going to be
It's
higher,
true.
except when you look at specific commodities, which our explanation is one, they've gotten better in quality. Houses are bigger now and have better, what do you call it? I guess they're higher
Like construction
quality right now.
materials, household
Yeah,
size is declining too.
the air conditioning and all that. That's one. So that's why they're more expensive. It's just like you don't when you buy a house today, you buy a 2026 house. You don't buy a 1970s house. Okay, and also, legitimately, houses have gone more scarce. It's impossible to build housing. So when supply gets suffocated, of course, prices will go up. Also, Bamul effects, but that's like econ.
Okay, well,
stuff.
like there's a lot said there.
Yeah.
I don't know about you guys. Like I'm Canadian, so like I know up here at least with regards to our housing, we have like hundreds of thousands of like open vacant condos, and a lot of rental houses that aren't just being rented out as well because nobody can afford them. But that's here nor there. The point of like those condos not being sold though is because again nobody can afford those condos. So like they are there, they are available. It's just the profit required for for how we have commodified housing makes it so that companies don't want to just provide it. Like they don't want to provide it because they're not going to be making anything off of it. Like
Yeah, and we have evidence that when you build condos, what happens is people move into them. Shocking. And that frees up housing elsewhere. And people move into that housing, and that frees up housing elsewhere. And we have actual papers on that. It's not like a conjecture. It's not like a theory or something. And what you see is that
I assume that's kind of how housing markets work. But I'm just also pointing out that isn't always like that. Sure, I'm sure that happens, but like there are places where we have like housing disparity. Like where I live, for example, it's like we do have the housing here. It's just corporations and the people who built these housing don't want to like even break even on it. They want their millions of dollars for a 750 square foot apartment that isn't it didn't take even near that to make.
so.
Right? Like
Why would you suppose the corporations are like greedier in wherever you live compared to like let's say Austin, Texas, where rents have been falling, right? You can look at Austin,
I don't know,
Texas.
from what I'm aware of, like generally across America, you guys have millions of vacant homes and like hundreds of thousands of homeless. So it seems like you guys can fix your housing problem. It's just it seems policy choice says why
That's
it's
a different
not.
thing. That's a different thing. So there's a lot to be said about
Well,
vacant homes.
that's kind of like my underlying
No, homes
idea
are not.
is that like these ideas, like these things are not fruitful for corporations and people who want to uphold capitalism.
No. I asked you a question. What? So for what? There's a lot to be said about housing and vacancies. I totally disagree with what you said.
Yeah.
But what makes the corporations in Canada or wherever you're looking at so much greedier than the corporations in Austin, Texas? Why are rents falling in Austin, Texas? I suppose that it's because they build a shit ton of housing, and when you
Also,
expand
could be
supply,
something to do socially because a lot of people are moving away from certain red states and such because of their.
people are moving into Austin.
Well, like people are
Austin
moving
has seen a population boom. Yeah, no. But this is very simple. Look, Austin alone. I'm pretty sure Austin alone builds more
Surprised
housing
you're not
per
getting mad at
person.
Sample for using Austin.
Or no, I think in total,
Easy money.
they permit more housing than New York, and I don't mean New York City. I mean the entire state of New York. I'm pretty sure that's true. I've ran the numbers a year ago. Okay, that's 20 times the population. New York City, New York State has 20 times the population of Austin, but they issue the same amount of permits. It's a supply and demand thing. When you allow a lot of something, the price falls. When you restrict it and make it very scarce, price goes up. It's a very simple thing. It's not against corporate greed.
this is housing though, bro. Like this is what I'm talking about. Like housing as a commodity in itself, that is problematic as well because now you're profiting off of something, a basic necessity people require.
But that's a separate. But your explanation for like the vacant homes was that corporations were being greedy. It seems like there's a lot of other greedy corporations that aren't keeping them vacant. They're building a ton of homes.
So Austin, Texas has gotten rid of its homeless problem because they built all the homes for all the people.
I'm not familiar precisely with how many homeless people there are, but like rents.
No, but I'm just asking, why are the corporations like generous? I guess not even greedy. They're generous in Austin. Why are they declining the? Why are they making the prices? So why are the prices going down? Why are the prices? Who's setting the price? It's corporations, right?
Austin fixed homelessness then?
Well, what about homeless? What?
It's probably down, but like if anything, usually
Austin
like
has
people.
a homeless. I'm talking about when you talk about greed, you're talking about like extracting a lot of profit. Or why are rents going down there? Like why are the corporations so greedy? Why are they not like bumping up the prices if they can? Because they can't. Because these response to supply and demand. It's not determined by greed. It's determined by supply and demand. That's how econ works.
Okay, but like the supply is everyone requires a home.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's going to be there's still demand for homes.
Yeah, that's right. That's why prices go right because demand increases. Yeah.
Yeah. So Austin, then you're telling me that Austin has fixed the demand. That's why the prices are going down, right?
No, it's because they expanded supply. But I'm saying if the explanation is corporations are greedy, well, the corporations are greedier in Canada. The corporations are probably more greedy in Austin because it's like a Republican state, right? So the corporations are no greedier in Canada than in Austin, yet rents are falling in Austin. It's not because you're looking at the wrong variable. The variable you should look at is how much you build. You expand. If we found diamonds on every corner of the street, diamonds would be dirt cheap because they're really rare. When housing gets suffocated,
De Beers actually made the whole diamond rare thing. So.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, okay.
There's like diamond mines in Canada not owned by De Beers.
If we grow cars out of trees, cars would be really cheap. It's because cars are hard to make, right? Okay. The same goes for housing. It's markets 101. When you suffocate the supply, there's no other. It's like this. You have a what would you call it? A pot, right? And there's boiling water in it. If you increase the temperature, the water is going to flow more and more and more and more and more. That's just the way it goes. And the only way to handle that is to expand the pot. If you just put a ceiling on the pot, all you're doing is making the burst of the water more dangerous when it happens.
Okay, I don't know where this analogy is going.
You need to expand
what ceiling are we putting on?
Yeah, the theory is supply and demand. You expand supply, prices go down.
I understand what you're saying there about supply and demand. In response to that, I am saying, yeah. And the supply is everyone requires a home. So the demand, the demand is everyone requires. Sorry, yeah, my bad. The demand is everyone requires a home.
Yeah.
Have we then provided that supply?
Nope, because supply is super duper suffocated.
Why?
Because supply is super suffocated.
So we do not want to house people, is what you're telling me.
No, we have laws that make it illegal to build. We have laws that say you cannot build this even though people demand it.
So yeah, policy decisions.
Also, I want to make a note. Homeless doesn't literally mean someone on the street. The definition of homeless is way more expensive than that. It's like someone without a
people living in cars, people like that.
No, also people living among friends temporarily or something. But yeah, people tend to think it's
couch surfing, stuff like that, all sorts of things. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
But people, somebody living in their car would prefer an apartment, right? Somebody living on their friend's somebody living on their friend's couch would prefer an apartment.
No doubt. So I'm just saying the reason why housing has gotten more expensive, housing corporations that buy housing are not greedier than corporations that provide food. It's just we don't have laws on the books that say you can never cook a pizza, you can never make a hamburger, but we do have laws everywhere that say you can only build this type of small, evil type of housing, single family units. That's everywhere, basically. And when you expand that, when you get rid of these horrible laws, what you find is that prices plummet. It's a very straightforward.
I'm not sure if like you're meaning to kind of agree with me, but thank you.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, if we
I
agree,
mean, like
government
you're telling
regulation
me what
is
I'm telling
positive.
you. I agree, man. The policies we are putting in place are like making it so that we are not housing people. Instead, we are treating housing as a commodity and a thing for profit.
No. If we treated housing as a commodity, as is a thing that we are allowed to make for
Law has
profit,
brought up Auckland
right now
before.
you're not allowed to make it for
But
profit.
people
It's
just like
literally illegal to
I know,
develop.
Austin's just like a simpler.
No, you're not. If you want to build
example
more,
than, like,
so anything
talking about
more
Auckland and a
than
synthetic
single-family
control.
homes.
Pause, dude. You think people are not making profits off the housing they are building currently?
I'm saying they don't get to build them.
The housing that is currently being built, is that
Yes.
being built for profit?
It is. It most
It is,
definitely.
and it is being built
But-
as a commodity, right?
And is the housing that's not getting built because it's illegal, is that being built for profit? The answer is, by definition, no, because it's not getting built. What I'm pointing to is that there's a lot of homes that the profit incentive will compel you to build, but we just made it a law that you cannot build them. And so when you make supply never go up, yes, prices are going to go up. That's just the way it works.
Yeah. Okay. So in America, where you have lobbying, you have then corporations lobbying the government to put in policies.
No.
Corporations are the ones. They're the ones building the homes. Actually,
these laws are local laws. It's not. I'm sorry. BlackRock is
the
not
federal government has to
pouring
say this
money.
too, right? And
Black
these local
Black
lawmakers
is not.
are also
No.
still
The mostly
being
it's mostly
lobbied, right?
it's mostly local, and
they can still be
BlackRock.
lobbied, yeah.
Also, the developer lobby is pretty big. Like the lobby of developers who want to build for profit, but they're not allowed to by government. So there are competing lobbies. If that's your explanation, but no. The reason is boomers.
Lobbying, I mean, as in like the idea of bribing for like
well, you should think of it
having
like this. And it's even compatible with the left-wing worldview, okay? What I'm saying is, who shows up to these meetings where you vote on if you're letting people house other people, right, by building more housing? Who shows up to these meetings? Are these the young people? No. Are they poor people? No. Are they minorities? No. Are they the people who would move into these new housing? Obviously not, because they don't live there yet. It's old, rich, overwhelmingly white people who know that lower house prices means lower net worths for them, because that's what homes mean, right? That's what a home is. If a home price goes down, your net worth goes down as well. So these people vote it and make it illegal to house new people, and then they get rich. It's not some shadowy corporation or something. It's very straightforward. It's the people going to the local meetings. You can watch them. Go to your local city meeting. I guess you're not in the U.S. and watch them raise their hands.
No, but like I get that, yeah. But like the rich white people who can go to these meetings, like meetings usually in the middle of the day, yeah, that makes sense, because all the people you explained as would like to be involved are not allowed to be involved.
Yes. And so it's not because someone lobbied for this to be the case.
Policy and corporations together have made the situation we are currently in.
No, it's not the corporation. It's like boomers and like people voting.
Corporations, as in like people who have net worth, who have like as well as like.
I don't think.
Move away from corporatism and just say like the people who own capital already want to uphold their capital, right? That's
usually
kind
people
of the idea.
Usually, left wingers don't like corporations or people, but I guess we converge. But no, I'm saying no. It's not a corporation or something. It's not like BlackRock just forgot to set up the evil lobbying scheme in Austin. No, it's because Austin realized, hey, if we get rid of these laws, we're going to have cheaper rents, and they voted for it. Other places are boomer-occupied governments. They will never do that, and that's it. You got. It's Did BlackRock forget to lobby the Austin local government?
No, I get what you're saying there. I'm just like.
Also, what percentage of homes of single family homes do you suppose are owned by institutional investors in the United States? It's less than 3%. It's nothing. It's overwhelmingly owned by private individuals. It's just
like, are we talking about like landlords as well, just private individual landlords as well?
Yeah, which are not corporations, right?
Yeah, which I mean, yeah, but like I'm not sure. Like, I mean, up here at least we have like corporations who work with our landlords to do all that stuff, as well as like corporations that run like the buildings. Like, I'm not sure what you guys have them down there. We have like they're called strata up here.
Yeah, maybe I don't know about that, but
Yeah.
I mean, why wouldn't the landlord defect and just like rent it for cheaper and get the people?
Because that's not the point of having a second home. A second home is to make money off of it, right?
Yeah, no. I'm saying if the corporation asks me, please be kind and make the rent too high, how do I profit from this? Like, or like how do they profit from this? Like, how do they compel me to do that? Or like, are they paying me to do that? Like, I don't see it.
Well, I mean, I don't know how it works down there, to be honest.
Like, I'm a landlord. Yeah, let's say I'm a landlord. I have a second home, and I think of renting it, and the market price would be like $5,000 a month or something. And now Non-Fawn, the corporation, Non-Fawn Limited Liability, comes to me and says something, and now I think I should rent it for $6,000 a month. I don't see it. I don't see what he can tell me that will make me think I should raise it, that I would not have thought about already. No, but either way, we have the proof. Like, we can look at cities that build more, and we have actual like overwhelming studies on this. I'm just going through the anecdotes. We can look at this and see that when you lift up the evil zoning laws, the prices fall. And it's not when you just like, I don't know, when corporations get less greedy or something. So I think it's just a misunderstanding.
When policy kind of steps aside and we actually just try and house people, then we can start actually housing people. Yeah, we agree there.
When government,
Yeah.
when government steps out of the way.
Yeah.
Government lets markets function naturally.
Well, I mean, because the government is the United States government is like capitalist in nature. It wants to.
It's local government. It's boomer in nature. It's boomer in nature. It's your representatives are boomers. Your local city town hall voters are boomers. The reason why Social Security is exploding as the government expenditures.
Yeah, but like it doesn't matter. Like, yeah, boomers. Yeah, but liberal boomers, conservative boomers. It doesn't matter. They're still up. Yeah, they're all just still upholding the same status quo and the same capitalist superstructure that makes it so that we cannot actually progress these ideas.
I mean, are people in Texas more capitalist than people in blue states? I imagine they're more capitalist.
I'm not. Well, obviously,
Yeah, I
it's going to
imagine.
like change. Like, I'm just saying, like, obviously, it's going to change from like location to location. Even like under the idea of having like communism, communists understand that communism will look slightly different based on the material reality of that area, right? Like,
okay, well,
like I'm not going to be like, obviously, this place over here needs iron, and they're going to pull iron out of the ground that doesn't have any in it, like, right? Like, it's not going to happen. Yeah,
that's right. But I'm saying, so we can look at other industries like computers, TVs.
Thank you,
They've gone
Mises.
much cheaper. Cars too, used cars, whatever you want to look at. Technologies have gone more cheaper relative to incomes because we don't have laws that say you're not allowed to build cars. We just don't. But
yeah, we instead kick out the companies that don't allow that actually produce better and cheaper vehicles and such.
What do you mean?
I'm not sure that's true. But I would oppose to any law. I would be opposed to any law that says you're not allowed to buy cars because.
What are you talking about? You guys have sanctions on so many countries.
If you're talking about China, it's not because of cars. It's because of like national. And I would be opposed to that. I'm a free trade guy. But either way, I'm just saying, cars are still even given these sanctions or stuff. Cars and computers and TVs and basically clothing and food have gone cheaper because that's markets that are not constrained and they have productivity growth. Okay, whatever. The Bermuda effects are another thing to consider, but housing isn't because we just suffocated it to death with regulation. And when you look at cities that overcome it, they have rents falling. So what's the solution I'm missing here? Like what's something like we can look at every measurement of quality of life. It's better in capitalist countries. We can look at causal studies. It's mocking communists and socialists to death. We can look at the problems people point to, and we can point to government causing it. Yes.
Okay. You can just say it. You're just saying that stuff. What are you talking about?
I'm just not. Okay. I haven't read enough Mike Feldman, Easy Money. To
roll
have an
back.
opinion.
Yep, I'm calling back. Well,
go ahead. Sorry. First one. What did you say there?
I'm saying capitalist countries mog communist and socialist countries to death in any metric.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Name a metric.
Good.
Okay, hold on.
never mind. Like median
Before
income?
you do that, I just want to say before we move off the housing, the claim that there are like more vacant homes than homeless people is only true in like a very meaningless, lame sense.
correct.
So it's
Yeah.
like the overnight like homelessness rate, like how many people like actually sleep on the streets. It is true that technically how the census defines vacant homes, there are more vacant homes, but many of those homes are like decrepit. I think about half of them are like decrepit, like you cannot like live in them. Some of them are just like just ordinary like turnover, like it's just regular for houses to have some amount of vacancy between tenants, and some of them even are already bought. They just like haven't moved into them yet, and probably most importantly,
And some of them are like
they're just not.
vacation.
Yeah, some it's like I think like less than 10% of them are like vacation homes or second homes, and most importantly though, it's
Well, I
like,
mean, like, we have, like,
not where the homeless people are. Like the homeless people are in like LA,
Yes.
and these homes are in
Yeah.
like Nebraska. So unless you're gonna like ship a bunch of homeless people there.
No,
Yeah,
yeah. But like the point being though, we like have the ability and materials to make the homes for these people, right?
What to
Do we
make?
even-
Or where? It sounded like you said we
to
have
make,
them
to
already.
Make, to uphold,
Yeah.
like it's available. We can do it, right? That's the underlying point.
I don't think we can just move homeless people from LA to Nebraska
Well, no.
for a house that is either decrepit or will be filled in a month. I don't think we can do that.
No, but we can like put up.
Or I don't think it's desirable. At least I don't think we should.
Well, no,
Do you do?
I agree. Like we shouldn't probably be grabbing people and throwing them in vans and moving them across the country because that seems weird as fuck. But the point being, though, is we have the materials, we have the knowledge, we have like the ability to make
And we
sure that
We have a law that says it's illegal.
Yeah, I think like society
And so,
has
like,
the capacity to solve it
like,
if we wanted
government-
to, but it's not true that like there are like a bunch of greedy developers like leaving vacant homes open that could be given to homeless people. It's more just like, you know, there are a bunch of homes
why
the
wouldn't-
census considers
yeah,
vacant that are.
Well, why isn't it the case
Well, yeah,
with any other market? Like, if let's say let's look at cars. So we have the ability to make a lot more cars, but we don't see corporations artificially saying like, no, we don't produce cars anymore. And if they did, another corporation could say, well, fuck you, I am producing more cars anymore. Everyone would buy from them, and they get rich. That's why
we
no
have,
one
like,
is doing it.
But we have a car-centric country, so yeah, that makes sense why
It
like
takes
cars are the way they are.
Food, say clothing, any other commodity, really. Like, yeah, why isn't it the case with food? Like, why are corporations not artificially restricting the food supply? And then now no one can buy food and it's super expensive because everyone demands it, but we don't make it.
They did. They did. We actually had a huge court action law. Like there was a huge lawsuit against the corporation up here that was unnaturally inflating bread prices and such. And they actually got caught recently as well doing it with meats.
Yeah, I'm not sure with Canadian price gouging laws or something, but if you just go down the street, you can buy food for cheap. It's just like a fact. It's just like food has gone cheaper. We've went over this, but yeah, I'm sure there are instances.
The ability to buy it and like use the food too, right?
You can buy and use the food. No, I'm just saying, why isn't this explanation of like corporations would benefit from artificially restricting homes? Why is that explanation not carry over to other markets like food and clothing? You can buy clothing now. No one is artificially restricting the clothing supply to make it super expensive. Why is it only applicable with housing?
Well, like, I mean, with regards to clothing and foods and stuff, like clothing is like the fast fashion industry just makes pieces of shit garments for like pennies, sell them.
I'm not sure when you've seen people wore 70 years ago or something.
Like they make these things like for pennies, and then like I'm not sure saying like who's making it or whatever. I'm just saying they're made. Like the materials don't cost anything basically, and then they give us, and then they sell it for like thousands of times more than they made it for.
The materials explain very little the
And then
cost of housing
and then
too.
they
Like
call
we have
the
papers
material
from
like,
like
oh, but it's cheaper overall.
Manhattan, you know, where we can calculate like the marginal cost of like adding an extra floor to a building, and it's just like it explains very little of the price.
Sorry, you were talking when I was talking, so I missed the first half of that.
Oh, so I was just saying like the cost of materials explains like very little of the cost of housing. Like we have papers like looking at like Manhattan in New York City, where we can like know the marginal cost of adding an extra floor to a building, and it just is like very little. The price is attributable to the actual cost of
Which
construction and
talks about
stuff.
clothes.
Yeah, so you
With
said
clothes and
like the
materials.
reason, yeah, so clothes are just like made with like pennies or whatever, and they can just like make them really cheaply and stuff, and like obviously the unless I'm misunderstanding your point, like I understand that like cost of building housing is always going to be more than just like the cost of making clothes, but you know probably the margin, like the cost of materials explains more the price of the fast fashion than it does of the housing. And in competitive markets, you wouldn't really
Well, no,
expect
because
that to
like
be.
housing is under the same kind of rule. Like housing, like for example, my house was built in the Well, my apartment technically. My apartment was built in the 90s, and it's been paid off already like 3 times over, probably. But I'm still paying for it.
Right. Actually, that reminds me of another point. You look at Manhattan, okay? I think it's 40% or 50% of buildings that exist right now in Manhattan would not be legal to build. Would not be legal to build if you tried it today. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Isn't that evil and crazy? And like obviously the explanation, and it's not because BlackRock is greedy in New York but altruistic in Austin. It's probably because New York doesn't let you build and Austin does. And that's why it explains the variation.
I mean, you're comparing 2 very different like areas as well, like materially. So.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can try to adjust for stuff, but I'm saying it's like why are they not greedy in Austin? I don't.
Well, like, how
why?
about like we do something a little bit more like similar, like L.A. and New York or something like that, similar sized, right?
Well, but New York doesn't let you. But LA doesn't let you build either. LA also.
Like it seems like okay. So what's the core? Like what's the problem here then? It seems like in cities,
government.
like bigger cities that are like I don't know. Let's investigate this then. So New York and LA both don't want you to build.
Yeah, but it's not. I don't think it's because of city size. I think it's a lot of it is boomers. Some of it is like
So
I guess
LA
bigger
boomers
cities are
and
more
New
like
York boomers are
now,
just working together to make sure
no,
everybody.
each
But
it's an
boomers in Austin are not.
individual interest.
Wait, what?
It's an
What is this with respect
each
to easy
boomer's
money?
individual interest to keep home prices high
Are you
because that's
saying
their net
him
worth.
Yeah, they
saying his home
they
is paid
own
off
like
multiple times or
more
whatever?
in their like housing than we do, like as millennials in general.
Yeah, that's right. I agree.
Yeah.
Resent the boomers.
Right.
You don't hate. Why I hate markets? Markets are great. That's why again. That's why every other commodity where boomers don't benefit from restricting. Short of like maybe healthcare, which has again Bamul effect. Every other commodity goes down in price.
I mean,
why do you
the
suppose that
price
is?
going
Why do
down
you
slightly with regards to like
relative
also
to income?
like
Relative to
buying power
income,
and
right?
stuff? It doesn't really like.
Yeah, relative to income. Relative to income. I'm talking. You take
Yeah.
your income and you look and you divide it by the price of that good. That tells you how much of that good you can buy over time.
Yeah. And like, I guess rolling back to the beginning of this conversation, then like you could buy more goods back in the day with what little, like essentials.
No, you could buy less than compared to today. Today you
No,
can buy more.
essentials were cheaper back then. Yeah, like
Wait, okay.
we can buy more TVs now than we could back then. Yeah, I get that.
And
but
food and cars and clothing and almost anything else. Yes. We can do the calculation right now. I mean, not fun. Would you be so courteous to open Fred and take any income measure you like, even wages that don't include other compensation and stuff? Like just look at median wages. I'm pretty sure it will be still higher. Like yeah, it's just also. I mean, and maybe this is like a little meaner. But economists, we agree economists are like smart, honest people, right? None of them are like evil, scheming. Oh, you don't?
I wouldn't say they're like honest. I mean, economists look at the economy as in like what can we do to increase like GDP and stuff like that. Well, like I look at an economy as in like how well is this economy upholding its
I know you
population.
disagree. I know you disagree with economists. That much is clear. I'm just saying the way they got to that thought process of I want to increase GDP or maybe median incomes or something. They got through it not because of some conspiracy or dishonesty. It's because they're honest, thinking, smart people who got to that thought naturally. Why do you suppose that it is an economic consensus that your system is kind of like devastatingly evil? and no economist basically supports it ever.
Why do
Are they
capitalist
all as
economists
inspiring to
not
not
like
believe it?
communism? Oh, I don't know. Why do capitalist
Yeah.
economists not like communism?
Yeah, well, why are capitalists? Why are economists capitalists? That's my question. Yes, it's like. Well, I mean, if I asked,
You're living in a capitalist nation. Wait, you asked me a question. You want me to answer? You want me to answer?
Yeah, well, but one second. If I asked an anti-vaxxer, like, why do you suppose doctors disagree with you? It wouldn't be a good rebuttal to say, oh, why do pro-vax doctors disagree with me? Yeah, I mean, that's the question. Yeah.
No, I
That's the question.
understand that. Like, but like, if you are living under like a capitalist structure, and then you go to a school that is capitalist in nature and upholds the capitalist superstructure, and they teach you about how amazing capitalism is and how much it increases GDP. Well, look at these dirty communists who can't
That's
increase
just
GDP.
not what they teach you. That's just not what they
But,
teach
like,
you. They teach you plenty about market failures and how
I know.
markets could
I'm
fail.
making a bit of a caricature
You think?
here,
You
but
think?
like, yeah. But
Well,
like, the point is that, like, where are you being taught in economics about the other side?
but pretty much
Like,
any course will teach you about like your proposals. Like, if we can start with like, the basics of price controls and government setting prices, it will explain why that's
So
inefficient.
So
We
you
can
learned about
explain.
the labor theory of value, I guess, in econ.
I don't think. Yeah, I don't know. Same way that you don't learn about like homeopathy and you know in medicine, but I don't think you should.
Wait.
Right, real
You
quick.
just think
I was
like
in the
these,
bathroom, but I did send
the whole-
sample just the Fred chart of personal income divided by the PCE
Okay.
for food earlier.
But like your point is just like, who cares, because it's like it's a fantasy. That's like your idea.
No, I'm saying I don't. You wouldn't expect schools to teach something that is like overwhelmed by evidence, right? Or basically irrelevant for modern economics. I mean, look, I don't think if you go to like a housing, I'm sorry, to an econ class today, I don't think they'll teach you who Ricardo is, right? Even though he also believes in labor theory of value and stuff or something. It's not necessarily a conspiracy against Marxism or something. It's just people teach modern science. People don't teach old stuff that from like 200 years ago by dead German people. They just don't tend to do that.
Yeah, I guess
But like, I'm curious. I'm curious.
200
What do
years
you
ago,
think
right?
merits?
Yeah.
What do you think
I mean-
merits the labor theory of value to be taught? Well, what like great things that can explain that we can?
Well, the fact that like actually, if we consider that labor is what creates value, then
How do we know
can
that
actually
it?
start
Like,
okay, point out
why
something
is it?
that created value without labor.
Oh, I agree. Labor is a factor of production. You cannot have production without labor, but you can also not have production without land or without capital. But so it's just like you're not going to get the answer you want. Yeah, but
So what
you don't have
happens prior to
you don't
like
believe in the land theory of value or the
wait.
capital theory of value. You know?
Well, like, why do you need capital?
Oh, because that's what makes the thing, right? Like I need the machine to make cars.
And I guess, yeah, I guess.
I need land. I need land for the fact
Who made the machine?
You could say labor made the machine as well, but I can then appeal to land. No one made land. You don't have a land theory of value, right?
No, yeah, because land's not something you like. I would say you should own.
I'm just saying that that doesn't tell you what the source of value is. The fact that something is a necessary factor of production doesn't tell you that it is the quote unquote source of a value. The way we judge if a scientific theory is worthy of being taught is if it makes correct predictions. And we can look at socialist history. It doesn't look so good.
I'm not sure what you're talking about, but sure.
I'm talking about like mass famines and stuff.
Oh yeah, like what? Oh, famines happen, dude. Famines happen everywhere and under every system.
Okay, in the last like 70 years,
come on.
what's like a capitalist country with like amazing famines? Did the U.S. have a famine in the last 7 years?
The Bengal famine?
7 years. That's the last 7 years.
The last 7 years. Gaza.
I said 70. I said 70, but I don't think that's because of capitalism.
Country.
But yeah, but either way, we can talk about the Bengal famine.
You're just saying that?
Don't you think another big thing happened at the time that kind of maybe? Well, what's another big thing that happened in the Bengal famine?
British Colonization?
Involving the British? Not quite.
Oh, you're talking about the British colonization? That's what I said?
I'm about World War II. I'm talking about World War II.
Okay.
Yeah, that probably helped explain why the supply chains were kind of messed up, right?
Oh, okay. So we can excuse famines when they happened around World Wars.
I think if a famine happened because of a
Okay,
world
cool.
war,
I'm
I
glad
would
you agree that the Soviet Union also did not create it or do any famines. Thank you.
When do you think the Holodomor happened?
For a few years prior to and during, and then not again after the Soviets.
Wait, during the Soviets, yes, but do you think it happened during World War II? Hopefully, you don't think that, right?
Prior. It happened prior.
Yeah, that's
during
prior. So it's not explained by World War II, right? We can talk about the
wait,
Bengal famine. I don't think
what was that world? Wait. What was that World War before World War II?
it wasn't during the Holodomor either.
The 30s? Like, wait. Okay, so we went from World War One, where it would fuck up supply
When do you think
chains,
World War One
into
ended?
World
Wait, what
War
do you think?
Two,
When do you
that would
think?
fuck up supply. Wait, let me.
Yeah, when do
Wait.
you think?
Come on, bro. Stop. Let me. Come on. Let me too. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So we went from World War One that messed up supply chains into a revolution that probably would mess up also mess with supply chains, into a second World War that will also mess up supply chains.
No. The Second World War happened. Second World War happened after Holodomor.
Let me finish, man. I was almost there, man. Almost there. Like, I took a breath. So at the end of given your idea that given supply chain issues and world wars, we can excuse these famines, then we can excuse all these famines that have happened around these wars and supply chains.
You're being slippery. So I said direct. Yeah, well, I'm obviously explaining, right?
Wild, bro.
I let you finish. So I said that happened during World War II. The Holodomor did not, and it did not happen during World War I either. And the places that were rerouting the grain to were not other places of the war. It was so there was no. It's just not comparable. It's not the same situation. Either way, when I was talking about famine, I didn't even have the Holodomor in mind. I was having China in mind. But
you said it though. You said Holodomor.
You appealed to the Soviet Union first. So.
You were talking because you brought up their USSR. You were bringing up famines around them.
Yeah, I was thinking of China, but that's fine.
Okay,
Soviet
experimentation that went wrong. Yeah, and then they switched it back. They changed back.
Hold on, don't we also sample? I don't know what time span it is on, but that the book you recommended me about nutrition in the Soviet Union, written by one of the Soviet leaders at the time, like.
Well, not leaders, but you mean one of the planners. Yeah, no, that's debunking. Yeah. That's the debunk another comment, Tanky talking point about like
but
the CIA document proves.
That probably is evidence. It's just like generally.
I guess. I don't like cross-country comparisons. I don't like cross-country comparisons, but yeah, for sure. But we can get back to the better faith conversation or something. I'm just asking, why do you think? So what's a good prediction of the labor theory of value that I cannot make elsewhere? Because that's how we judge science, based on the predictions. What's like a
real quick, hold on. Showski, wouldn't this be? I haven't read it, so I don't know. I'm like asking you. Wouldn't this be subject to like the Straffa critique still? Because rebooters of commodities are ultimately produced through change in production, whose non-labor inputs are themselves products of early labor. Socially necessary labor time provides a common, recursively calculable measure of the real product. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Like, I think this would be still subject to the Straffa. You don't, like, it's calculable without labor, socially necessary labor time.
Water, and then I divide it again and again and again and drink it, I should be healed or something, right? And that's a prediction they make, and it turns out to be very false. But what's like a prediction of social or like Marxian economics that I just cannot explain by normal marginalist means? Seems like it's very easy. The idea that labor is
a factor, man. Because like I don't know anything that would be like
should probably not teach it, right?
Okay.
If it doesn't help you explain anything, why should students know it? It just kind of seems like it's added baggage that we should kind of dispose with. Like,
So, okay, good for you.
I know. If you want, you should read Marx After Straffa. Okay, it's a good book. It's a good book. It's a good book. Or I'm reading right now a slop anti-Marxist book called "A Farewell to Marx." It's not that bad, actually. It's not that bad, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, reflect on like if you think all the experts in a field disagree with you because of some ignorance or homogeneity of thought in Western culture or something.
No, I know there's lots of
I could be
economists
wrong, but I
that
thought
like
Mankiw did
disagree with like
mention
capitalist thinking too.
the labor theory of value.
Like obviously they're not probably going to be famous and like able to be like, oh yes, it's Dr. John Brown of the so and so university. But
That's
like
fine.
I know,
We should probably go with the more mainstream ones, but that's fine. That's fine. Who are the non-mainstream economists
like
that are like?
I know of like I follow people on TikTok and stuff like that that like have they have masters in economics and stuff like that who talk
Robert
about
Reich,
their economics and how they agree with
Richard
communism.
Wolff.
I would love to
No, I
hear
don't know
about
Richard
them.
Wolff.
I would love to see them and maybe talk to them. Maybe talk to them.
Yeah.
But yeah, I could find you people with doctorate degrees that are anti-vax. But points taken. I would love to see them and hear their arguments. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I could probably do that for you.
Could at
Go
least
find
this.
their.
I don't. It's not in the
Go by
textbook.
average experts. I think we should look at
And
the
this is
people
not a
who
very good
dissent.
Marxist revolution
I
video.
think our guess should be what the consensus is, and
bad.
then we should be open to the marginal
don't
voices
endorse.
and hear their arguments. And I just every time I hear a communist argument, it just like crumbles under like either history or like theory of econ. Yeah, I don't know. Why do you suppose we're richer than ever? Like, why do you think right now society by any metric is richer than ever?
File.
I wouldn't say society is richer than ever.
Oh,
I would
well,
say
then what
I would say certain societies in our world have probably stolen in excess from other societies and propped themselves up via that.
Okay, so like let's say right now the U.S. we agree the U.S. right now is richer than it was 50 years ago. The median person in the United States.
I don't know because like considering the amount of like.
Well, I wish we had data on that, right?
Well, okay. It's like,
yeah.
I'm just saying, like, the point is here that, like, yeah, sure, okay, let's say that the US over the last 40, 50 years has gotten richer. What do you think that is off the back of?
Off the back of international trade agreements with other countries, markets.
Okay, wait a minute, hold up. So do you think that there is a...
I think trading with China made us richer, for example. Yeah.
Do you think, like, I don't know, like those slave mines in the Congo probably made us richer too?
I don't think it explains any meaningful percent of the increase now.
Really? Like that Apple has like corporations or corporate mines out in the Congo, that doesn't help explain how, like, I don't know, that Apple has come up in its wealth?
Just not to a very large
maybe
degree.
Apple specifically. I mean, not
But like
so
that
again,
happens
maybe
like Nestle stole Chiquita banana. Like every corporation we have here is stealing something from somewhere else to then prop themselves up.
Economic growth doesn't happen because of shiny rocks. It's just not the case. That's not how economic growth happens. Sorry, it's just not. You can look at our trade from, or like the resources we get, whatever you want to call it, from Africa. That doesn't explain any meaningful. It's like a tiny percentage of the U.S. economy.
I don't know off the top of my head, but I think it's
the trillions of dollars of resources stolen.
GDP.
The trillions of dollars of resources stolen from Africa does not line up in any meaningful way.
I don't grant your numbers.
I don't. Yeah, I don't grant that.
Okay.
I don't grant that it's all stolen, and I don't even grant that it's trillions of dollars because
where'd you get the number? No, not fun. Let him say it.
Yes.
You want me to just get the number?
You can get whatever number you want. We can look at the calculations, but if it's Jason Hickel, I will hang up. Which I mean, fair enough. I wasn't invited, but yeah, I don't think that's how economic growth happens. I don't think it's because some countries can steal shiny rocks. I don't think. Yeah, I don't
I'm
think
gonna
that's
pull a
anywhere.
I'm gonna pull a non-fawn right now and say, after a quick 5-second Google search right now, I got the
Oh, boy.
BBC saying that there's billions of dollars stolen in treasures and yada yada.
Last time billions I
not
checked is
trillions.
not quite
Yeah, I know.
trillions.
Okay.
Yeah. No, last time.
understandable.
Maybe
Also,
I'm
what
wrong. Maybe
is?
I'm
Can you
math
read
is off.
exactly? Can you read exactly what it says there?
Also, let's
I'm just
say
curious.
it's billion. Wait, let's say it's billions. What do you think? U.S. yearly GDP is in the 30 trillion, something like that.
Yeah, it's
right?
like 30.
So it's already like
33,
less than 1%. It's already less than 1%, right? But
Okay.
yeah, or maybe
So
1%. Yeah. So,
that
but even if we take your number on
one
face value, it's just
okay, so one place. You're just gonna ignore the rest. Like, that whole GDP comes from like
if I include other places, it
countries.
will look more brutal. I'm making the denominator greater. So I'm making the denominator greater. So
yeah,
it's gonna the thing is gonna go down. But yeah, yeah. Please cite the BBC article. Where is it? In the chat. It's in the chat. Okay.
No, I just like, I don't know. I'm not gonna. Okay. I'm not sure if you like caught the sarcasm, this little sarcasm there when I said I took a 5-second. I'm to pull a non-fawn and do a 5-second Google search, right? You caught that, right? But
Wait,
Yeah,
what?
but you
I mean,
should-
no. I mean, I think. Well, I think Nanfon had to Google something because like the Jeff guy was asking him ridiculously bad
They were
faith
telling me
questions
to.
that no one should know the answer.
Yeah, they told me to.
He was asking him like he thought it's an unsafe assumption to think that the people dying of cancer knew they had cancer in most cases. Like the Jeff guy is not a serious guy. I debated him, I destroyed him, but they had to mute me all the time.
Okay.
But yeah.
I know. I usually when people tell me like that kind of stuff, I just don't. I don't. When you have to, if you have to plug your own whistle, like you do, you man.
Wait, but what's
Okay,
the?
yeah. Wait, what's
Hey.
the BBC article?
Yeah, link the.
I'll look it
like
up. BBC billions stolen. I looked up BBC black people, and I'll tell you that much. That's not what
I
shows
didn't-
up. No. Okay. No.
I did not put black people into the chat. So
No.
like,
It's a joke about what other meanings of BBC there are. But okay.
Where's the?
Stolen
Oh,
it's a joke.
billion
It's a joke.
from Africa. Let's see.
I just put like percentage, like wealth stolen from Africa, and like that's what popped up. Or resource, the total resource wealth stolen from Africa. I can't remember.
No, that's fine.
looking here.
I'm not finding any articles, but I'm sure there are. I'm just maybe the prompt is.
I'm guessing what it was measuring, honestly, is the illicit financial flows number, which is just calculated through bilateral trade data, which is mismatches for a ton of other reasons than just like resources being stolen.
Yeah, what it shows me is that Africa is a net creditor, but I don't think that's what you want to cite. Oh yeah, now I see illicit financial flows, which Nonfun had a huge video on, which you should watch. You should all watch and like.
But like this is not just over 50 years too, right? Like if we're talking about like the entirety of colonialization around the world and how that has played into the wealth disparity between countries.
Pretty sure cross-country inequality has decreased over the last several years.
Across multiple different countries.
Well, we can talk about inequality. Obviously, global inequality has gone down, but we
talking about we still have slaves in some of these countries. What are you talking about, bro?
I don't think that's.
Yeah, sure. Okay,
that's the right
equality has
way to
gone
do it.
down a bit because we don't have 100 billion slaves now.
We had slaves in the past. We had slaves in the past too. I'm just talking about if you look at
there's still slavery in America, man.
Yeah. If you look at the world distribution of income, it's gotten more equal. I just don't know what to tell you, bro. It's just a fact. Like, yeah, I don't know. You can look it up.
Yeah,
you can again 5 second Google searches or something.
No,
I don't think Google
understand.
searches are evil, but yeah.
No, I understand that, yeah, if we look at certain aspects of the world, some places have gotten better. And yeah, if we're looking at like prior to when we were like beating and eating slaves compared to now, yes, things have gotten better. But overall, like the process in which we are trying to make things better is not working. It is like hindering some of the globe so that some other aspects of the globe can benefit.
Yeah, I don't think the evidence is there. Again, I think even if you assumed all trade from Africa, all of it,
I'm saying no,
everything we
global,
get from Africa.
globally, the global
Wait.
south.
I'll let you.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying
All the Wests, even if we are super liberal with this, even if we assume all the West's imports from Africa are exploitative, slavery, evil, whatever, it's going to account for a tiny percentage of total income.
Yeah,
It's not
that's
gonna
why I'm
explain away.
saying the global south, the entirety of the
South.
global south.
Well, it's funny if you read actual papers that say the word global South. Some of them like include stuff like Poland and Russia. It's just there's just no good definition of this. But yeah,
countries where we are have previously colonized. There's we can
So you mean the collective West, right?
Yeah, obvious.
So
anybody
Poland, right? So Poland.
We're Poland do colonialism. Yeah.
I mean, do you think there were not European empires colonizing Poland? I guess it's not it's not ships, but they were part of empires, and their history is what empire occupied them at any moment. There was no Polish Empire; they were always subjects of other European rulers. I mean, I don't think we should include them. Certainly, China wasn't right. China was never
colonized.
I don't think China was like a German colony or something.
China was colonized by the British. I
think they had opioid wars, but I don't think did the British. I'm not a history
major.
book.
I mean, Hong Kong
China,
and Macau.
Yeah, Hong Kong. Yeah, of course. I'm talking about most of China.
Although, but that actually doesn't work. I mean, Hong Kong is pretty rich GDP per capita wise, so that actually
that's a good point as well. Yeah, but it's another thing. And that's another thing. Again, economists are not stupid people, and that also applies to development economists. Development economists are well aware of colonialism. In fact, if you read their papers, they're really aware of colonialism. And still, that's not the mainstream explanation right now, that we're rich right now because of late colonialism. That doesn't explain, how do you explain Korea being so rich, right? They were always subjects as well. Yeah, South Korea.
They were a military dictatorship of the Americas for the longest time. And then, so they were basically.
Being colonized is good for you? I thought. Oh, I guess. Yeah. I mean,
what? Yeah. No. Why is it not? Okay. They were a dictatorship is a good thing. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, but
I'm saying your explanation makes no sense. You're appealing to being controlled by another country as no. Well, don't do this game where you put words in my mouth and then pretend I'm saying something evil.
I'm the guy fucking who plays the game. Okay, bro.
I don't know what I said, but
you're doing this accusation and then you don't like it when I do it to you. That's really.
I never said you defended famines or stuff like that, even though that would have been an easy. What? You don't want to say I did. We have a recording. I mean, it's not. But either way, yeah. So I'm saying your explanation in one case is, oh no, they had Western intervention. That's why they're poor. But then your explanation for why Korea is so rich is that, oh no, they had Western intervention. That's why they're so rich. Seems inconsistent, doesn't it?
One more time, sorry.
Well, our explanation in one case is, oh no, these places are so poor because they were Western subjects. But then our explanation is, no, this place is so rich because they were Western subjects. I mean, doesn't it not make sense?
I didn't say that. I'm saying Korea was forced to be a dictatorship of America. It's not the Korean people doing what they want to do. That is America telling them what they are doing.
Do you think it's right now the case?
I would say so. Yeah, probably. They're probably, if not incredibly influenced by. They are at least.
I agree, they're influenced by. I think that's been great. But yeah,
and so. Yeah,
I just think what explains. I just think what explains why countries are poor is not if they had Western intervention. I just don't think that's. I don't think that. Again, but I should say, development economists are not stupid. They've heard of colonialism. They're well aware of it. That's not the mainstream explanation right now. Any book you'll open about the topic will talk about colonialism. None of them think that explains even the most of the picture. And there's a reason. I mean, why do you suppose Botswana has so much growth relative to other African countries? Is it because they suddenly were not colonized? No. It's because they sorted their institutions right. But I think we're getting in the weeds a little too much. Also, not to mention, it's not like the Soviets were nice to Africa, or like it's not like other Latin American countries or something. Yeah. No. I'm saying it's not. We America gets all the blame, but it's no one gives a fuck about what any other country might do. Right? Like every time you think war in Afghanistan, you think America. You don't think the U.S. the USSR. But yeah, what?
Who said that?
The collective left. No. I'm not putting words in your mouth. I'm not putting words in your mouth.
Yeah.
I'm not doing that.
I thought we weren't playing this game, bro. But
I'm talking about what we look. Attention is a scarce resource, so I'm pointing out what our attention should be focused on. Okay.
yeah, I am aware that some previous communist experiments have probably not gone off as well as possible. But like, fucking live and learn, right? I don't think anybody can really say that they've got it right on the first try. And like the whole point of it is that we actually look at the material reality of these situations and then try and deal with that and how we could fix that.
Yeah, I agree. We should look at material conditions.
That's
True.
what
That's
communism
Marx
does.
said.
No, I don't think economists, if you tell them, should we look at material conditions to analyze what we should do?
I have to be
What
there.
percentage do you
which means
suppose
I have
will
to
say no?
leave by
I would say probably a large
5:30,
percentage.
which means I have
Because it's a
to
magic word, right? It's a magic
getting
word. I don't know what
ready
it. Yeah,
by
what does it
like
concretely mean?
5:15.
Yeah, no.
What is
I know
material world? Material
I know what
reality?
material is. Yeah, I know we should look at the
so
world. I know what we. I know.
the material
look,
reality of situations?
you're doing this
Do you understand
religious
that
thing. You're doing this religious thing. I understand what the word material means. I understand what the word condition is. I don't know what it means to just look at material conditions and come to a conclusion other than make observation and get conclusions, which is what anyone says, not just Marx. Marx was not the first person to be like, we should look at the world to have opinions. He was not the first. That's not what Marxism means.
What? No, I'm just saying. Yeah, but like when we're looking at like the way that the communist structuring works and the way a capitalist structuring would work, the capitalists are not looking to like uplift people via their material conditions. They're just trying to.
Have we demonstrated what that means, by the way?
Nick, let's not have it for everyone.
The material conditions of somebody's
Nick, you're a
life.
communist.
So, like,
what are you doing? Nick, you're a communist. What
so
are you telling me?
basically,
That's true.
what?
No, I'm talking to
Like the
Caldor fan, the guy who joined. But yeah, what were you saying?
No, then it's good.
Okay, so I don't think so. So we should. I think we should teach something or some theory if it makes good predictions. If it like gives us some utility. I don't think Marxism helps explain either international development or or own production.
Good for you.
I don't think. Yeah, that's why it's not taught. But if you think it is, you can like you can I don't know, maybe make some money off of trading on the economy or something. I don't know. But
I want what?
No. I'm saying if you have some secret knowledge that no one else is using, you can probably make money off of it or something. So that's what I tell libertarians when they give me like their own theory of why the central bank is the reason for why all everything is supposedly bad. I tell them like, why aren't you rich? You can like make good predictions on the economy collapsing because of the central bank, but you won't because you're wrong. I'm just saying if you think you have some untapped, uncommon knowledge that all the experts are missing, you can probably
quote somewhere,
bet with them and make money.
No,
maybe not like holistically.
The experts
but
and the people in who want to uphold a capitalist structure don't want to do the same things that I want to do with the structure of society. Like they want to make money off of us. I want
economists. Economists.
No. I'm saying capital, like people who uphold capitalism. They want to make money off of other people so that they can uphold their own wealth. While I want you. Well, thank you. Wait, let me almost. Well, I would prefer you actually get, the labor you put into your work, you got that back.
Yeah, that's right. I would prefer a system that, over the long run, maximizes people's material outcomes. And I see that in capitalist countries. I see that in liberal democracies. I don't really see that
That
in
works in
socialist
capitalist
countries, I'll be
countries
honest.
when the capitalist country requires the materials of other people.
Yeah, I don't think that. I think that's a negligible. For one, I disagree. That's how how countries grow. I don't think it's because they steal shiny rocks. But also, I think even if that was a true theory, it's like a negligible percent of the growth being explained.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Charsky should come up.
sample. There's this really
Okay.
good Gillens and Page paper that says the rich people.
No. That's a different thing. Look, if you want, if you, I mean, if you want, maybe I disagree with them a lot. Like, I don't know, maybe read some capitalist economists like responding to all this, like the idea that we're rich because we exploit the poor, or like why countries
Watch the
why is the
Economy
modern world
video.
so
How do
rich?
you think profit is made?
Profit is made when you sell something more than the costs.
Yeah. And
Yeah. So you
but like,
need to.
if I
Yeah.
make something for, like, say I make 10, like a barista, say I'm a barista and I make a $5 coffee, right?
Yep.
How much of that do I get?
So wait, okay, a $5 coffee, and how much did the coffee cost to make? Like the materials?
$1. Say $1.
$1. So there's $4 of value added. I would imagine you get like $3 of that.
No. You think baristas are making $3 on every $5 they sell?
Wait, you just said on every $4. We're talking about
Okay,
value added, right? We're talking about value added.
On 3 on 4,
Yeah, I
basically.
think
My bad. You're right.
if you look at the labor share of value added, it's like constantly been around like 80%. I think that's right. Maybe not. Not fun. You have the tax foundation piece on this, right?
Yeah, it's like roughly like 70% of the labor share of income, and then it's like if you look at like how much of the marginal product workers get, it's like roughly 80%, and some of the missing or gap there is attributable just to like training costs.
You should
and
remember,
costs.
if I always break even with a worker, let's say I'm a business owner. Let's say I always break even with a worker, but there's a fixed cost of training them, for example, right? Like, let's say some training to become a barista, or like some training to become a scientist at my lab or something like that, right? So if I break even with them on every marginal thing they create, but it also costs me money to train them, that means hiring them is a losing money deal. So for hiring to take place. Wait, 1 second. Did my headphones fall? Oh my god.
That would be rolled into $1, though, wouldn't it?
They didn't. No. I'm off my headphones. Also 6% battery. That's not good. But yeah, I'm saying. So either way, whatever. There are convoluted explanations, but you should not expect it to be 100%. But either way, the average worker gets about 80%. The average worker gets about 70 to 80% of the value added they create. Not to mention, funnily enough, we have estimates of how much it is for CEOs, which are also workers, not owners of a business. But people tend to think of them as owners. And for CEOs, it's about 60% of the marginal product they create. So by your own metric, if we took it seriously, CEOs are more exploited.
I don't believe that at all.
Oh, you can read the papers. You can read the papers. It's fine if you never read papers.
I can tell you right now that I am not making 80% of what I put into my business at my place. So I don't know where the fuck you're pulling that out of.
Oh, I can just cite you the numbers.
Yeah, I mean, you could cite those numbers, but like they're obviously bullshit because that's in no way a reality.
And the numbers are fake. I mean, I've talked to anti-vaxxers. It seems really similar. Yeah.
No, you think people are making 80% of what they put into a 70%? Okay, 70% of what they put into a business.
70% of the value added is. So you should not look at what the final price is, because that includes the costs of creating it. But if you look at the value added, that is how much greater the revenue is relative to the material costs.
Well, the cost is already
about
taken into
80% of that is worker compensation, and we can just calculate the numbers straightforwardly. It's reported every year.
80%. Okay,
National account.
workers' compensation.
Yeah.
Like what we get out as wages is what you're saying?
It's wages and also other stuff that's paid on behalf of you, like your insurance, other stuff. Like, yeah, basically any compensation, anything that a worker agrees to be compensated within their contract. You know, some people get compensated with stocks. Like, I don't know, all the stuff you get as a return of working.
Okay.
It's compensation. We
Actually,
have the
if,
numbers. I mean,
if this labor share includes the stocks, because I know sometimes the labor share graphs don't.
no, I'm pretty sure it does. I'm pretty sure if you pay your workers with stocks, it's
I think
it's
it.
counted.
Yeah, this is
I'm
net
pretty
labor
sure.
share
Maybe
includes
it's probably
wages,
not. Either
salaries,
way,
well,
that's like
supplement. I think it does.
fraction of workers get paid. A fraction of workers get paid with stocks. It's not going to change the picture. But yeah, I'm saying yeah. So usually when people complain about making a fraction of what they produce, they look at the final price, right? They might say, "Oh, I made a car. I worked for making the car, and the car sold for this much." But they don't consider the contribution other workers made to that.
We're talking about
And they
profit,
don't
right?
consider the fixed cost of that. Like how much of that is just how much the materials cost.
We're talking about profit, right?
Yeah, we're talking about profit. Yes.
Yeah. So profit is something that's considered after the expense to make the car would be.
Yeah. So there are three factors.
So why are you bringing up
There's
how much it costs to make the car? That's already taken
I
into
think I know more
consideration when we're
accounting than
talking
you.
about the profits of a company.
With all due respect, I think I know a little bit more accounting. Okay. So there's
but
the
like
cost of
cool,
there's the
You,
material
with all due
costs,
respect,
and then there's the
with all due
value added.
respect,
There's
okay.
Yeah.
Bro, can you just answer what I asked you?
Go ahead. What do you want?
The profit already takes into consideration what it costs to make the product, right?
Yep.
So why are you bringing up the cost
What do you think?
when we're
What do you
talking
think
about
companies?
profit?
Yeah. What do you think companies' profit rates are?
58% sample
Depends on the
tax.
company, I guess.
58%.
Yeah,
The
take like
average.
Walmart. Yeah, take like Walmart. I don't know, a big business. What do
they
you think
make
Walmart?
billions of dollars a year.
No,
Profit.
percentage
what's the
rate.
rate?
Rate, bro. What's the percentage? What's the percentage profit they make?
I don't know. Tell me.
It's probably
It's
8%.
like 3%.
I don't even know. Probably really don't know.
It's I know the
it's
average for the
3%.
S&P 500 is something like 12%.
Okay, cool. Let's say like
I think
we can
for
just.
Walmart, it's 3%.
It doesn't really matter.
Walmart is
bro.
probably
Like
almost
say
certainly lower.
10%. Let's give him 10. Let's give him 15%. It doesn't even matter, man.
What?
Like
That's higher than the S&P average, though.
3. You want lower? You want lower or higher?
Also, wait, I have a question. Do you think the rate of profit?
Wait, like no. Let's keep on this. What do you want? Lower or higher?
Wait. I have a question. Do you agree? So as capitalism progresses, companies become more and more exploitative, so the rate of profit goes up, right? Companies profit more and more off the backs of workers, right? So
I mean, that seems to be
under
what's happening.
under Marxist analysis, the rate of profit would go up over time, right?
That seems to be what is happening. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
Wait, no,
okay,
but under
great.
Marx's
Okay.
analysis, it's what happens, right?
Yeah, like that's exactly what Marxism would predict, right?
Just like profit rates explode for people, for companies.
Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
no.
Okay, that's amazing. No, but fine. So I think profit rates have been like people overestimate. We have actual polls on this. When you ask people how much companies like Walmart make, they estimate like 30% profit. I think in reality it's like 8 to 3%. Yeah, it's just like there is profit.
Cool.
That's why
3% of
businesses
their
exist.
overall, and they make billions of dollars of profit, which means that they are just removing billions of dollars from their workers that they're not paying out.
No, that's not the inference you should make. Without
Why?
there are three parts. There are three factors of production. There is land. You cannot make anything without land.
That's already
There's
paid for.
labor.
That's already
There's
paid
labor.
for.
No one made it. No one made land. I know what paid
It's
for it
already
means.
paid
Who
for. It doesn't. It's
who
not made.
paid
It's just
for
paid for.
who paid for it?
The cost. Free profit,
No.
right?
No. I'm talking about how we get to create something. I want to create TVs, right? So I need land, I need labor, and I need capital. Okay, there are three factors of production. Okay, and so what I'm saying is that each part of it. So no one created the land, but the commodity would not exist without labor. But it would not exist also without the capital being provided, without some guy who wanted to create the business taking risk and investing long term in a business that could fail or could succeed. And that risk, we want to compensate. It doesn't just exist naturally. There are no factories existing in nature. We need people. We need people to take the risk of creating these factories, which is an uncertain thing. You don't know if the business will work or What?
That has been compensated already.
What do you mean it's compensated? The profit is the
Do you think
compensation.
do you think the owner, like the risk he or she initially makes, does not outweigh the overall like life of the business? Like if the life of the business has gone on for an extended amount of time, like say with Walmart, like the risk that the original Walmart family produced, like
They
took on
consistently make
is
risk
already
in
done. Like
managing.
it's paid
They
for
make
already.
risks in
Also, like
managing.
to point out as
No.
well that like
They
the
take risks
Walmart
with
family actually
expanding, with
created a bunch of
managing.
their wealth off of the backs of slavery. So
Yeah. So businesses
not the best
constantly take
idea
risks.
to
It's
go
not
with.
just the risk of
Sure.
creating it; it's the risk of expanding to a new location. It's the risk of renewing it, like your old machinery. It's a bunch of
Yeah, but
stuff.
other people do
But
that risk, not the initial owner.
I don't know what you
Other
mean.
people, the people
We're not. Hey, do you think all the profit goes to the initial owner? It goes to shareholders, the people who
yeah,
invested in the company,
I'm
who
aware
took
of
the
that.
risk of investing. So the people who gave
But
capital
they're
to
paid
the
off
company
already. They
to
they
invest.
only put in
What do you
an
mean?
X
What do you
amount
mean
of
they pay
dollars.
off? If I buy stock in Walmart, that's me saying I think that company is viable long term. I'm going to give them my money and then get it back in the form of dividends or the stock going up and selling it to another person, right? So that's what the stock market does. It's a measure for me to give companies that I think will succeed money. That's me taking risk, right? And then these companies do that money, and if they get a profit, if they have a return on that investment, it goes back to me, right? That's the risk you take. And if the business goes if the business goes under, you don't get your money back.
If this goes
Not for
over,
you.
what everybody in the business has taken the same amount of risk, though. Like I lose my job if the business goes over. Every worker
Yeah.
loses their job. The owner is not the only person risking something at that point.
I agree.
Yeah.
I
So
think workers
how
should be
come I'm not
compensated.
compensated
I think
for my
what
risk then? Every day I
I
go to
think
work,
you
I'm
are.
risking my
I
life
think you're
driving into work. Every day I'm risking my life being at work. Every day I'm risking like losing my
I think you are being
livelihood.
compensated
And
for
all
that.
this,
I think you are being
like we do
compensated for
not
that. It's called a
compensate.
wage.
But we do not compensate workers for that
We
risk.
do. What do you think of labor
No,
compensation? You don't think we pay workers?
a wage is not
Oh no,
like the
you don't know
compensation for
the
the risk. The wage is like what
you
you
don't know
expect
the
to do the job.
anger you just
If you have
invoked in
two
easy
equal
money,
jobs,
Chesky.
if you have two equal jobs, but one of them is riskier, that is going to have a higher wage premium.
That's not necessarily true.
That's just obviously true.
Like sometimes it's true in some
That's
cases,
obviously.
but like
It's
my
like
job,
it's
people
evidently
don't
true.
consider driving a
Just think. I'm a worker. I can either work in this very dangerous construction site or this not very dangerous construction site. They pay me the same money. Who will I work for? The non-dangerous one. Oh, the dangerous one saw this, and so now they're willing to pay me double. I guess I'll work there now. That's how it works. That's incentives. It's 101. You get compensated for risk premiums as well in your wage.
they're only like willing to acknowledge specific risks though, right?
I don't know what that means.
What?
You
What
just,
is that?
it's just a naturally a demand for
biological risk
working there. It's
like
just a natural fact. It's just a
like,
natural
for
factor of the demand for hiring people and the willingness to sell your labor.
So like let's take this into the real world. Like pizza drivers take on more risk than police officers because of the amount of like basically a public interaction they do on a regular basis.
Police officers are public employees. I don't know if you want to.
Yeah, they're also not even paid that well. They're probably paid more than pizza
paid
delivery people on average. But
I think police are overpaid. I think police are overpaid. Probably.
I've ever heard of the unions in the policing, bud. I've heard of the unions.
Yeah.
And they're
No, I'm
also
not a fan
not
of
equal in
police unions.
skill, obviously. So like, there's gonna be.
Yeah, no. But yeah,
Okay,
no.
well,
So I'm not saying I'm not. Wait,
anyway,
did you?
I think I'm gonna
Did
just
you list
call it
part-
here
did you
because
list-
like I think this is not really like progressing anymore. It's just kind of like I'm trying to talk to you guys, and
that's fine.
it just Anyway, it was a fun conversation. I'll be around in the Discord if you guys want to chat. Like, have at it. But sorry.
You know what you should read? You should read "In Defense of Capitalism" by Reiner Zillman. You should read that
Okay,
book.
you should read Socialism Betrayed.
Oh yeah,
You
I will.
should read Capitalism and Friedman by the GOAT of YouTube Shorts.
Well, you should read Killing Hope.
You should read Marx
Isn't
After
that by-
Straffa by Ian Stephen.
Have you read Blood in My Eye?
No.
Oh, okay, that's a good one too. You might want to read that one too.
Are these actual econ books or are these like?
Yeah, these are
Killing Hope is like I think a Noam Chomsky book about like U.S. imperialism.
Oh, okay. There we go.
It's
I mean,
not
there's,
Noam Chomsky, but it is it's a book about the
dang.
CIA. And then Killing Hope is by George Jackson. It's mostly he was a Black Guerrilla Family co-founder. But Look, I just think
go.
I'm a communist. We're on the same page in some ways, but it's really important that communists read contemporary economists like Marx did. Marx didn't just dismiss all of the economists of his day as like, bourgeois economists not worth reading. He engaged substantively with them. I think that's important.
That's true. And you know what,
I agree with
Trusty?
that
That's
as well.
why Marx thought that the profit rate would explode over time.
That's right. That's right. The theory of the rising rate of profit.
That's right. No, okay. Nice convo. I might go as well because I have literally 4% battery. But yes, good convo. Nice.
Lovely stuff.
Wow.
Okay. You guys have a good one.
Yep.
See ya.
I need to call Charsky. I need to fight with that guy. He was counter signaling me.
Brutal. Where do you find that guy? Lee.
He just came in my chat after the TikTok thing.
Oh, cool. All right. I'll go too. I'll see you in Unfun.
Yep. See ya. Folks, I gotta go too. But before I do have time to play our favorite. China. Ooh, hell yeah. Easy. Germany. Okay, alright. Ooh, number 2. Okay. Gonna guess Italy. But I don't know. Could be Japan. Alright, number 4. Okay. I feel like the US might be on here, guys. I feel like we might be on it. But I don't know. Ah, dang. Number 7. Fuck. Okay, I'm gonna guess Japan. Don't know about that one, though. Japan 15. Poland and Czechia. Damn. So your per data center, anti-paid leave. I mean, I am like, I said this at the beginning thing. I think I'm balanced. I'm against like mandating paid leave, but I don't, it's not a hill I'm going to die on. Like, I think it's a little silly to view it the way he was viewing it, obviously. And that's what I'm going to discuss it with him. But like, it's probably like not that crazy big a deal either way. Anti-regulation and anti-union, just call yourself an independent. I just think who sometimes votes for Democrats at this point. I mean, I voted in one election. It was like all for like Democrats. So I think it would be like I said this before, but like, I don't want to pull a fucking Ryan Malay and just be like, oh, I'm a centrist independent, guys. I just like vote all for Democrats. I'm willing to vote for like even DSA candidates sometimes, right? Like, okay, 9 billion wire. This is weird. Oh man, I don't really know. Wire, electricity, iron structures. I feel like probably some like Eastern European country. I don't know, fucking Austria. Damn, fuck. Hungary? Damn. Slovakia? Fuck. What the hell? How'd I get further away? Bulgaria. What the hell? What is there? What is down from Hungary, but also down from Slovakia? Other one? What, Czechia? Bulgaria, Romania, Moldova. Not Moldova. It can't be Moldova. Slovenia? Oh, shit. It probably is Slovenia. How do I spell that? Nope. Fucking Macedonia? Bosnia and Herzegovina. Fuck. I thought they had like car. I guess they have like seats. You said Slovakia. I did say Slovakia, yeah. Damn. Fuck. Okay. Fun time. I gotta leave for work relatively soon. Like under 30 minutes, and I gotta change too. So, probably will stream tomorrow. Hold on, let me check. Yeah, I'll stream tomorrow. I'll stream tomorrow night. So, make sure you like, share, subscribe, all that good stuff, people. Join a Discord. Cool people in a Discord, like me. And yeah, love streaming. Letting guys watch you stream. I will see y'all tomorrow. I gotta go be exploited by a capital overlord.